Hello, 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 it's me, the guy. Hello. Oh. Like, you guys get to hear that now. Yeah, I changed the audio thing that plays whenever someone subscribes. Oh, let me reopen stream. There we go. Michael. Let me look at chat real quick. Let me put my phone there. Hello, Senior Official. Hello, the British are coming. Hello, Benzie. Hello, Speakerman. Hello, Jake Bob. Hello, Valentino. Hello, Chamba. Hello, Lizard YT. Hello, Ebob. Hello, Patrick is smart. I knew it. Hello, Hatsana. Hello, Nick. Hello, Pomni. I loved you in the Amazing Digital Circus. I love, hello, Alex Devine. Hello, Stephanie. Hello, Pearl and Starfruit. Hello, hi. Hello, I saw HLB was in chat. Hello, Pikmin. Hello, Godspeed. I swear to God, I saw HLB. I swear I knew I saw him, but then I lost. I saw 3 letters. Get the guy out of chat. Oh, I knew it. Okay, yeah, you're banned. Wait, ban that guy. Ban that guy. Bannon. Okay. Awesome. Hello, HLB. Hello, Charlie Emily. MCI. I loved you in FNaF movie too. I'm not gonna say that right now, but it's funny, Pikmin. Doc Scott used pictures of his family for FNaF 4. That means that William looks the same as Scott? No, God, no. Hell no. William is Matthew Lillard. Haven't you seen the FNaF movie? Hello, Abram Franklin. I loved you in The Declaration. How would Michael sound in 1983? Father, it's me, Michael. I should be dead, but I'm not. There we go, that's how he would have sounded in 1983. You've never seen the first and second FNaF movie? Can you please shout me out? Shout out to Day. Hello, your average deck collector. Yeah, we're just giving stream a few minutes for like people to join and whatnot before we get into the juicy stuff. Thank you to everyone who's joining. I hope you're all having a good day or a good night, whichever it is for you. Ho ho! I love that voice you just made. It made me laugh. Oh, I'm so glad, chat. Michael. It was me. Let me turn that up slightly. How's everybody doing? Oh yeah, I can turn that up a bit. That should be good. Which theories are you planning to watch? Today we are going to be watching, we're going to start with a theory made by Withered Circle, if you've heard of him. Withered Circle is a theorist in the FNaF community, of course. And he made a theory, I think it was recently, I don't know the time frame, I don't keep up with that. But he made a theory by the name of Fazplot, which I want... There we go. We're going to be watching that. And then I also have one that I'm really interested in that was made by a YouTuber by the name of Mortimer, I believe. They made a theory talking about the different colors used in Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, purple, red, green Afton. The one by, I think that's called Chroma Theory. And we're going to be watching that. And then if we have time, I'm going to also watch FNaF. John FNaF made a theory video on FNaF 2 movie. And I know that when I had Narraven here last time, he said, oh, you know, pay attention to that one, watch that one. So we're gonna be, I'm interested in seeing that. I'm hurting because this wisdom teeth removal, but I hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, HLB. Pain is temporary. Hell would feel so heavenly compared to what I'll do to you. 1v1 me in Dead by Daylight again, HLB, and I'll show you real pain. You are my favorite FNaF YouTuber. Thank you so much, Caleb Gaming. Hey, pass me a tutorial of how to escape a spring lock failure. Unfortunately, there's no tutorial on that. You'll just have to suffer. Hi, Doctor. Sorry I missed your last streams. That's okay, Christopher. Michael is British. If you say hello, Boxhead, I need to ask William, why did he deep fry that baby? Funnily enough, Boxhead, I did see your question, and I did incorporate it into a future video. So you will get that answer soon, within, like, I think a week or so, because it is at the end of a video. So you don't have to worry. I did answer. I technically already did answer it. You'll see it soon. Hello, Real Tenor. Hello, Josiah. By the way, hello, Caleb. Just got done playing Fallout to see this stream start. Hi. Oh, which Fallout? Which Fallout was it? Wait, depending on the answer. Hello, Fatma, by the way. Wonderful name. Hello, Clout. Withered Circle is a scary guy. He is pretty green. Is Springtrap British? If he is British, does he have plot armor? The two aren't correlated, but yeah, he is British. Ask Afton. He knows how you need to name it Afton. You need to survive Springlock. William Afton. Are you challenging me, Vanessa? Fallout 76. Sorry. No, you're good. Actually, believe it or not, I actually like Fallout 76. So, I'm not gonna kill you for that one. I'll let you slide. I actually really like Fallout 76. It started off rough, but, you know, as of late, they have a lot more content, and it is actually really fun, in my opinion. I'm a big Fallout fan. I always come back. Okay, we're gonna get into the juicy stuff now, fellas. One moment. We also might play Dead by Daylight later, but don't quote me on that. We'll see what happens. I need to get the stream link so I can share the stream. I forgot to do that. You might kill me because I've never played Fallout. Yeah, okay. We need to ban this guy. This HLB guy gotta go. Gotta get rid of this dude. Let me just show the link. I'm streaming the Vengeful Spirit. Okay. Hello, we're gonna start soon. My Dom Petro pistol from the show. That's cool. Will you use more FNaF characters like the Phantoms? I have. I've done Phantom Balloon Boy before. And I did, recently, I did a short with Glamrock Freddy and Gregory. Technically Monty. Michael, don't leave me here! How would Jeremy / Body Bully sound in 1983? Mike, I don't think this is a good idea. There you go. Doc, is it true that Michael was fired because his armpit stank? Probably. You gotta be sweaty to beat, like, 520 mode, so, whatever mode, so. Also, Docs is really funny. That's a new one. Okay. Zoink, Scoob! That was Mickey. Anyway, let's watch this theory.
Timeline is infamously complicated.
So many okay, 0 out of 10, he said the FNaF lore is complicated. That's false. Anyway.
Locations, restaurants, plots of land, characters, all in different places, time periods. You get the idea. It's a mess. But what if it didn't have to be?
Green Afton!
What if there was a way to unite everything into one plot?
Thank you,
Not just a
Purple
story
Rat.
plot, but one plot of land. What if I told you there is? Because while I was on stream with some of my FNaF Theorist friends, we found a detail that ties together every single game in the franchise, from the original era all the way to the modern games, and connects all of them to one single area of land. What started out as Murray's Costume Manor, but later became the basis for all the iconic locations you know and love. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because there's a lot to this theory. This revelation has the potential to tie everything together neatly and explain some of the weirdest inconsistencies the franchise has to offer. So, without further ado, I'm Wizard Circle, and this is Fazplot Theory. So, how did we find this supposed insane revelation, and what does it even mean?
While
overanalyzing helped wanted to on stream, I was playing a night shift segment set.
I can't think of, maybe like one with Candy. Like, I'm not... Here's the thing about the fanverse, it's like a hit or miss for me. The only one I'm really excited for is The Joy of Creation. And like, I technically could make a skit out of like Pop Goes and Candy. Candy's probably what I lean towards more. It was me, Michael. So glad I turned it into that. But Pop Goes, I'm just kind of like iffy on.
In Sister Location's private room, the room that leads us to that game's fake ending, when I noticed that the map layout was weirdly familiar. I pointed out that it lined up almost exactly with the layout of the prototype Freddy Fazbear's from Secret of the Mimic.
Is it? I vaguely remember, because I mean, it's also very reminiscent of FNaF 1. You know, that's the security office, the 2 hallways, and then, you know, like a side room, which would be like the supply closet. And then the right hallway has kind of a room there too. I mean, it's like I mean, I'm you know, nature of React content. You know, maybe he has a reason for this, but also the prototype FNaF 1 in, you know, Secret of the Mimic is of course reminiscent of FNaF 1 because it's FNaF 1 in some form, whatever. Is it the actual FNaF 1? That's a different story, but. Okay.
Almost exactly with the layout of the prototype Freddy Fazbear's from Secret of the Mimic.
How does
in
the
Secret
circle
of the
get
Mimic,
with it?
in the parachute
Bad hygiene.
you go down an elevator that leads you to the research and development portion of MCM, that contains a work-in-progress Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that William Afton and Henry Emily worked on alongside Edwin Murray. This pizzeria has prototype versions of the main 4 characters,
Correct.
and the Fredbear and Spring Bonnie Springlock suits. But most importantly, notice the layout of this location. One big room behind it, followed by a smaller one up ahead, 2 large halls of rooms off to each side, and a vent running through the middle connecting to a security office between it all.
Oh, you know what? Okay, that's... Yeah.
Dead ringer for the...
Slight thing, though. Okay, slightly semantics. I believe the vents he's referring to don't connect back to the security office like they do in Sister Location. If I recall, I'd have to. I might be wrong. But those vents, because because I believe they lead to like the pile of animatronic parts that the Mimic crawls out of at the when you turn the power on in that area of the building. I don't think they connect back to the security office like they do in SL.
Private room map.
Is Glitchtrap British? No. Glitchtrap's the Mimic. I mean, okay, technically speaking, I guess you could say that, oh, the Mimic can mimic a British accent, but Glitchtrap in of himself is not British.
This area is meant to mimic the FNaF 1 pizzeria.
Has Springtrap and Michael showered before they were rotting? I mean, they were I would hope they showered. Yeah, no, they showered before becoming rotten corpses, but, you know, after the fact, I think they just wear a lot of cologne. I have a question for Springy. Opinion on the FNaF rip-off movie with the banana splits, because they were robots, the movie had blood, it was rated R, and some cherry on top is swearing in the movie. Mid-movie! There you go. I mean, it just is a mid-movie. Willy's Wonderland is actually... Wait, was it Willy's or Wally's? I forget. I always confuse the two. Unironically, I mean, not a perfect movie, but it was very entertaining. Also, you must respect Pop Goes, because Kane might be in the chat of our stream if he isn't busy. Oh, you're right, I say Pop Goes and King Cod like magically appears. I mean, nothing against Pop Goes, it's just it never particularly interested me. But, you know, just a personal opinion. Oh, it's the foul language thing. What's Springtrap's favorite movie? I feel like I answered this before. I forget though. What did I say his favorite movie was? Die Hard! It's the perfect Christmas movie! There we go.
Layout, it's also oddly similar to the private room layout. Note the vent running across the middle, which is something the FNaF...
Yeah, we
when
talked about that.
Pizzeria lacks. But that's not all. In case you're wondering if this private room layout was exclusive to Help Wanted 2, it wasn't. It's identical to the layout in the original sister location Night Shift. Let's take a step back and remember what the function of the private room even was. In sister location, we're obviously introduced to Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals, the underground location that serves as a base of operations for the Funtime animatronics and the experiments that Afton conducted with
Thank you,
souls,
Purple Rat. I'm glad you
remnant,
like them.
and eternal life. But on night 5, if the player, Michael Afton, doesn't listen to Circus Baby's instructions and goes right instead of left to the scooper room, you end up in an area called the private room, a weird monitoring chamber filled with gas canisters, monitors, and most importantly, a direct connection to the FNaF 4 nightmare rooms. Typing 1983
I have a serious question for Springy. Does he like Modelo's remnant flavor? I love Modelo's! Springtrap's favorite movie, Frozen. Let it go! Let it go! Can't hold it back anymore! Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie. Not every Christmas movie. Wait, I feel like that's that's a counterintuitive comment. Because, yeah, Die Hard technically takes place in December, I believe. Or was it released in December? I think it was released in December. What's Michael's favorite Christmas movie? Oh, my favorite Christmas movie is Polar Express. That's not good, Michael. You need to give me a bit before I do the Michael.
to the keypad off to the side of the office reveals detailed close-ups of the FNaF 4 rooms, the bedroom, and the plush-shop hallway.
Hello, don't ask me anything. I'm doing pretty well.
William Afton to monitor someone occupying the FNaF 4 complex. We know that these rooms functioned as nightmare experiments that Afton used to study fear and the power of souls.
Who's Springtrap's movie crush?
Is literally William Afton's private office. But that's not all, because on Sister Location's second night, we get access to the breaker room map.
Hell would feel so heavenly compared to what I'll do to you.
A detailed blueprint of the entire rental facility that shows long corridors leading from the bunker to 3 key locations. The FNaF 4 experiment rooms connected to the private room, the plush trap hallway connected to Ballora Gallery, and the neighborhood from the FNaF 4 minigames next to Fredbear's Family Diner.
I have been subscribing more to the idea that it's so weird, because one of the big question Springtrap reacts to FNaF Theories at this point. I've thought about it. Like, I might do a video like that one day. That would just be, like, a lot to, like, get through. Even, like, the Dead by Daylight one that I released today. I mean, I finished that, like, in 2 days of editing, because I was, like, really locked in. But that's, like, it's a lot to do. That's why it's like certain games that people like ask, oh, can you have Michael and Springtrap play this game or react to this? It's gonna like, it's a big dedication of time and effort, on the topic of this thing. So yeah, like the FNaF 4 neighborhood that we see in FNaF 4 in the mini games, and then when you like, oh, you go jump over to Midnight Motorist from FNaF 6, and then, you know, if you think, oh, the Afton house used to be Edwin's house because Afton, you know, stole the property, yada yada yada. In every like instance of, oh, this might be a place that, oh, this is a place that William Afton lives, like the house just looks wildly different a lot of the time. And of course, you know, even in the gameplay of FNaF 4, what we now know is an experiment chamber, and probably not the actual house. Though that's different from how you see it in the minigame. So it's like, okay, where does this purple guy live, dude? Like, what is the actual house? And, of course, it begs the question, like, the FNaF 4 mini-games, are they even accurate to what the house, like, actually is? Or were they, like, was the crying child in, like, the simulation that we see right here, like, this setup? Like, what was going on there? And so it's really weird. At the end of the day, the simple answer is that William Afton recreated this because he wanted to probably recreate what happened to the crying child. So I doubt that the crying child actually like went through whatever this is. I think more likely it is recreated based on that. If sister location is MCM Bunker, does that mean FNaF 4 Map Pizzeria is Proto Freddy's? If sister location is MCM Bunker, does that mean the FNaF 4 map is Proto Freddy's? I don't know. No, I don't think so. If anything, I think what he's saying here is that they might, like, the the private room that we go into in Sister Location is like a later version of the Proto Freddy's that we see in Sodom. Will you ever make a FNaF World April Fool's video? Why April Fool's? I don't know about that. If Elizabeth Afton sees this, go near the circus baby robot and take the ice cream. Did you like my comment where I said it was me, Michael? I forgot my fave son's name and I remember my most hated son's name? Yeah, that was Filed Lizard.
This last area connects to Circus Baby's gallery. All of these are labeled as
By the way, hello,
observation 1,
Aaron
2,
Strawberry.
and 3 in the map. So, obviously, these 3 key areas are connected to Sister Location. But why did I bring up Murray's Costume Manor and the prototype Freddy Fazbear's? Well, it's because they're the key to tying all of this together. After making that connection, T-Dread's duo process theory and I decided to enter Secret of the Mimic to go out of bounds and get an aerial view of the map to see what other connections we could find. And find something we did. Remember how the private room has a near identical layout to the Proto Freddy's office? Well, what if they were the same room? Operating under the assumption that they were, we tried to connect the private room to the FNaF 4 Nightmare experiments to see where on the map they were located. So we went forward from where Proto Freddy's would be on the map, then to the right, just like the breaker room blueprint shows us, and ended up.
Fun little thought, sorry, more like a fun fact. So I played Security Breach a little while ago. I was playing like a cut content restored mod. And one of the mods that I had let you kind of go into like a debug menu and you could no clip and whatnot. And a lot of the time when you no clip in Security Breach, it deloads just everything. And you're just kind of floating in a black void. It's so weird. It's honestly off-putting. And so it's very fun, or rather interesting. Putt Party stream when. Look, I'm still on my Putt Party game grind, okay? You need to give me like a few months to like master the game, and then we'll do a stream. While like I ragdoll everybody. But it's really interesting that this game is not deloading every 10 seconds when he's like flies around in it.
Right next to Edwin Murray's house. This is where the puzzle pieces started connecting. We find out more towards the end of Secret of the Mimic that Edwin Murray's home and the entire MCM factory were taken by William Afton as property of Fazbear Entertainment, even though he promised to leave it alone. Software developments in the entire MCM catalog. We would love to bring you on as a lead engineer. Although we now technically own the land, we would never touch the house your parents built. We feel the software has been more unfair, considering how far behind you are. It's just too much for you to handle alone. We are waiting for your response. In Secret of the Mimic, inside Edwin's house, we find a recreation of the FNaF 4 bedroom. Not identical, but definitely.
Should I cook noodles for breakfast, Doc? What kind of noodles? Like ramen, or... My theory is the character can go to the house and I think you like that. I think you got something there, Gecko. I think you got something. Michael, don't leave me here. Michael!
Meant to be similar. This line traces a direct connection from the private room to the experiment chambers, and also from Proto Freddy's to Edwin's house, in the exact same alignment, even showing the planned spots where the Nightmare animatronics are meant to be. This line is identical to the Mr. Helpful train that we take to get to Edwin's house from Proto Freddy's, further strengthening the connection. If we continue this logic and draw a line from where Baby's gallery would be to the theoretical location of the Fredbear Samway Diner from the minigames, we come directly to a small town right outside Murray's Costume Manor.
Really? Huh. Huh. That's interesting.
This is the only town in the entire map, and I think it's very intentional.
How would Springtrap react to seeing Edwin Murray's ghost? Get the ratio to Edwin. Get the dunked on. Hey, William, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad did the spring locks hurt? 20! Hey, William, who's your favorite doctor? Peter Capaldi.
Replaced, because this town is the infamous Hurricane, Utah. In the FNaF 4 minigames, it's pretty obvious that the action happens in a town. There's a sidewalk, sewer grates, cars, and plenty of kids and guests at Fredbear's. So this line also lines up perfectly with both the sister location bunker and the underground MCM facility. The 1983 Fredbear's being this close to MCM also allows Scott to retroactively explain one of the weirdest lines from FNaF 4. If you go to the left side of the street leading from Fredbear's to your house, you see a little girl with red pigtails who says that the animatronics come alive at night and that they hide your body and never tell anyone. At first, it made no sense. This bite obviously happened in 1983, but the missing children incident likely has to happen after Bite victim's death in 1985. So, is Pigtail Girl a time traveler? I don't think Scott gave it much thought when he first made FNaF 4, but Secret of the Mimic allowed him to course correct, and showed the animatronics in the facility coming to life at night and hiding bodies across the factory. Clever. Anyway,
I've seen this one before, and I think he did mention, like, oh, it could be like a mild retcon, technically. Of course, like, the main issue I have with it, and no offense to Withered Circle, of course, but my issue with that is it's obviously not something anyone would have thought of when FNaF 4 came out, because, you know, the Mimic was not even a glint in the eye of Scott Cawthon, nor the fans. So, it's not something people could have come to. However, again, I think he said, unless I shoehorned my brain cells into the conversation, I think a mild retcon, or a Scott con, technically. That's what we kind of call them, I believe. Like, it's not technically a retcon if you I think, you know, it works, of course, in the hindsight of everything we have now, sure. But, you know, neither here nor there.
Proposition after finding all this.
FNaF just did a theory I agree with, that Murray's costume manor was made into Circus Baby's Pizza and Rental. Oh yeah, I think he's probably going to go into something similar.
Was simple. What if the underground part of Murray's was taken by Afton and turned into his sister location facility?
Well,
one of the biggest questions we Theorists had ever since sister location came out is how Afton could afford to build such a giant underground bunker. But if it wasn't him, and it was just a part of an old factory, the pieces start clicking into place. And
I think it just, like, I feel like this makes a lot of sense in general. Like, when you see that underground building and that underground area and, like, in Secret of the Mimic, it's like, oh my god. It just, like, gives a lot of sister location vibes. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but just in general, just, like, the concept, like, oh my god, look at, like, this huge, massive place. And it was always a question, it's like, oh, how big is sister location? And the layout of sister location's always been a bit weird, because we take an elevator to go down, and, like, oh, the multiple levels? And, you know, assuming that, yeah, the underground area that we see in Sodom is sister location, you know, before sister location. You know, well, okay. Which I really hope, and I think it would be so cool, that if they do, like, a Sodom DLC, or just, like, another, whatever, maybe, like, another installment, whatever they do, I do hope it is, like, sister location. We get to see, like, sister location and bits of, like, the underground MCM facility, yada yada yada. I feel like it would work best as a DLC, but that's me.
And it didn't end there. Remember the sister location custom night cutscenes where Michael Afton's got entered inside of him? Notice how Michael is...
Out of all the FNaF characters, who would be the best roommate and or roommates? Best roommate? Mr. Hippo, in my opinion. Mr. Hippo. Not Balloon Boy. Definitely not Balloon Boy. Not Springtrap. He'd stink up the place with his spring lock rays. I'm thinking. Not the puppet. Puppet's too creepy. Puppet will, like, stare at you from the closet. You know, Shadow Bonnie, because you won't even realize he's staring at you, probably. I'd be fine with Shadow Bonnie staring at me while I sleep. Before Secret of the Mimic, I thought good old Will had bought an old military bunker. William Afton and Henry Fredbear fought in the war, yeah. Was Springy in Fallout 4 and did he join the BOS? Springtrap in Fallout is a really funny thought. Does Beloa have the soul of Mrs. Afton? No. Evan? No.
Is leaving the Circus Baby's facility and walking through a town all the way to his home, lining up with where...
In which year did FNaF 1 Pizzeria close? 1993.
The elevator he uses to enter Circus
Did you think that the orange guy from Midnight... Yeah, no, all but confirmed that the yellow guy is William Afton.
Baby's entertainment and rentals would be...
That's right, wait. Fraser Griffith, that's a great point. Shadow Bonnie, because he would only have a 1 out of like 16,000 chance of spawning, so that borderline not an issue.
From there to the town, where we already established Fredbear's is. The Circus Baby's elevator could even be the
Don't spam. You spam, I kill you.
same as the elevator from the Welcome Show, for one pretty weird reason. Helpwana 2's base game has 2 endings, one you get for beating all the minigames and getting the 7 Fast Force figures, and one if you collect all 6 memory dolls and play the Princess Quest 4 arcade. If you do the latter ending, you go for a VR version of the game up until the very end, where you meet an old man who takes your Vanny mask and replaces it with a green glitch
I
trap
love
plush,
Old Man Consequences.
saying, "It is a fair trade." After this, you go into the sister location elevator, Moon takes the glitch trap plush from you, and you watch as Vanny defeats glitch trap. When the game first came out, the question on everyone's mind was very simple. What the fuck is this about? But
hey, you cursed! Guys, we got a band with it, Circle. Let's cancel this guy. Old Man Consequences is the embodiment of Dead Henry. I don't know about that, but I like the idea that Old Man Consequences is actually Edwin, but I'm not sure how much I subscribe to that one. It's a fun thought. I don't think Old Man Consequences is necessarily anyone in particular. Springtrap, who's your favorite child and why, and least favorite? My least favorite is definitely Michael. And my favorite child is... no one.
now with Secret of the Mimic, it's a lot more straightforward. Think about the elevator we're going into. The entrance to the sister location bunker, which we already established is an upgraded version of the MCM facility.
Upgraded's a strong word, because I feel like the sister location bunker is like a lot smaller than what we see in MCM, but to be fair, you know, limitations of Click Team and Scott being bad.
Moon is heavily tied to Edwin Murray thanks to Sleepy Moon and the Moon.exe minigame, and this elevator leading us to an area heavily involving him and the Mimic ties this all together even more. The Circus Baby's elevator is definitely in the same place as the one we use in the parachute ending. Back to Fredbear's and Hurricane.
I can make that makes sense, because that elevator in Secret of the Mimic is also, it's like at the, not the entrance, not the showroom entrance, but like the side entrance that I believe investors or whatever would have used. They use that side entrance to go into the building, and so that, like, yeah, that what was it, brain malfunction, that elevator that we ride down to the R&D area is also, it's where like they do that show thing with all like the puppets and animatronics playing their instruments and yada yada. A death-defying dive. There you go. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, I just realized people were talking chat. I don't think any of the Funtime animatronics have been purposefully foiled with anyone specific. Yes, they were used to kidnap kids, but nothing shows to the specific MCI victims. But nothing close to the specific MCI victims. Well, I think Springy wasn't Ox Survival Ascended. He Have you played My Singing Monsters? It has a FNaF reference in it. No, I haven't played that. What's Springtrap's favorite restaurant? McDonald's. Mimic technology and chips were used in the fun times, allowing them to mimic voices. I know that's been the theory for a while. I'm not sure about it, but I could see it. KFC killed 5 children. I think the pizzeria in FNaF 3 minigame is the FNaF 1 pizzeria. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Who's your movie crush, Doctor? I have to think about that one. Movie crush. I forget her name, but there's one that comes to mind. Who do you think Toy Shank is? I lean towards Cassidy.
This all explains why we even see this town imagery in the first place. Steelwell and Scott put this town here for a very specific reason, to tie this location to the original games. But let's go back to the private room for a second. Originally,
you thought Springy's favorite restaurant was his own? Dude, the food at Freddy's is borderline poison. That shit is dog water.
This was the room where Edwin Murray stored F10 and 4, the mimic program that took on the personality of his dead wife Fiona. F10 is positioned in front of the vent we found earlier and is surrounded by monitors manufactured by a company called Philium Co. This isn't the first time we hear of this company either. All the way back in the first Help Wanted VR game, we saw Philium Co. monitors in most of the offices, and of course, in the sister location.
I wonder if that's actually, like, Philium William. I wonder if that, like, is that supposed to be a thing? Is that what he's getting at there? Not Withered Circle, I mean, like, Scott or whatever. It's like, Philium William. Do you think that Cassidy was a girl or a boy? Girl, probably.
Private room and Help Wanted 2. These computers aren't stock assets either. They're deliberately named and placed items that
I've seen that shirt pop up on TikTok. That's so wild.
Steel made for these games. This is when we became convinced that this Proto Freddy's area also became the Circus Baby's bunker. But keep in mind that Proto Freddy's isn't the only underground part of Murray's costume manor. There's still the Tiger Room and the Moon Basement. We know Edwin started an ambitious underground tunnel project, and that MCM has a huge underground layer to it that includes all those locations. Even the underground doll hospital could go on to inspire Circus Baby. My point is, all this could be tied to the Sea Bear's bunker, deep below ground where memories sleep. Since William owned all of the MCM land, him repurposing it into the Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals bunker makes perfect sense. But the connections don't end here. Between every night in sister location, Michael Afton can watch a spoof soap opera called The Immortal and the Restless, featuring Vlad the vampire and his beloved Clara. These two are often thought to represent William Afton and his wife. The setting of the story is this old house.
Who was Andrew? Andrew, for those who don't know, is a character from the books. He's not one of the 5 kids. The 5 MCI, that's Susie, Fritz, Gabriel, Jeremy, and Cassidy. But it is theorized that there was a 6th victim of the MCI that was just never reported, and people think that it's Andrew. Again, it's a theory. It's all a theory. I don't even know. I don't think it was even specified that he was also one of, like, the MCI victims. Technically speaking, that's just part of the theory. I think you could also kind of theorize that he died at another point in time, and he's just kind of connected to the MCI, because he's another one of Afton's victims. But that's the theory. Hey, Doctor, what do you, Springy, and Michael want for Christmas? Me? $1 million. I want a $19 Fortnite card! I would like the will to live for Christmas. There you go. The books are loosely canon. You know what? At that much, probably the best way I've heard that be put. Okay. But yeah. No, and that's what Andrew is. And the other part of Andrew is that some people think Andrew might be the vengeful spirit in UCN.
Atop a hill. Comparing it to Edwin's house, the similarity is striking, and comparing it to the tone of the story the soap opera is trying to tell, it makes sense. The motif of every episode is Vlad telling Clara, "The baby isn't mine," even though it very clearly is, possibly tying it back to Afton's son, the bite victim, and his narrative parallels to David Murray, Edwin's son. There's also the fact that in the show's final episode, Clara burns down the house, just like how Edwin's house burns down at the end of Secret of the Mimic. But enough of sister location for now. It's time to have a look at one of the most iconic minigames in the history of this.
Which, yeah, I remember, I don't remember who did the theory, but I watched, I think it was Stick Ninja is his name. I saw a theory a while ago that, a lot of people look at those cutscenes from Sister Location where Michael's, like, watching that soap opera, and they're like, oh, Clara is supposed to be Mrs. Afton, and Vlad is William Afton. Vlad is supposed to represent William Afton, but Clara is actually supposed to represent Michael. And I do think that is true, especially because in the Survivor logbook, Mike writes in the logbook that he relates to Clara from Immortal and the Restless. So I do think Clara is actually supposed to be the sort of parallel to Michael. The bad word, the bad word. I do think that. And the baby could technically represent, if I had to wager, the MCI, like William killing those kids and trying to deny it whenever Michael brings it up, like, "You killed those kids, Dad." No, I didn't, Michael. I would never do that. I think that's what that's probably supposed to represent. And of course you have like the burning the house down, which, you know, Michael burning down Fazbear fights. Do you think that both Dave/EC and Cassidy are on Golden Freddy at the same time? Maybe. I kind of subscribe more to the idea that the Crying Child more so kind of haunts the narrative in general, particularly for like the original series.
Franchise, a minigame that none of us have understood until now. Midnight Motorist. This one's a classic. It shows a mustard man driving through a lonely path in the middle of a forest, passing by 3 major landmarks.
Did Afton multiple lore after his wife? I can see it, probably.
And finally the player's house. At the mound, nothing happens. In Juniors, he's kicked out, with the green guy outside telling him he's not supposed to be there, and at his
Green Afton! Is the It Was Me Father short coming back? I mean, it's still there. Do you mean if I'll do another one? Probably not. Maybe. I didn't really think about it.
House, he finds out a child, presumably his son, ran away from home through a broken window. The identity of the main character of this minigame has been debated for a really long time by now, but thanks to the spin-off game 5 Laps at Freddy's, we can pretty much definitively prove that the player
Catch me out of Latin
While on
America,
stream,
Michael.
we realized that the Midnight Motorist map aligned disturbingly well with the MCM layout we've gone over so far. No. We're not. There's no way we're doing Midnight Motorist. It works. No way! Oh my god!
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a... My issue with this. I think my issue with this is that when you're comparing minigame layouts a lot of the time, barring, technically, I guess you could say, like, the thing in Sister Locations Breaker Room and then, like, the FNaF 4 map, because those very clearly are taken from the FNaF 4 map. I mean, they you know, one-to-one in that regard. The issue with something like this, I think, and it's why I kind of chuckle whenever someone takes the FNaF 4 map, minigame map, and then compares it to Midnight Motorist. They're both very clearly different. They just are, and that's part of why people are like, oh, wait, are these even the same two places? Like, comparing the Sodom map here, I believe that's supposed to be the factory, and then, like, over there's I have a cursor. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but, you know, like, that's Edward's house to the right side, the middle is the factory, and then that would be, like, the left side's the town that he talked about earlier. It's kind of, risky, not necessarily risky. It's iffy, in my opinion, to compare the two, because it's just, like, I don't think the scale is necessarily, like, accurate here, you know? I don't think it's not like, it was never intended to be, like, an exact scale, I believe. Does it, okay, well, to be fair, okay, let's compare this. So, they have, like, the Midnight Motorist map here.
It works! No way!
Someone needs to fix the mic. 3 games, Rockstar Fred. Do you think Fredbear and Golden Freddy are the same animatronic? Yeah. Hey Springtrap, have you played Deltarune and did you like the game? No, not yet. I started it, but I haven't finished it. Don't you know that I care about you? Nuh-uh. The bloody hell do you mean, nuh-uh? There you go. So, wait a minute. Sorry, I was reading chat.
We're not, there's no way we're doing Midnight Motorist. It works!
Again, it's an interesting thought, like, I'll give it to him, like, oh, like, how they put it here, does it technically work? Sure, I guess. Is that the dirt mound area, or is that Junior's, though? Because I feel like that's a little... Is that the... Because that's, like, the one to the... That's the house, yeah. So where's the dirt mound? Oh, I guess the dirt mound would be there. Doesn't it make more sense for the dirt mound area to be the... Like, the... What's it called? To be the MCM? Because... I don't know. Okay.
No way! Oh my god! There's no way! It lines up! It lines up!
Again, like, I'm not sure about this part. This one's a give... I think, you know, happy accident, maybe, but, like... Charlie 84, MCI 86. Okay, you're banned. Junior's fan game is goated. I liked it. I can't wait for like the remake to come out. Does Springtrap like Toy Chica and Baloa more than his wife? Baloa, yes. Toy Chica's a give or take, depending on the mood. Depending on the mood. Junior's is overrated. I heard a lot of people hate on the game when it came out. I personally agree that the houses are the same. Oh yeah, I think the houses are the same. Like, I do think, like, yeah, sure, like, definitely. What the hell did Afton do to Edwin's house to downsize it so bad? Because in Secret of the Mimic, it's a massive house. When you see it in Midnight Motorist, it's like 2-3 rooms. To be fair, I guess you could chalk that up to, like, minigame logic, but, like, still wild. This, again, like, I think the idea he's getting at, I do agree with mostly. It's just, I don't think this is like Chekhov's gun, you know?
The road starts at the town, snakes its way past the mount directly above the freight area, passes by Junior's, which is placed right on top of MCM, and...
Are you saying that Junior's isn't a bar and instead it's like a Freddy's location?
Makes its way perfectly all the way to the house. This is when we realized we were actually onto something.
I do,
Everything
like,
up
I
until
do
now
agree
felt like educated
that,
guessing,
like, oh,
especially the private.
Like the MCM's underground area is sister location, or becomes sister location, and that, oh, Edwin's house becomes the Afton house. I agree with most of the things he's saying here. Again, it's just like that little bit of evidence that they're like, it's the smoking gun. Like, I'm not sure about that.
Bedroom aspect, but once we saw this minigame and the MCM map slot together like two pieces in a puzzle,
it's... So, I guess, okay, I realize now that he also has, like, the sister location map here, which, like, yeah, agreed. Well, wait.
it got
we'll keep
serious.
going.
The placement of the mount in
need to lock
particular is very interesting. It's placed right on top of the freight/playground part of MCM, where Edwin Murray left his son David to play, and where it's implied David died. The FNaF Ultimate Guide suggested that this weird mound of dirt was an unmarked grave. So what if it was David's? I'm gonna be real. I really hate this. But it's possible Scott didn't even know what the mound was supposed to be when he made FNAF 6, so he changed its meaning in the future.
Again, Scott said himself that FNAF 6 was supposed to tie up a lot of loose ends. I don't think it makes sense for him to go like, okay, we're gonna put this into the game for a future storyline. If there's, you can argue, for example, FNAF 4, almost an hour in and not even done with the first, oh, I'm so cooked, I'm so chopped. We're gonna at least get through this and then Maury Mortimer's. I might not do John FNAF's tonight, but I will do those two. I'm so chopped. But I don't... you can argue... Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So, like, FNAF 4, the sister's room. You know, Elizabeth Afton's bedroom. Most people will agree that it's Elizabeth Afton's bedroom, unless Michael Afton is really girly pop for some reason, you know? But most people would agree it's Elizabeth Afton's bedroom. The reason Scott put that in, though, is because, you know, even if FNAF 4 was supposed to be the final chapter, he was leaving the door open if he wanted to revisit the franchise at a later date, which of course he ended up doing for a lot of reasons. But just because he put that in there, again, it was a breadcrumb, you know? It was like a plot line that he's like, okay, I'll revisit this in the future if I feel like it. And of course he did in Sister Location. I think you could say like, oh, the FNAF 3 ending newspaper having Springtrap in the background when you brighten it up. Like, that's the same idea of like, leaving the door open for the future. I think FNAF 6 in particular, because it was supposed to tie up so many loose ends, you know, like, we got to see William Afton abduct Susie, the first victim of, like, the MCI or whatever, and then you saw, like, another perspective of Charlie's death in the security puppet minigame, and, like, how, yeah, Charlie does possess the puppet. As weird as Midnight Motorist is, and like everyone agrees that Midnight Motorist is such a wild thing to include, and like, what does this answer? What is this supposed to mean? Like, what, you know, like, what is it? As weird as it is, and as difficult as it is, I don't think that, you know, Sorry, I lost my train of thought because someone got deleted in fucking chat. But yeah, I don't think that, oh, the mound is David, because it's not a reasonable conclusion that people would have been able to come to, and I don't think it would be fitting for what FNaF 6 is supposed to be if Scott was, like, trying to set up a plot point going forward. To be fair, I will say that I don't remember where I heard it from, but it is plausible that even when he was doing FNaF 6, or at least Ultimate Custom Night, like, he was already in talks with, like, Steel Wool and whatnot to, like, make VR Help Wanted and, you know, other stuff that was going on at the time. But I still do retain that I don't think he was using FNaF 6 to set up other plot points. Because I just, you know, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Let's move on though. I don't want to talk about the mound anymore. The first question we had was this. Why was Junior's right on top of where MCM would have been? Then, it hit us. Think of the name of the restaurant. Junior's. Throughout Secret of the Mimic, you can
Do Springtrap voice impression. It was me, Michael!
find several portraits of a man similar to Edwin in appearance. Looking in the files, we find out this painting is called Edwin SR.
Yeah.
Edwin Sr. There's multiple tapes scattered across the game that
Very
reference the
Cave
death
Johnson.
of Edwin's dad, thus making Edwin Murray, Edwin Murray.
Wasn't the Dirt Mound Susie's dog? Okay. If anyone in chat thinks, like, oh, isn't Midnight Motorist this? We don't know. We don't know. Midnight Motorist could be anything. The only thing we know is that yellow guy is William Afton, and that's about it. That's all. And that, most likely, I think most people would agree, Midnight Motorist takes place after Charlie's death. Most people would agree that, I think. But, like, beyond that, it's, you know, we just don't have enough context to really make a conclusive interpretation of what Midnight Motorist might be. It's not an impression anymore, he's just Afton. Doc, I have a question. Shoot.
Junior. This establishment built on top of the ruins of the Costume Manor.
No, I feel like I knew this is where he was gonna go. Like, I don't agree. I feel like, if anything, I feel like you could say, like, oh, where the dirt mound is was maybe, like, the ruins of the manor. I don't think, this entire factory burns down and we're gonna put Juniors on the... I mean, you can go ahead and ask your question, Cameron. Doc, did Willie create the letters in math? God, no. I'm not that sadistic. Who do you think caused the bite of 87? I'd like to think it was Mangle. It was me, Michael. I am the mound. What if they built Juniors because I asked super nicely? Hi, Axo. I didn't ask you to join stream today just because I assumed watching FNaF Theories wouldn't be of interest, so it's a solo stream today. But I'll probably do something like tomorrow. I'm going out tomorrow, so maybe not tomorrow. I'm doing a Minecraft SMP thing on the 24th. But we'll try and do something soon, Axo. I hope to continue Deltarune soon. Axo Beef still strong. Will you join my Discord server, please? I will give you admin. No thank you. That is okay. I know you hate me and you think I'm chud and I should just implode myself. You're right, Axo. Die. How do you do the Springtrap voice, or did you figure out how to? Just a lot of practice and, you know, effort, you know. You know, very gravelly. You know, straining your vocal cords. It's practice and time. Can you do a Mangle voice? Never tried. Now I'm going to pull you. I mean, I can't really do a female voice, unfortunately. I beefed Nero. I beefed Nero. That's okay. I would prefer that I more so think that Juniors is just supposed to... Okay. In saying that Juniors is a bar, I understand that it's mostly just very clearly conjecture, interpretation, because of the, oh, like, Afton being drunk and whatnot, right? Like, yeah, sure. And it would be kind of convenient that, like, oh, there's just a bar nearby where, like, the Afton house, like, 5 feet away, pretty, you know, exaggeration. but like 10 feet away from where Afton lives. And I know, like, oh, what about Junior's being a Freddy's? And, you know, that makes sense. Or like, oh, whoa, maybe... Or like maybe Junior's is like where Charlie died. No, I don't know, because we know that Charlie died at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza now, thanks to Ticket to Fun. So I don't think Charlie died here, and there's also still like cars here and whatnot. So no, I don't think this was like Freddy's or Fredbear's. Okay, we gotta lock in.
Literally Junior's. And that's not all. The reason Afton isn't allowed inside is because Junior's isn't just a random bar like some theorists thought. It's a property owned by Fazbear Entertainment. When William took possession of the land, he gave the MCM plot to the company, but kept the house on the hill for himself. He only owns the under-
I love hearing that in the background. So, I mean, so like, what is Junior's? William Afton opened his own bar. Like, it is a bar, but it's owned by William Afton. Okay, but wait, no, to be fair, if you're saying you know you can't be here, don't make this any harder than it has to be. So this is a thing. This is land he owns, but he's being like, hey, can you, like, get the fuck out? Like, what the hell?
the ground part later on. The position of the window in the Midnight Motorist house
Thank you, Jaden, by the way. Thank you.
matches up with the path in Edwin's house. There's a direct route from the runaway's home to Junior's, and a direct route from Edwin's house to MCM. The snaking path...
Yo, yeah, like, let's say that Michael was the runaway, and he was running to Junior's. Michael was like an alcoholic at the age of 15.
on the way to the house in the minigames represents the turns needed to go up the hill in the actual real-world version of the house. So, not only have we got a connection between Sister Location and MCM, but also between Midnight Motorist and MCM. All these three elements tie together practically perfectly. But you
Practically perfectly. Okay. Again, I have a few of my issues with it, but I think the core idea I do vibe with.
saw the length of the video. We are far from...
So he's saying the back of the house is facing the MCM. I think part of, to be fair, part of what he's saying here, it's using the mini games, and the mini games are simplified versions of the real deal, of course. So I can see a world where the house that Afton drives to in Midnight Motorist is supposed to be the same house that we see in FNaF 4. Okay, that maybe... Putting that FNaF 4 aside, more so, is supposed to be what Edwin's house used to be, or, you know, used to be the same house, but because it's a mini game, and, you know, it has a point to get across in a simplified manner, everything is simplified, you know? You know, you don't have, like, 100 rooms, exaggeration, of course, but you don't have as much of a big house that you see in Secret of the Mimic, because we're translating this into minigame format, and, you know, you just lose some details. You know, we play as just a yellow dude in it. And that's always been a thing in, like, the FNaF minigames. Like, when you see William Afton as a purple guy, he's not actually purple. It's just, you know, symbolism and simplify the storytelling, you know? They kicked him out because he's the man behind the slaughter. Obviously, that's his official job description.
from over, because the evidence that every single location in the game is on one plot of land is piling up. In Security Breach, we find out that the Pizzaplex was built on top of an old sinkhole. Inside that sinkhole are the remains of the FNaF 6 Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, where we fight.
Also, yeah, like, I think my one complaint with the whole, like, Junior's used to be the MCM, or was built on the MCM grounds. Like, you're telling me he got kicked off, like, kicked out of his own, like, land? Like, come on, yeah, we know you have the deed to the land in your back pocket, but, like, can you get lost?
Springtrap. But below that building are the ruins of Murray's Costume Manor. You can see elements of the Springlock Assembly Room, the warehouse area, the old MCM elevators, and more when you go down there in ruin. Security Breach also features several endings involving a familiar-looking hill. The hill Gregory sits on in the 3-star ending is likely the same hill as the Lorekeeper ending grave from FNaF 6, if the tree and flowers are anything to go off of. This means it's the same.
The one that you see in the one ending of Ruin is actually more reminiscent of that hill. I can't. Let me see if I can look at. Oh God, we're like over an hour into this, and I am like lacking. FFPS. Grave ending. We'll look that up. We'll pull that up right now. Like that's the graves. There they all. Yada yada. FNaF Ruin Hill ending. It's the Brazil ending. That's what it's called. It's called the Brazil ending. Yeah, like look here. I mean, I guess they're like roughly the same. Maybe I'm dumb. We'll look at this one. Here's a. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I guess. Okay. On one hand, I see what people mean. We're like, oh, they look similar, because I think they kind of do, but I think the similarities are a bit kind of coincidental. If I had to honestly like wager, because on one hand, you know, this is a hill. It has a tree on it. There's like a bush. Like you even see like a mountain in the background or something. Which to be fair, actually, I believe in the Help Wanted teaser that they did for Security Breach, like you could see like the very early stages of the Pizzaplex. It is like a mountainous area. It is also Utah. So, but yeah, like I don't know. I am all the same but different, Michael. I mean, I guess I could see them being the same, or like they're supposed to be the same. But you know what? To be fair, I guess the flowers are actually very similar here. They're like the white flowers. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm being like a bit nitpicky. Oh, did I get pinged? Big and round. Did I get given the big and round role in that server? That's funny. Okay, we'll get back to the video. Oh, wait, my phone's blocking the way. Hello,
Same hill as the one where
Meatloafers.
David End mimics it in the painting of the pair found in Edwin's house. Again, tying all three major eras together. So, can FNaF 6 fit to this Fazplot narrative? Well, yeah, it can. One of the
Why does
audio logs from
Springtrap have
Secret of the
intestines in
Mimic
his
tells
legs?
us
They
that the
fell
Underground
off.
Freddy's project was overseen primarily by Henry Emily, the same man who goes on to orchestrate the FNaF 6 fire. If this building got turned into the Circus Baby's bunker, and was then turned into a decoy Freddy's by Henry, it explains how he has access to the sister location blueprints in the Insanity ending.
Some tangled mess. By the way, hello. Afton and Fazbear are two separate financial entities. Well, I know he has Afton Robotics, sure, but he also is the co-founder of like the company. And assuming that Midnight Motorist is earlier in the timeline, he'd still have more of like control over things because he isn't suspected of killing a bunch of kids. So like I feel like him being like, oh, the Green Afton guy. Oh, like him being like, can you like get off your own land, please? You know, don't come back. Like, it's a bit of a stretch in my opinion.
Why he owns Funtime Technology, and how he even finds out about possession in the first place. But the
Did
damning
Henry
piece
die
of
in the
evidence
fire in
is
FNaF
this
6? Yeah.
line from Scrap Baby.
It feels like home.
Throughout
Yeah.
the entirety of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria simulator, Baby is under the impression that the one behind the fake Freddy's is her father, William.
You don't really know who your employer is.
Do you?
You gathered them all together in one place.
Just like he asked you to.
All of those little souls in one place. I will make you proud, Daddy.
If the FNaF 6 location was built into the sister location bunker, it makes sense why she thinks so. After all, he owned the land, and built the bunker where she was stored. Molten Freddy, the new form of Ennard.
I remember there was a video that their name is Bunk Bon on YouTube, where they did a few videos like breaking down all of like Springtrap's and Michael's and Elizabeth lines. Very good videos. You should check them out. They're very interesting. And Bunk Bon has a very strong and I think accurate kind of interpretation of those characters. Like oh yeah, that's canon. And when they did Elizabeth's, the line, "It feels like home," you could take that as, of course, like, oh, look, it's this fuck-ass bunker again. But also, you know, you're playing as Michael, and William is kind of absent in a way, which is something, you know, William, an absent father, yeah, you know, not the best dad around, unfortunately. Not the best dad around. And so, like, oh, Michael was probably left to take care of Elizabeth a lot of the time. Kind of how what we see in FNaF 4, where it's the crying child and Michael. I believe, I might be kind of chopped here, but doesn't he say, like, oh, one of the bullies say that, oh, you have to babysit your brother or something? Maybe I might be pulling that out of my ass, don't quote me on that. But, you know, the general idea would be like, oh... Sorry, Bremer function. It was all very often that Michael would be left with Elizabeth or something. And so, like, oh, it feels like home as after she kills Michael. It's like, you know, reminiscent of, oh, is that a live doc? Yeah, it is me. Hello.
Also backs us up.
Together again!
The reason the Funtimes are drawn to this fake location is because they remember the bunker that they came from.
Well, I wouldn't say that they're drawn to it because of that. It's because there was, like, a call. That's what the, you know, Springtrap says. What a deceptive calling. Wait, let me do that better. What a deceptive calling. There we go. Where then you have, like, Circus Baby says, I heard your call. You know, there was some sort of call that brought them here.
Home. Obviously, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place is above ground, but the labyrinth where the animatronics are kept is likely
doctored to get casted as Springtrap in FNaF 3. Cast me as Scraptrap. Why would they want to go back to the bunker, lol? Yeah, to be fair, like, I think it is sort of like a thing, because also, like, I guess, you know, Molten Freddy has, like, the Funtime Freddy mask, so, like, where did they get that? It's something we just don't know a lot about, so, like, where did they get these spare parts to fix themselves, you know? So, like, I could see that, again, that's so weird, though, like, oh, let's go back to the bunker that we were trapped in. So, like, I more so headcanon, I suppose, that they went back to Circus Baby's Pizza World or something to, like, get the spare parts to fix themselves. Oh, but also, to be fair, like, Scrap Baby has, like, the actual claw that killed Elizabeth, like, as her, like, what was it, the right arm. So, it's weird.
Beneath the location, given
Molten Freddy, just to clarify, thank you.
The giant vents that have no way.
Scraptrap is the only human design that is shown in a Scott Aaron FNaF that isn't a minigame, true. They've just been digging through the trash, man. I mean, yeah, sure, I guess. You could fathom that. You know, like, maybe they went to, like, a Fazbear-themed junkyard. I feel like you now stream in a room with Springtrap, and whenever someone asks him a question, he just, I don't know, pushes you out of the way, and then he answers the question. That's really funny. Springtrap has guts, Springtrap has bone, Burntrap has muscle, next versus Trap is going to have skin, and it'd be a disgusting cyborg type beat. Oh, poor Scraptrap, Jimmy Neutron head ass.
To fit into any regular building. All this evidence, together with the fact that we see FNaF 6 and MCM under the Pizzaplex, makes me convinced that FNaF 6 was also constructed on this same plot of land. But that's not where the findings ended, because if you look to the modern era of the franchise, you can see even more clues for our Fazplot theory. The original Help Wanted VR game's final level is called Pizza Party, an
I did have just a theory. Okay. So, if you're saying that... Again, I don't know about, like, the MCM being the same plot of land that Juniors is on, but what if Juniors used to be Fredbear's, it closed down, reopened as Juniors, and part of why Afton isn't allowed there is because his son died there, and because of, like, the whole, Michael killed the crying child there, and it's just kind of bad press for Afton to be there because his son died, and, you know, the bad voodoo around it. Very just like crackpot theory, very briefly.
Combination of previous pizzerias mixed into one by Glitchtrap. The level normally ends with you walking after Glitchtrap and getting stuffed into Freddy.
No, wait, it would be from, like, the perspective of one of the bullies, and it'd be like, Hi, Michael's mom!
Fazbear.
So
but
fire.
if, in the final room, you ignore Glitchtrap, and instead walk out through an employees-only door, you come out in front of a massive building under construction, the framework of the Mega Pizzaplex, surrounded by a forest. Next to this building,
I don't even know if my mic picked that up because it might have peaked.
is a fenced area containing a small wooden shack and an old pickup truck. This same pickup truck later appears in the FNaF 6 area under the Pizzaplex, and
me
is
back up a bit.
and instead walk Freddy Fazbear.
Yeah.
But if, in the final room, you ignore Glitchtrap and instead walk out through an employees-only door, you come out in front of a massive building under construction, the framework of the Mega Pizzaplex, surrounded by a forest. Next to this building is a fenced area containing a small wooden shack and an old pickup truck. This same pickup truck later appears in the FNaF 6 area under the Pizzaplex, and is also the same as the truck from the Curse of Dreadbear DLC, but we'll get to that in a bit. It's also worth noting that in this shot, it's snowing, and in Secret of the Mimic, it starts snowing about halfway through Arnold's night. These two areas are very clearly meant to be tied
Do you know Murder Drones, Doc? Yeah, I've seen it.
together, plus the imagery of walking out of a restaurant and
What's your favorite sport, Afton? Hot dog! Wait, no. Hot dog eating contest!
ending up in front of this giant plot of land ties back to how
Why would Fazbear leak the Pizzaplex before it's built? Oh, to build hype. I mean, to be fair, it depends on, like, if you take that as, like, canon, like, oh, they actually put that in the game. But they would do it, you know, like, oh, look, we have a location coming, guys. Look, look. You know, it's just, like, hype.
we found Fredbear's earlier thanks to the Breaker Room map. Help Wanted's plush trap level also contains a neat Easter egg that solidifies this more. Sometimes, a group of mini arenas, Balora's baby robot things, can appear in the hallways, and if you look at the Breaker Room map, you see that Ballora Gallery specifically is connected to the plush trap hallway. But while these tidbits from Help Wanted are interesting enough, its DLC, Curse of Dreadbear, is where this entire theory gets even better. Curse of Dreadbear is set in Fall Fest.
Okay, you gotta die, Alex. You gotta die.
By Fazbear Entertainment next to a lake. Looking up to a hill, you'll see the house from the FNaF 4 menu, with a dancing glitch trap next to it. And, as we've established, the house from FNaF 4 is the same as the house from Secret of the Mimic. Matter of fact, you can actually find this exact lake in Secret of the Mimic's map. The position of the house and all the other scenery is a direct match. The old pickup truck I talked about earlier even reappears in...
So if we're saying that the house on that hill in Curse of Dreadbear is the same... Wow. Dude, William Afton, you suck at house design. How do you take that awesome, massive mansion and turn it into literally a shack? Borderline shack.
This DLC, and you can also spot Foxy's
Closing
pirate
in on
ship
an
on
hour
the lake,
30
a
in about
reference
7...
to the
Okay,
Foxy puppet show
dude,
from
I'm so...
Secret of the Mimic. The DLC also has a lot of FNaF 4 imagery in it, which lines up pretty well considering we can see the house where the nightmare experiments happened on the horizon. But here's the really insane thing. The main minigame of the Curse of Dreadbear DLC is Spooky Mansion Dreadbear. In this minigame, you're tasked with rebuilding Dreadbear's brain. Take a listen to the first thing we hear when we enter this minigame.
Welcome back to Research and Development. Today, we are using science to pervert the mysteries of life and
If the car Afton was driving really was like a pickup truck, that makes the one meme I did a little while ago really funny.
reanimate the inanimate.
Research and development. Sound familiar? Well,
yeah.
It should. This is the area where the prototype Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was built, an area not too far from the main hub of the DLC. So now we have basically blatant confirmation that these lakes are in fact the same. Theorist Fazbear Entertainment, no, not that one, pointed out that in one of the secrets from Curse of Dreadbear, we can see Dreadbear rise up from the lake and slowly walk over to a barn in the hub area, then enter it. This barn contains imagery of a birthday party, and contains a very specific Easter egg. If you throw some darts scattered around at 3 clown posters, the barn turns purple, and the banner at the top is replaced with text saying, "It's me." A phrase famously tied to Golden Freddy. These clown posters are also oddly similar to Jackie.
I might make a remix of that now, because that's actually fire. Wait, that's so cool.
The face of Secret of the Mimic. This entire barn represents the connection between MCM and Fredbear's, showing the crying child's birthday party through a different lens. Dreadbear walking from the lake to the barn is a parallel to Crying Child walking from his house to Fredbear's family diner. After we found all these insane connections...
Really? Wait, let me go back a minute.
Showing the Crying Child's birthday party
God,
through a
we're never
different lens.
finishing this.
Dreadbear walking from the lake to the barn is a parallel to Crying Child walking from his house to Fredbear's family diner. Famously tied to Golden Freddy. These clown posters are also oddly similar to Jackie. the face of Secret of the Mimic. This entire barn represents the connection between MCM and Fredbear's.
I don't know about that, SpongeBob. I don't know. I don't know about that, SpongeBob. Springtrap said no, no typing in chat. This thing's ain't more delayed than the next. Look, leave me alone. Leave me alone. But I feel like that's a bit of a stretch to say. Do the Aftons other than William even know about MCM? I mean, maybe. Like, maybe his wife. I don't, you know, Michael's probably too busy playing on his NES.
It was me.
Oh, there we go. I'm thinking about this, and I'm just kind of like, I feel like it's a bit of a jump. I feel like, you know, the Dreadbear rising from the lake, it's kind of a callback to UCN and the Old Man Consequences thing. Where you're like, oh, the Golden Freddy sprite, whatever. Cassidy, you know, whatever. You wade into the lake and then you drown, quote unquote, whatever. And then, you know, Dreadbear rising from the graves, from that lake. It's kind of like a callback to that. Also, as a side note to that, you can hear Fredbear's laugh from UCN in the Curse of Dreadbear DLC. So I feel like, you know, there's supposed to be, like, a link there somewhere. And also, you know, there's in the death screen for Curse of Dreadbear, you have that giant Fredbear kind of looming over. You're in the graveyard, the 5 graves surrounding one, like, purple glitching grave. It just feels like there's a lot of, you know, Golden Freddy is the vengeful spirit, you know, and tormenting Afton, you know, that type of stuff. I think that's what that plays into. And I know Narraven kind of did that, the theory that Narraven did, it's all like, oh, when Help Wanted came out, it was actually, like, prior to FNaF 6, in terms of, like, a timeline thing, which I have been, like, kind of leaning more towards, interestingly. Speaking of NFL, I'm watching MMF and then MNF, while also watching the stream. After is currently more interesting. We gotta lock in HLB. We gotta get to that home run.
Showing the Crying Child's birthday party through a different lens. Dreadbear walking from the lake to the barn is a parallel to Crying Child walking from
that kind of only works with BV Toy Shake lol. Yeah. I don't think... I mean, also, I guess, you know, Golden Duo, if you want, sure.
house to Fredbear's family diner.
To be fair, Dreadbear has a level in Curse of Dreadbear where you're doing, like, the research and development thing, whatever. You're doing the operation on his brain, which is kind of like, oh, bite victim, crying childism, ooh, you know, William Afton experimenting, ooh, which, you know.
After we found all these insane connections, we decided to call it a
Mike's
day and
Corn
recoup
Dogs
our thoughts
Incorporated,
after the
that's so
stream.
funny.
Since then, I've come to some realizations that might help us piece together more details about this narrative, what it means, and what it could help solve. But before that, I want to talk about hamburgers. Friend of the channel, Fine Eye, made a theory not too long ago called Fazburger.
Hi,
The
Jax.
premise was simple. The Pizzaplex, FNaF 6, Murray's Costume Manor, and the Sister Location Bunker are all stacked on top of each other. At first, it might seem like Fazplot theory is just a lazy Fazburger rehash, but while Cryo was relishing his victory with even more Fazburger evidence, we came to the realization that Fazplot was bigger than Fazburger. Fazburger rolls with the assumption that everything's on one plot of land, but it doesn't really explain why, or what's going on around that plot of land. But using the clues we found on stream, we can piece together the narrative better, and expand our scope. That's what Fazplot is all about. Not just stating these places are on top of each other, but also explaining the context, and the surrounding areas like the Afton family house, the Nightmare Experiment house, Hurricane, Fredbear's, the lake, and so on. Speaking of the lake, Connie from Duo Process brought up that sinkholes like the one under the Pizzaplex are often caused by large bodies of water like lakes or underground canals. So this lake being this close to where the sinkhole would be.
Cause Dreadbear is pretty exclusively meant to be bite victim. He has stitches in his foot. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it makes more sense for, yeah. Oh, I feel like that's a loss for me because I don't really... You could use all the imagery. Again, you could technically fathom, you know, Golden Freddy, like Golden Duo, like Cassidy and the Crying Child are in Golden Freddy. But I guess if you really wanted to say, like, oh, it's only, like... I mean, you could also say, like, oh, well, the whole Dreadbear thing is just symbolism. It doesn't necessarily mean that Golden Freddy is the only one that possesses Golden Freddy. But you could also use it for BV Toy Shank.
Didn't feel like a coincidence. Now that we've laid out the initial
I'm just gonna
groundwork
turn
of
off the
Fazplot
foul
theory,
language
let's
thing
lay it
later.
all out on the table and summarize. After Murray's costume manor shuts down and William Afton takes control over it, he repurposes the underground into
Dr. Zin, who do you think the person who did the Bite of 87 is? I feel like it's just Mangle.
Circus Babies
I also don't think it
Entertainment
really
and
matters.
Rental.
To be fair, there's a very solid argument for it being Withered Foxy.
While Fazbear Entertainment has the upper part of the facility demolished. Afton, who lives not too far away in Hurricane, Utah, takes possession of Edwin's personal house and uses the Mr.
And then
Helpful
turns
rail
it into
system
Toy
to connect
Shank.
it to his bunker.
Toy Shank? Sorry, into a shack. I'm so cooked.
The house later gets turned into the basis for his experiment rooms, explaining the FNaF 4 imagery in David's room. On the other side of the
There were
map,
so many plot holes in FNaF VR. I don't know about that.
is the town, Hurricane, Utah.
Hey Doc, what happened? Why haven't you done any live streams in so long? Dude, it's been like a week. If like that, tops. It ain't been that long.
A while back, we fought MCM.
Reason being is because I technically was doing live streams, but I was part of a charity live stream event. I did post about it. I was doing a charity event for Narrow Raven, another FNaF tuber.
Might be placed in Arizona due to some newspapers scattered across the location, but those were found to be stock assets, so now we basically know for a fact that MCM is in Hurricane. Hurricane contains Fredbear's Family Diner and the house we see in the FNaF 4 minigames. While this house is the main Afton house, Edwin's old house is what Afton used for the nightmare experiments he'd conduct on innocent kids.
Yeah, HLB was the guys. Shout out to HLB, by the way. That's another YouTuber. You can go visit his channel. He does gaming videos, I believe. He was there at the charity event too, and we played Dead by Daylight. He's a tryhard BT. Ah, look, they've seen me play Dead by Daylight. I'm so fire.
Hurricane is
William Afton had multiple wives because he lives in Utah. Redneck William Afton with multiple wives. Dude, that's so fire.
also the destination of Michael Afton when he walks home from Circus Babies, and the custom night cutscenes go
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory!
going from the elevator to town. Later on, after MCM is fully demolished, it's replaced with juniors.
I honestly couldn't tell the FNaF timeline anymore. After FNaF 6, I just lost count. Dude, if Withered Circle ever watches back to see my reaction to this, because I did tell him I was going to react, dude, he's going to be like, dude, you keep pausing the fucking stream every 5 seconds! That really just slipped into my Springtrap voice there. Just to say, the FNaF timeline, it's funny you say that because the FNaF timeline after FNaF 6 is pretty straightforward. It's FNaF 1 to FNaF 6 that a lot of people tend to have trouble with. So you kind of like got it backwards. I mean, it's just like Help Wanted, FNaF AR, Security Breach, and then if Secret of the Mimic is a prequel. Help Doc, my pet bunny, just turned yellow and now he killed my other pets and put them in my toys. What do... We're not.
Identity of this establishment is unknown,
And
but it's likely a
half-time
location
already.
owned by Fazbear Entertainment. More on this later. Anyway, since we found out Midnight Motorist lines up perfectly with the MCM map, we can tie this to the house from that minigame as well.
Dude,
this
I'm
is where we got a bit
content maxing
confused,
right now.
but I think it's likely that the Aftons moved into this house after the Missing Children incident in 1985, which is likely when William was kicked out of the company. In the Silver Eyes novels, we find out that even though he was never caught, William Afton left town very
Wait, are you saying that Midnight Mode? Okay, I need to stop pausing. But Midnight Motorist takes place. You don't have any more timeouts.
quickly after the 5 dead kids he killed were
my
reported
bad.
missing.
Okay, get off my screen! Get off my screen!
So it could totally be the same in the games. Afton, instead of sticking around Hurricane, jumped ship and moved to his other house a few miles away.
Yeah, true story, by the way. Sorry, I need to pause again real quick just to plug, but I'm doing another charity event with HLB in chat, and I'm going to be playing DBD with him and I believe other people there. I believe it's a viewer thing. It's going to be on January 3rd.
Remaining in hiding on top of the hill. This explains why
We
this
saw
house is
your
shown as
For
the
You
place where
page,
he
yeah.
lives in The Immortal and the Restless. The FNaF 6 decoy pizzeria is later built on top of the ruins of MCM, with the underground tunnels under it being the base for the labyrinth where Henry and Michael trap the scrap animatronics. The pizzeria later burns down. There's also the lake below the manor, where FallFest 83 is set. Since this is the spot Fazbear chose for their attraction, it would make sense that they'd build it next to their pre-existing establishments. As I talked about earlier, this lake could also be responsible for the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex. And speaking of the Pizzaplex, that's the final piece of the puzzle. The coming soon screen from Help Wanted shows the Pizzaplex being built in an area extremely similar to the MCM plot of land, alongside this old pickup truck in a parking lot. The Pizzaplex is built above all these ruins, which explains why there's a sinkhole and why all this old Fazbear imagery is piled on top of each other when Cassie explores the underground in Security Breach ruin. The reason all this stuff happens on one plot of land is because this is where the Fazbear brand began. This is likely where Fredbear's singing show started, where William Afton and Henry Emily met and started working together. All in Hurricane. Although they went on to build other locations across the country, Utah was the root of the whole thing. So when Murray's Costume Manor was built on top of this land, it piqued the attention of William and Henry, which is why they end up working with the Murrays on the restaurant project. They are the closest, and best, candidates for the job. But most importantly of all, they want the land. Throughout all of Secret of the Mimic, it's pretty clear that Afton is trying to make MCM go under, urging employees to leave.
Afton killed Fiona, and he ran over David!
Leave the factory and join Fazbear Entertainment.
Ken, after one interview they offered me the job. It happened so quick.
Then they could have started going on before, but like Sodom or something. I understand why some people have problems with like the current era of FNAF. There is like valid things to criticize Scott Cawthon about and whatnot. 3 minutes away from an hour 30 in. Dude, I'll turn it into a 24-hour theory stream, trust. But have you ever played Day Shift at Freddy's? I did a while ago. I do know what it's about, but here's the thing that people don't... I think a lot of people don't realize about the current era of FNAF. And I always use Resident Evil as an example. It's also... Security Breach just left a bad taste in people's mouths, I think, unfortunately, but that's another story. FNAF became more of a setting after FNAF 6. Like, Help Wanted was the beginning of a new story arc. And I think what people had trouble adjusting to is the idea that there can be other story arcs in FNAF beyond the Afton family or whatever was going on, like, from FNAF 1 to FNAF 6. That's something that a lot of people kind of struggled with, is realizing, oh, this is a new story that just so happens to exist within the same world as everything else that came before. The issue that the franchise made is tying it back so much to everything else that came before. So, you know, it shoots itself in the foot there a little bit. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Don't ask me anything. Bye-bye. Your Springtrap. Oh, Springtrap vid was so funny, bro. I can't stop laughing. Thank you, Sakuna. It's a new story told in the same universe, yeah. Bye-bye, Deck Collector. What's a theory that you hate so much but can't argue with? I would say that William's gay, but hey, we argue with... Excuse me? Watching this video is about to be longer than it took Loaf to beat FNAF World Out. Hey, look, give me FNAF World Outplay, I bet I could beat it faster than Loaf did. Doc, I just got a job at a rental facility. I gotta reboot the power. Why do I hear a German laugh? But what was I gonna say? Now I totally forgot. Oh, the whole theory thing. By the way, wild, Doodle. You're wild, but... A theory that I hate but can't argue with. I don't really particularly hate any theories. I guess, I don't, yeah, like, it's not like a hate thing. I don't know, I'd have to think about it.
No questions about my work or skills. They ask one question, when can you start? I'm going to make double what I make here. You should come with me. There's a referral bonus if we can get more Murray employees to jump ship.
We are almost there. I need the rest of the Murray staff contact info. The sooner the better. You get that for me, and I can sweeten the deal. How would you like to manage one of our new franchise locations? Henry is in on it too, as he intentionally makes Edwin go bankrupt by constantly issuing change orders on the prototype Freddy's location. This is all about getting NCM
Henry,
to shut down,
asshole.
so Fazbear can grab its resources.
Guys, I think Henry was the real villain and William Afton was innocent.
And start building on the land where it all started. Think about it. From a business standpoint, this was ideal for William and Henry. right next to a growing town with plenty of space and the
That's the
foundations of a
thing.
building already.
Like, I can think of theories that, like, I don't necessarily agree or, like, I don't necessarily like, but it's like, I can argue them. I can't think of a theory that I hate that I can't argue. Hi, BB, how's the theorizing going? Going pretty well, thank you for asking. Viabat, hope you're happy you're doing good.
Under it. The place also held historic, sentimental value to the two, which is why they seized the land from Edwin as soon as possible. After the deal is done, Fazbear uses the actual land to build the first ever Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that opened in early 1983. But Afton goes deeper. He knows about the MCM Underground, the hidden tunnel project Edwin made under his factory, and he wants it. This is the foundation for the Circus Baby's bunker and the Nightmare experiments. William wants to crack the code to possession, whether it's because of Crying Child's death, or because of how Mimic started acting paranormally after David and Fiona's deaths. After all, Fazbear's main goal in Secret of the Mimic is to retrieve not just the Mimic's schematics, but also the endoskeleton itself. Why? So Afton can study it and understand how it works. So, with the basis for the bunker established, he uses the pre-existing rail connections to tie it to 3 major points: his house, Edwin's house, and the small hallway he used for the plush trap experiments between the town and MCM. And so, between 1983 and 1985, he uses this location as a testing ground for possession, and to build his funtime animatronics, inspired by the aesthetics of Edwin's creations. But eventually, in early 1985, Afton decides to open Circus Baby's Pizza World, a brand new Fazbear-backed location with state-of-the-art animatronics. His goal is simple: kidnap kids and move them to the Nightmare experiments. While most think Afton's plan was for the Funtimes to kill the kids they kidnapped straight away, like what happened with Elizabeth, I don't think that's the case. Note how the tank on Funtime Freddy's blueprint is labeled.
Nah, what people misinterpret about the Funtimes is that they weren't made necessarily to kill kids. I mean, they most certainly could, but they were made to capture, in particular, for, I believe, in my opinion, it would be for, like, the fear gas experiments that Afton was doing. He wanted test subjects in order to, you know, for the whole agony and soul remnant thing, whatever. Hey guys, if you haven't, go subscribe to Doc. He's a nice guy and really funny. He also stuffs kids in animatronic suits. You know, I do that. I
Join the party!
Doc, a robot girl dressed up as a clown is offering me ice cream. Should I take it? Yeah, die.
As a storage tank. I think Afton's plan was for the Funtimes to kidnap kids and then move them by the rail to the Nightmare experiments, where he could figure out the secrets of possession.
Yeah.
After all, why build a functional tank if the goal was just to kill them? But when Elizabeth got negatived by the claw, William realized that the sheer force of his machinery was too great for a small child to bear. The power of the impact was so strong it likely mangled any child that ended up inside. Thanks to a newspaper from the teasers leading up to Sister Location, we know Afton closed Circus Baby's Pizza World and thought of a good way to bring it back, but blamed the incident on gas leaks.
In other news, the grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been cancelled due to reported gas leaks in the building. Sources close to the establishment question the report, saying that strange activity around the area at night suggests something else is to blame. One local is quoted as saying, "Everything just stopped. There was so much excitement built around this place opening, and then they just stopped talking about it."
It's so interesting to me that, oh, my daughter died, let me shut down the place. Because, again, I don't think that Afton, like, cares about his kids. I think it's more nuanced and, you know, intricate than just saying, like, oh, he actually hates his kids, or, like, oh, he doesn't care about them at all. I think it's a bit more complicated than that. But also, again, I don't think he... I mean, the idea of Afton is that his version of love is like, toxic. It's flawed. It's not right. It's immoral. You know, it's not healthy. It's not the same definition of love that normal people would have.
Don't you know that I love you? Don't you know that I care about you?
Yeah,
Michael.
I need to quiet down, but... It's like it's interesting that he felt inclined to shut the location down after his daughter died, unless it was always the plan to shut it down after a single day. But that's like weird to me. He needed a way to consistently source remnant, so he created the Funtimes. It's possible that the Scoop was able to harvest more remnant than just regular murder or something. Oh yeah, Doc, how did you become a map bot? If someone calls me map bot one more time, I'm gonna ban the entire planet. It's a magician bot, actually. And technically speaking, my OC is supposed to be humanoid, like, staff bot. I know, there's lore to it, but I'm not spoiling right now.
Oh.
Do we even know who William's wife is? Because no one can agree with her name. Not really. We know that she, like, logically had to exist unless you think that William, like, enacted mitosis.
There's only a handful of people that ever got a look inside. Kids from here and there making sure everything worked right. You know, I guess they weren't quite as ready as they thought they were. A tenant from across the street claims to have witnessed a large group of cars surrounding the building during the night, and large pieces of equipment being taken out of the building under tarps. A few weeks later, the building was for sale. There is no comment yet from the local entrepreneur who financed the venture.
Seemingly, Afton had gas on the mind thanks to the nightmare experiments, but eventually decided they weren't practical enough. Going off of what he discovered with Elizabeth, he went out of his bunker and abandoned the nightmare experiments, going on to do the MCI later in 1985. Once he had verified those murders worked and possession happened, he abandoned.
I can see why people do put, I don't have an issue with it. The issue for me is that, I've never had an issue with the idea that, oh, the fun times come earlier in the timeline than we originally thought, especially now with, like, Secret of the Mimic and what we saw there. I can see that happening. Like, that's not an issue for me. I think I would prefer, like, it happened after the MCI, but, like, still in 1985, but I can still see, like, oh, you know, they put it, it's kind of like, it's still the same concept. I think, in terms of narrative, like, kind of flow, I prefer him to kill kids first, and then go to, like, the whole kidnapping thing. But it's whatever, I guess, you know.
Then his old house in Hurricane, near the already closed down Fredbear's,
I'm not
and
answering
moved
that
to
question,
Edwin's house,
Sakuna,
which
that's
no
evil.
longer housed the experiment.
So please, don't, I'm just gonna remove this just in case. Don't post Chinese, oh god, I'm flopping, oh. Please keep it, strictly English.
This is the house we see in Midnight Motorist, Curse of Dreadbear, and The Immortal and the Restless. It's possible that after he—
I mean, to answer your question, what are you asking? Because, logically, when he was a human, yeah. Are you asking when Springtrap?
he became an adult around that time, Michael Afton moved out of that house and back to Hurricane, explaining why he walks in that direction in the sister location cutscenes. Later on, after Afton's death, Fazbear kept using the same plot of land for its locations, up until the Pizzaplex. Alright, so that pretty much covers the main part of the evidence, and the timeline of all this. Now, I know what you're thinking. This evidence is pretty nice and all, but there's a significant portion of the story missing. The original trilogy. So far, Fazplot Theory has connected FNaF 4, Sister Location, FNaF 6, Help Wanted 2, Security Breach, and Secret of the Mimic to one plot of land. So pretty much all the mainline games, except for those first 3. But we can't connect FNaF 1, 2, and 3 to this. Or can we? Spoiler alert, we can. And that's what I'm gonna do now. Let's go in chronological order. While on stream, we discussed that juniors being placed over MCM could be an intentional choice to back up a theory that a lot of people hate, but is starting to make more and more sense.
Okay, no, it's 10 minutes
that
left.
Juniors is actually the FNaF 2 location. Think about it. Not only is the name a reference to Edwin being Edwin Murray Jr., but the FNaF 2 location is also a younger, more kid-oriented version of Freddy's. The reason Afton isn't allowed inside the building is because all previous employees of that location were fired, as Phone Guy tells us.
But we also know that he was there in FNaF 2 because he was working there as, like, under an alias, presumably.
On night 4 of FNaF 2.
Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building's on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, you know, especially concerning any previous employees.
We know Afton worked at the 1987 location thanks to his gold badge in the Save the minigame, and due to some other hints that Phone Guy gives us during FNaF 2. Basically, Afton went undercover and did what he had to do in this new restaurant. This means Midnight Motorist would have to take place in November 1987. It explains why it's raining, given the season, and ties it back to FNaF 2. The identity of the runner—
But the later that night thing. And, like, the tire marks in the security puppet minigame, you know... And Charlie died. Now we know that Charlie did die at Freddy's, you know. Sorry, I was looking at chat, but this one, this part I'm not really sure about because again, I feel like Midnight Motorist does take place after Charlie's death, and I know that's been like a thing circling around, like, oh, does Midnight Murderers take place in 87, and by extension, did Charlie die in 1987? I don't think so. I feel like everything kind of suggests that she died prior to the MCI. And so, saying that Juniors is FNaF 2, which I've heard that one before, like, I can get behind Juniors being a Freddy's location. Again, there's also, like, the whole, like, oh, is it on the same... Okay, let me just...
The way is unclear, which is why this is still very much experimental, but it's a pretty good bet. But that's not all the evidence we have for FNaF 2 being involved in Fazplot theory. That's right.
Glitchtrap literally has lines in the secured SH trailer? Doesn't he just sound like Scraptrap? Oh, do you mean, like, SB, you mean? Not... I mean, it's like a William... kind of pseudo-William Afton... minus the British accent. Doc, do your best I always come back impression. I mean, that's easy.
I always come back. I always come back.
I always come back.
We're going back to Help Wanted. In the blacklight version of Help Wanted's entered vent repair level, we go down several floors of the Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals facility on an elevator. One of these floors is a near-perfect recreation of areas of the FNaF 2 pizzeria, complete with a toy and withered animatronics. If this location was above the Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals bunker, it means Afton could have grabbed the endoskeletons for the toys to use in his remnant experiments, explaining why he went there during FNaF 2. If his son Michael is Fritz Smith from FNaF 2's Custom Night, it's also possible he was sent there to extract the endos, as he's caught tampering with the animatronics. Next up, an admittedly...
I'm gonna call you out there real quick, Mr. Withered Circle. So I know I keep pausing, that's the nature of React content. You'll live, guys, you'll live. But the issue with the whole pink slip thing is that a lot of people use that for the odor thing. Sorry, I was looking at chat, you guys are dropped. The whole odor thing with... A lot of people use that like, oh, that means Michael was a corpse when he worked at FNaF 2 and FNaF 1. In reality, the whole odor thing is probably referring to the fact that, wow, you guys had to be really sweaty. You got to be sweaty gamers to beat like the 1020 game mode or 520, whatever. You know, the hardest difficulty in the game. That's how you get those pink slips. And it's just like a joke, you know? The whole tampering with the animatronics, it's just kind of a reference to the fact that, hey, you know, you turn the AI levels up to the most difficult thing. That's kind of wild, and then you got fired. Now, you could, like, say, like, oh, Michael maybe did tamper with the animatronics for some reason, sure. And maybe he just didn't, like, take a shower a week straight. Personally, number one, I think, there's a lot of evidence now, particularly thanks to Ticket to Fun, that suggests Jeremy Fitzgerald is just another alias Mike used. Like, you're sweaty in DBD, okay, you're done for. I'm killing you. But yeah, but I also think, and now, to be fair, I might be slightly wrong, but I'm pretty sure Withered Circle said in a previous theory video, I might be wrong, don't quote me, that he, like, pretty much what I just said about the whole pink slip thing, it's just a reference about the player being sweaty. So if you're saying that, like, you know, I'm calling you out, and I'm joking, of course, I'm not gonna, even if you did say that, which again, I might be wrong, you know, it's a theory, and whatever, things, you know, opinions change. What was I gonna say? There was something else there.
Sent there to extract the endos, as he's caught tampering with the animatronics. Next up, an admittedly harder look.
Oh, that's the thing I was gonna say, is that, assuming that he is just Jimmy Fitzgerald, would that, you know, I guess you could say that he is also Fritz Smith, but...
Location to place. The FNaF 1 location. One of Fazburger's biggest flaws is that it failed to place the FNaF 1 location in the mess that is a stacked up sandwich it talked about, but I think I figured it out. Let's start with the obvious. The prototype Freddy's under MCM, while very similar to the private room,
so
is also meant to line up with the FNaF 1 pizzeria layout. Why would William and Henry ask Edwin to build that whole underground location unless they wanted an identical one above it, or nearby? It's possible after MCM was cleared out that several Freddy's, like the one from 85, the one from 87, and finally the FNaF 1 building, were constructed on top of each other, or at least fairly close in the surroundings of Hurricane. But there's more. In the week before, an interactive novel set right before FNaF 1, we play as Ralph, aka the phone guy. The book's synopsis states that it's a direct prequel to the game, meaning it's almost definitely canon to the main lore. But anyway, here's the real bombshell that has me convinced FNaF 1 is tied to the Fazplot and is directly above the sister location bunker. On night 4, Ralph is tasked with rebooting the power in the building after it goes out by going to the building's breaker room. Unable to make it to the room normally, he has to go into the building's ventilation shafts. These vents go on in all directions, until eventually, after several pages of crawling, Ralph makes it out. And what he sees is what ties it all together. Quote from the book: "This room is unfriendly to human life. Exposed power conduits run along the ceiling and power cables, and wires dangle down the walls and
I thought
from the
that was
ceiling.
weird. I remember
The
this
air
from the
around
book.
you buzzes with electricity. Sweat drips down your forehead and back as you study the power control panel. There are 5 round buttons, like elevator buttons, faintly glowing green." The FNaF 1 building map is never shown to have a breaker room. In fact, there's only one location in this entire franchise that has a dedicated breaker room. That's right, Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals. So, I took a closer look at that room, and lo and behold, it's a perfect match for this exact description. Not only are there countless wires and exposed power conduits all across the walls and ceiling, but the 5 buttons on the terminal Ralph mentions are present here as well. This is the same room, meaning the power grid of the sister location bunker could be—
Dude, did Ralph, like, crawl underground then? Like... okay. On one hand, I do see what he's saying. Like, the breaker room that we see in SL and what's described in the week before, it is very similar. And it's weird. It is weird. And, again, I get what he's saying. No, but, like, I feel like... Doesn't he just, like, exit the room after the fact? And it's just, like, the no... I'd have to look at the book, so I might be a little off there. But... there are other things throughout the franchise that kind of suggest that at least some of the locations are built kind of separately on different plots of land. For example, in the Silver Eyes, you have, in Hurricane, you have Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, aka what would necessarily be, like, technically speaking, would be, like, the FNaF 1 building, which is Freddy Fazbear's, where the 5 children went missing, there you go. Where the 5 children went missing. And that's in Hurricane, Utah. But then you have Fredbear's, and that's in New Harmony in Utah. It is like the, you know, a town over. And I guess also like the FNaF movie. You have, it is technically still the same town, but the FNaF 1 and like the 1982 location that they have in that movie, to put it simply, is also like different. It's like elsewhere. Even though it's very weird that Abby can just bike there from Mike's house, it is like a different plot of land. Doc, what do I do if there's a cupcake staring at me in the corner with sharp teeth and red eyes? Yeah, you give up and die. Bro thinks he's William Afton because he can do the voice. Haha. Ha. Hey, anytime he makes a move, it looks like he's tweaking. Thank you. They also have franchise locations. Yeah. So, like, I don't know about, like, oh, FNaF 1 and sister location are, like, literally the same building or whatever. It's also, technically speaking, you could fathom that, you know, the reason they have, like, a very similar setup is because at the end of the day, it's the same company, the same sort of system, the same sort of dealio in terms of, like, mechanical stuff or engineering, whatever. I'm not saying that, like, oh, it is weird that they are described so similarly. At the end of the day, he's right, they are, like, they share a lot of the same details.
Connected to FNaF 1. That's why Ralph has to go through a maze of vents to even end up here, because of how isolated it is from the building. Cyanide brought up some other points to strengthen this idea in his original Fazburger video, but I won't reiterate everything he said here.
Depends on how deep down the SL bunker is, it could literally just be the basement level. But, well, I mean, when we ride the elevator down in sister location, it's a pretty lengthy elevator ride, so I feel like it's a lot to say, like, oh, Ralph literally crawled so deep below the surface that he reached sister location. Not only that, but I believe there was a there was like a possible death scene you could get in that breaker room section of the book where Foxy kills you. Like, he comes in and kills you. Like, he's still at threat of being killed by the animatronics in that instance. So it has to be somewhere where they can access too.
This just makes sense. All this makes me pretty confident that FNaF 1 is also tied to the Fazplot, and is built in the same area together with all the rest. But Withered, I hear you ask, what about FNaF 3? How on earth can you connect FNaF 3 to the Fazplot?
He's gonna talk about the whole, like,
well,
the
don't
map
worry.
in,
Let's go ahead and do it. I'll admit, FNaF 3 is the flimsiest connection, but Secret of the Mimic actually gave us a pretty good reason as to why it's in this mix as well. And yet again,
if I
it
recall
lies in the gift
correctly,
it keeps on giving, Proto Freddy's.
No, I feel like, don't quote me again, but I feel like I did see that people did email Scott Cawthon about it. Not Scott, sorry, Steelwool. They emailed Steelwool. And I believe they did get an email back saying it is a visual bug. I don't think they fixed it yet. Now, again, don't quote me, maybe that was fake, but I saw it got tossed around a little bit in, like, some Discord servers. So that actually might just be a visual bug. However, it is also weird that they haven't fixed it yet if it's just supposed to be a visual bug. So, like, I don't think that entirely invalidates what he's about to say, but I feel like saying FNaF 3 of all places. Okay, so wait. We know for a fact that FNaF 3 is a separate building from at least FNaF 1, because, one, it's what the movie, the post-credit scene in the movie, I guess you could even say, but, more particularly, Phone Dude talks about how, we had an old employee or like an old designer of the buildings told us that, there's these fake walls that would give way to secret rooms or whatever, and that's where they find Springtrap. So it kind of implies that, we had to go searching, like, these dilapidated buildings to get the stuff that we have and whatnot. So, I'm not sure about this one, Chief.
When Secret of the Mimic came out, theorists who got to the parachute ending noticed a really weird detail about one of the computer terminals down there. Instead of displaying the FNaF 1 map, or even the sister location map, it instead showed the FNaF 3 map. This building's layout didn't match Fazbear's Fright at all, and while most, myself included, accepted it as a simple error, I think it was intentional. What if FNaF 3 was a pre-planned location, and the building layout was stored somewhere in both MCM and Fazbear Entertainment's files? It could explain why the horror attraction was built the way it was, to be an accurate version of those old Freddy's from the 80s. Obviously, from a gameplay perspective, it wouldn't make sense for Scott Cawthon to make the FNaF 3 layout just FNaF 1 but even uglier, so he swapped around the building. But this explanation makes it fit pretty well. If FNaF 3 used to be a blueprint for a pizzeria that was later taken and used by the creator...
Also, I'm fairly certain that, like, FNaF 3 was actually in an amusement park. I don't remember the exacts, but I'm fairly certain about that. Like, it was supposed to be, like, outside of this attraction, there was, like, an amusement park thing or something, so...
of the horror attraction on top of the Fazplot, it all clicks. Thematically speaking, it also makes sense to make the haunted house next to Hurricane, since that's where all these tragedies happened. It's also how Michael goes to work at Fazbear's Fright during FNaF 3, as he's the most likely candidate for the night guard there.
Yeah.
With that, we've successfully managed to connect FNaF 1, 2, 3, 4, Sister Location, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, Help Wanted, Curse of Dreadbear, Security Breach plus Ruin, Help Wanted 2, and finally Secret of the Mimic to one shared location. Every single mainline game can be successfully tied to this one plot of land. What started as the origins of Fredbear's and the base for the Fall Fest Carnivals went through tons of different Fazbear locations, up until...
I beg you, sing California Girls in your William voice. Give me a minute, okay. Oh, this is so chopped. One moment, I have a few DMs. Holy hell, I got quite a few DMs. Oh god, I drew the VC. Oh, that was the... okay. I didn't mean to do that. One moment, fellas. Let me look up the, I forgot to turn off the music in the background, I'm dumb. California Girls. Okay. I just need the lyrics. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Withered Circle, I have to sing, Katy Perry. Okay, so let's see.
California. California girls were unforgettable. Daisy Dukes bikinis on top. Sun-kissed skin so hot will melt your popsicle. Oh, 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 oh. California girls were undeniable. Five Fierce, we got it on lock. West Coast represent, now put your hands up. Oh, 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 oh.
There we go. Oh, that was rough. Good lord. Holy hell. Holy chop. Holy guacamole. Oh, okay. We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. We've been streaming for... Well, I think we are near the 2-hour mark, and we still have like 5 minutes left.
Till the Mega Pizzaplex. I've spent this entire video talking about the evidence for Fazplot, what its narrative would be, and showing off how it makes things simpler for the timeline. But there's still one huge question we need to answer. Why? Why would Scott Cawthon, the greatest writer on Earth who makes Tolkien look like a worm, leave all these
Ha ha ha. Funny that we brought up the whole album thing.
hints to Fazplot theory? Why does he want us to put the pieces together and tie all the locations to Murray's costume manor?
This
This is the real question. The one that decides whether this theory makes sense or not. And I think I've got the answer. I think Scott has several reasons to tie everything together to one shared location. First off, narratively speaking, it portrays the amount of damage Fazbear did to the place where it was based. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of people from the area died, went missing, or sustained severe injuries.
Very overlooked hotel, I suppose, if you guys are familiar with, like, The Shining.
Homes were lost, lives destroyed, all because of one thing.
Oh, I guess also, like, technically, like, Derry, Maine, if you want to say it, that might be more like, oh, I know what it is. Makes sense.
Greed. Greed is what powered the Fazbear founders to seize the MCM property, what convinced Afton to experiment with more
Narratively, I see what he's getting at, yeah.
and more possession, and kept the company going, despite its multiple failures. Having all this take place on one plot of land really amplifies the impact the story of Five Nights at Freddy's has. There's also Henry's monologue, where he describes gathering everyone and everything in one place to burn it all down. That place isn't just a random pizzeria. That pizzeria is built on the ruins of where it all started, where the first death tied to Fazbear happened, the place where William's reign of terror truly began. Placing all these locations in one place ties the narrative up until FNaF 6 in a neat bow. It explains why Henry was compelled to gather everything up, why he chose that place.
Meatloafers did say something that I wanted to mention, because I do see, like, what they're getting at. Honestly, I think saying Fazbear Frights was an attraction at a modern Fall Fest works better to make it so FNaF 3 was on the land, because we know Fall Fest was hosted by the lake at some point. Which I could totally see that. That does make sense. It kind of fits the idea, so to speak. The only kind of hitch I would say is that I do believe Fall Fest was probably something Fazbear Entertainment like owned or something. Okay, I just have to mute this person. Put user in timeout. Whatever. But I think like it would be a Fazbear like branded thing, I believe, unless they somehow like lost the rights. Especially because I believe it was Hellpoint 2 or something where we got there's that arcade machine that has like the Freddy and the gang at like Fall Fest on the stage. Peace, I'll see you later. Bye bye, Sakuna. And so like I feel like the idea of like Fazbear Frights, you know, is like it's a team of stupid people basing this horror attraction off of the terrible things that happened, you know? Like, oh, here's a spooky haunted house based off those old rumors and myths, you know? And even like in the post-credit scene of the FNaF 2 movie, we got the whole, oh, it's like these people scavenging the FNaF 1 building and they find Springtrap. So it's like, it feels more of like an indie thing, so to speak, that's probably legally questionable. And so it's a little bit, to be fair, Help wouldn't exist, but it's a bit weird to me that, you know, Fazbear Entertainment would have a horror attraction at their own festival, you know?
And how the Fazbear tragedies affected the people of Hurricane, Utah. But from a lore-building standpoint, this helps clear up a lot of the
Fazfest? Well, that's in the movie. In the game, it's called Fall Fest.
Confusion regarding Fazbear's reach, and how big the franchise is in terms of space. Sure, Fazbear Entertainment's definitely got locations outside Utah, but keeping the action in one area simplifies the story and keeps it tight and condensed. It also allows us to draw really cool thematic and literal parallels, which is basically what I've been doing this entire video. I think with Secret of the Mimic, Scott's goal was to condense the story of Five Nights at Freddy's, and explain how it all ties back to this one location. The build up to Murray's costume manor in Security Breach and Ruin also shows this, with how the old locations are all smushed together under the Pizzaplex. It's Scott dropping hints that everything is connected. It also clears up some confusion about what I like to call the Afton housing crisis. The Afton house from the FNaF 4 minigames, the Afton house from the FNaF 4 gameplay, and the Afton house from Midnight Motorist are all very different. But by having Edwin Murray's house become one of these locations later on, Scott is clarifying this weird plot hole. Overall, I think that's what Fazplot is all about. It's Scott clarifying things we didn't understand. The origins of Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals, Midnight Motorist, the locations of all these pizzerias, the FNaF 4 experiments, the list goes on and on. The lake imagery from Curse of Dreadbear especially makes me think this is intentional. It's all very knowingly placed, and done in such a way that leaves breadcrumbs for the future games. So, is Fazplot true?
More. Yeah, well, after we're done, we've been going for like 2 hours now. I'm so chopped, but we're still going to do Chroma Key Theory tonight.
True? Is this the story Scott wanted to write? Is every single mainline game placed in the same 10 square kilometer radius? I can confidently say,
we're almost done
yes.
This one.
All the evidence T-Dreads, Corey, Connie, and I gathered on that stream, as well as all the discoveries we made after it, makes me certain that at least a very large portion of this was intended, and that Scott and Steelwool have been building up to it since the beginning of the modern era. Fazplot, like Fazburger, has too much going for it to handwave away, and whether the entirety of what I said is true or not, there's definitely a lot to this. Thank you so much for watching my most ambitious theory project yet. This took a lot of work to write and produce, and I'm happy to be able to show you the finished product. If you enjoyed, please like and subscribe, and I'll hopefully see you in the next one. Stay safe, and keep on theorizing.
Fire, okay. We finally did it, fellas! We finally did it! We did it! We got through one theory! We did it! We did it! Okay, before we do have another theory that we're gonna watch. We've been going at 2 hours for one video. Oh, I'm so chopped. But we're still gonna do another. However, by the way, fellas, check out Withered Circle on YouTube. Awesome theories, awesome stuff. I'll give my thoughts on the theory in a moment. If I could, my YouTube's dying at the moment. Oh god. Oh no! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it, Withered Circle! You're breaking my YouTube! Stop it! No! No, I'm finished! Wait, default view. There we go. Okay, why is my YouTube actually chopped right now? 2 hours for one theory is... to be fair, it was 40 minutes. So, you know. 40-minute theory. Well, Maury Mortimer, that's the guy. Sorry, that's the person. Okay. What is red? FNaF Chroma Key Theory. Wait, no, we're actually gonna watch the... Oh my god, it's an hour long! Oh no! Oh, okay, wait a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be back in a moment, kiddos. I will be back. Just to give me a minute. I gotta prepare myself. I need to do like a better "we'll be right back" stuff. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Hello, I'm back. Hello. Let me look at chat to make sure you guys aren't, like, chopped. Oh, no, okay, well, you guys are definitely chopped. Oh, I Columba. Okay. Behave yourselves. Yeah, last thing I left off on is that this next theory we're gonna watch is, an hour long. Actually, it's an hour and 9 minutes long, so we're gonna be here for, like, another 10 hours. This is, we're scuffed. We're done for. We're so cooked. Chat, we're cooked. Okay. So, put that shit on 125 speed? Maybe. What I'll say first is that I think I agreed with the core aspect of Withered Circle's theory. There's a few details that I'm not sure about, like the FNaF 3 pod and juniors being on the same grounds as the MCM. That I'm a little iffy on. But, like, the idea that, like, I mean, I kind of already agreed. I guess it is a variation of, like, Fazburger, I guess you could say. Or, like, another interpretation of the concept. I know, like, Circus Baby, or, like, the MCM eventually becomes, the underground area anyway, eventually becomes the, like, sister location and whatnot. And then, maybe, like, it's also FNaF 6, of course, which I think it's definitely is, like, FNaF 6 because of the security breach and the pizza place being underneath there. Yada, yada, yada. So I think at the end of the day, at the very least, certain locations that we originally saw, like, in the original trilogy, were on the same property. I think that at the end of the day, that just is true. You know, the Pizzaplex, FNaF 6, sister location, maybe even Fredbear's, the MCM, yada, yada. That's all true. I do get that. I think you have a little bit more... I think it becomes a little bit more shaky when you also include FNaF 2 in the mix, FNaF 1 maybe, whatever, and then, you know, FNaF 3, yada yada. That I'm not sure about. I guess also FNaF 4 by extension would be part of, like, the whole sister location thing. Are you gonna pause a million times again? Look, it's reaction content, fellows. We're content maxing, okay? We're content maxing. You know, I have to pause to give my thoughts and whatnot. I'm ready for 24 hours. Yeah, you know what? There's gonna be like a 6-hour stream at the very least. It's gonna be like actually playing FNaF. Okay. Let me show you guys the screen. Oh wait, that's chat. Wait, I just killed chat. There we go. Okay. This one is by Maury F. Mortimer. And it's an hour long. Also, if you want to have me on at any point...
Always come back. Gregory here. Notice...
Oh, okay. Oh, the video started. I was so confused. I thought I was here. Oh, I thought I got, like, bombed for a minute by FNaF voice lines. Holy hell. Because the series I'm available. That'd be... Okay. I'll keep that in mind, because I might take you up on that offer. I was so caught off guard by that. Holy hell. I'll turn off the music in the background, by the way, this time around. There we go. There we go. Dead silence. There's no sound. Doc, don't check the hallway beat, bro. By the way, hello, Shadowfire Blades of Fire. We're gonna be here till Christmas. Okay, we got a lot
familiar? Dark eyes, brown hair with a piece falling between his eyes, shorts, shirt with 2 stripes across the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg is none other than the crying child.
Oh, Greg Bot.
You've heard of colors before.
No, I haven't.
You've heard of theories before.
No, I haven't.
You may have even heard of color theory before.
Nope.
But what if I told you I used color to make a theory
Man!
and solve the Five Nights at Freddy's lore? Well, that would be insane, and I didn't do that. But I do think I got pretty close. But before we get into that, ladies, gentlemen, and all other configurations of being, willkommen, bienvenue, welcome to Maury Mortimer's Assorted Goods Emporium. I'm your host, the one and only Maury F. Mortimer, also known as the non-binary person who boxed Scott Cawthon for his jacket.
Albert David Reeds?
This is so fire.
You're wearing the Scott fit! Where did you get this? Did you kill Scott?
I imagine them breaking into Scott's
You guys,
house and just...
oh, this is I've heard this before. It's so fire. They made an awesome song.
Boxing Scott for his fate.
But you're not here for me. You're here for the intrigue of a new FNaF Theorist bubbling from hell beneath, as so many others shone light from heaven above. But I don't have a timeline. Time is a construct in which I do not participate. Plus, it would be absolutely insane for me, a bright-faced entrant to the theorizing world, to claim I...
By the way, I do believe I put a link to Withered Circle and Maury F. Mortimer's channel in the description if you'd like to check them both out. I definitely think you should. They are awesome, both of them.
Have a complete timeline. I'm no dual process theory. Instead, what I...
Yeah, good lord, people that make like an hour timeline, you made an hour video on color theory, so you're evil too. But, you know, like the dual process one, that like, oof. Guys, look, 10 minutes is all I can do.
Is a color wheel. As anyone with a modicum of media literacy can tell you, color is an essential part of any visual medium. It's a foundational aspect of character design, and in Five Nights at Freddy's, a series built on bright, colorful mascots and simplistic, mostly monochromatic 8-bit sprites, that foundation is very strong. The story, on the other hand, well, there's the reason my first theory isn't a timeline. But, despite the fact that we...
Excuse me? Never mind, we gotta get you in call just to talk about what just appeared on screen, excuse me? Cooked. You're chopped, my friend, you're chopped.
Past the days of simple PNG offices and
could turn a 10-minute video into a 6-7 hour stream. Oh, you're right.
Glorious future of pizzaplexes and cryptic foreground lore. A few things have remained constant. Visual design is key. Color is key. Steel Wool have said it themselves that they have been
Dr. Torchica Smasher Pass, but I think I know more Mortimer's answer.
Games. Hence why I developed this handy-dandy Chroma key, which I have used to isolate and categorize different uses of color across the various entries of this series in order to present to you the theory I have been setting up with all of this preamble. So, without further ado, I present to you Maury Mortimer's marvelous Chroma key theory and all other such contained sub-theories.
Fire!
Or just Chroma key theory for short. I have decided not to arrange this like a typical color wheel, otherwise I would have called it color wheel theory. Instead, I have organized this video itself to be the Chroma key, based on characters, ideas, and themes.
Hello, welcome back,
They overlap and contain multitudes rather than colors by themselves, which also overlap and contain multitudes of their specific meanings and applications. The purpose of the key is to allow myself and you, the viewer, to categorize and analyze the visual elements of this series.
You guys are so chopped.
And extract that sweet, succulent lore. Oh, ambrosia of the Faz gods. Don't worry, I'll have a stylish graphic at the end for everyone to post on Twitter and flame me for. Style sold separately. It was also a great excuse for me to make these visual accompaniment character designs. Now, let's start with the obvious one. The man behind the slaughter, William Afton. First off, he's the purple guy.
I like the
Purple's his whole
backgrounding
thing.
idea.
That's one of the most surface-level observations of FNaF.
She built like... Be nice! Come on! Be nice! Don't be mean. Don't be mean. Don't be mean.
Fan can make, but it becomes so much more relevant when talking about how it factors into the other characters.
I take it as a compliment. Okay, never mind. You can be mean, I guess.
What's not usually talked about is the fact that Mr. Afton is also strongly associated with the color yellow. First off, it's the complementary color to purple. Put a pin in that. We'll get back to it later. Second off, let's look at some of the visual references we have for William Afton and see if you notice a pattern. Spring Bonnie, the sprite from the Save Them minigame, Midnight Motorist's Mustard Man, and both of Steve Raglan's different outfits in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Now, if you're like me, and after I combed over every image I could find of this man, you'll notice he wears a lot of yellow. But if you think deeper, and you Google, what does yellow mean color theory, you'll see that among the most significant uses of yellow in media is to denote cowardice and fear. And what does our friendly fake dispatch say about rabbits in the beginning of the parachute.exe ending in Secret of the Mimic?
Or a bunny, running from danger, scared, stupid, searching for a hole to hide in.
When you frame it from that lens, that's William Afton's whole MO. Spring Bonnie.
Doc, can you make a stream where you play Hello Neighbor with Fredbear mod? It could be nice, so nice because you're ripped. Ripped? Oh, you're right. I could probably, What did you? Oh, the color of piss. Apparently piss is something streamlined. I need to fix that later. I'll try and look into that. Loki just realized William/Steve Raglan was two different out. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I mean, it's like the same color, like, scheme. Yeah, we're watching that Chroma peak theory. I really like. I like what you're going with so far, though. Persian Murtamore.
Simply a mask for him to hide behind, a disguise to fool the innocent children he victimizes. There is an argument to be made that William Afton views the character of Spring Bonnie as an extension of his own identity.
Yeah,
but even so, I would say that the extension only functions as a mechanism to channel certain parts of himself and conceal others, to appear friendly, jovial, and in control, when in actuality he is a depraved, disgusting, and paranoid man. The yellow badge he wears during the Save Them minigame is a lesser extension of that idea. It is largely assumed within the community to be an essential signifier of his disguise as an employee at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which he uses as a method to commit more heinous acts. Whether or not it's the DCI, that yellow badge is used to represent
control
more.
your gay Discord. Excuse me? What did my gay Discord do? Wait a minute, sorry fellas, I need to look. Oh, what have you guys done? Oh. Okay, I got pinged in another server, but what did you guys do? What did you do? I'm looking, I see a lot of sin murder drones, good lord. I think you guys are just chopped in general. I must have a pick. La 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 tra la 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 la. What did you do? I see a lot of like. Why is there a Michael Afton? Okay. Keep it. Keep it. Okay, you guys. Yeah. Okay. Copyright issues. I think you guys are just, yeah, okay. Generally chopped. Whatever.
Of William's deception.
The thirsting over Freddy Car. Okay, I only looked in general chat. Ben.
Midnight Motorist.
What's this theory supposed to be about? It's color theory. It's talking about like all the different colors in FNaF and what they might mean, I believe.
That's a separate video in itself to delve into the exact reasons. I believe Mustard Man to be William Afton and how exactly that affects the timeline. But for now, What's relevant to Chroma key theory
William
is
in a
that I
girl's...
believe William Afton is already using
Oh
a fake name at this point in the timeline and inhabiting that identity fully. And no, I'm not telling you when I think Charlie died. That'll have to wait for number theory. But that isn't necessarily relevant to this topic.
Door number
What's
3,
important is that Mustard Man is not William Afton, but likely the game's equivalent to Dave Miller or Steve Raglan. And as for the movie, that's part of the reason behind my Mustard Man idea. William is shown wearing primarily yellow while in his Steve Raglan disguise. But what color is he wearing when he's being just William Afton, as shown in the trailers for Five Nights at Freddy's 2? That's right, purple. And that brings us back to that IQ. That's right, purple.
Maybe it is purple, and like maybe I'm kind of just like mid like that, but I've always like it's a very dark shade of purple if it's supposed to be purple. And maybe it's because of just the image quality here. Very interesting shade of purple to go with though, because if so, it's very, very dark. It is purple, okay. I mean, I'll take your word for it that it is purple, of course. Just a weird choice for them to go with. Yeah, more of a burgundy. Yeah, in my opinion, more of a burgundy.
And that brings us back to that iconic aubergine hue. We've established yellow to be the color of cowardice, of disguise, and deceit. So then what is purple if not...
Doc, can you show me a tutorial? There's no tutorial for such a thing, I'm afraid. It's just about practice.
William's true colors laid bare.
I can't, like, open my throat and show you my vocal cords, unfortunately.
Let's pull out that pin. Purple is the complementary color to yellow.
Yeah.
That means that on a traditional color wheel, yellow is opposite purple, like blue is opposite orange and red is opposite green. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that they're opposites, especially not in this case. They're complements. They go well with each other. Now, how does this apply to our child-slaughtering, remnant-collecting plum person? Purple is often
Fire
associated
design.
with high status. It gained its connotation as the royal color due to its incredible rarity in the world of natural dyes. So only the ultra-wealthy could afford purple clothes. Sounds pretty on-brand for the guy who is not only said to be the businessman of Fazbear Entertainment, but also the one who made the most needlessly complex robots imaginable, all for the purpose of something he only needed a shitty springlock suit for. William's opulent purple hue is a perfect representation of his needless grandiosity.
Yeah.
After all, he's a performer. Every word he speaks is dripping with latent
The music is
energy.
definitely loud, I will say, but
most important,
I'm still following.
and keep this in mind for when I bring this color back in later. Purple is one of the least natural seeming colors. The human body is not supposed to have purple coloration. It's the color of
What is this
bruises,
chat, bro? I ask
damp-
that every time I start streaming. I ask that every time. What the hell is this chat? It's a fun fact, so I actually put out like a little ad in a collab chat in a Discord server I'm in. I was like asking some other YouTubers, hey, I'm going to be watching, they're doing like a FNaF Theory stream tonight, does anyone want to join? Most people were like too busy, unfortunately. But I put out like a warning saying like, guys, my chat is chopped. They're evil. They're monsters. Be careful. Like, but before you say anything about, possibly joining, they're chopped.
Damaged organs or asphyxiation.
Oh, I did an alternate audio track with quieter music in the settings? Okay. Wait, let me see that. Is this it?
Purple is not a color of death, but injury, violence, the twisting and perversion of the natural order. And there is no better example of that perversion than William Afton. Well, that is lore for another day. But there is one other person who is just as associated with purple as William, but much less willingly. Michael Afton, or Mike, an unwitting participant in his father's machinations, or willing if that's your interpretation, but one who was unlucky enough to survive the horrors only to be burnt to the ground by his father's jealous ex-husband. But in all seriousness, Michael Afton is the perfect representation of the unnatural nature of the color purple, but in a unique way from his father. While Michael Afton was once the spitting image of William Afton's charming British exterior, once he was scooped and got entered inside of him, his hollowed out corpus quickly deteriorated into a disgusting purple. You can take this in a few different ways from the color analysis lens, which I will be doing for the sake of thoroughness, as well as the fact that I believe all of these views are equally valuable in a broader analysis of the Afton legacy.
If you still need a guest, let's just say my schedule's open, I'd be down. You know what, because I know Maury said that they could also join. I don't mind getting some guests in here if y'all want. We're all in the Narrow Raven Discord anyway. One moment. Behold, I just look into the new content channel in the Narrow Raven Discord. Behold, the worst theory ever. And it's like the sequel to Maury's Chroma key. Streaming. Theory react streaming. There we go. I'm in Narrow's Discord. If Meatloaf and is Meatloaf there? I forget if Meatloaf's there or not. If you're in the Discord, I'm in VC, and also Maury, I'm in VC. But if you're not in the Discord, we could use a VC in my server. Oh! They joined.
Holy bake.
Okay, one moment. Let me get the Discord React set up too. I don't think I am. Okay. One moment. We're actually gonna switch over to my server, so see you in a minute. I know exactly what to do. We won't. I won't do search stage. I'll do private. Hop into one of the public VCs, and I'll drag you into the private one I have. There we go. One moment, fellas. We'll get back to the video in a slight moment. Why are these theories so well put together, guys? Yeah, the people that make these are like fire at what they do. There we go.
Hey, he got entered inside of him.
You got kidnapped. You've been kidnapped. Hello. One moment.
Hey, he got entered inside of him.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Wait, I need to.
I do have the best join sound.
I should probably send you like a. I mean, I don't know if you want to like put our sprites on screen or anything.
I was gonna set that up real quick. I need to remember how to do that because I'm low-key kind of stupid. I'm low-key kind of dumb.
Here, let me send you
Greatest
mine.
streamer on earth.
Is it sources?
Greatest streamer on earth. I mean, he is watching the greatest theory ever made.
Wait, copy.
This is the greatest theory on earth. Theory on earth.
Wait, I'm kind of chopped.
Oh no! Now I'm now remembering that T-Dreads might invite me to play Marvel Rivals later. So
damn.
Alright, that should be good. I remember doing the charity live stream. There was it was the day one. I believe was it Gothic? Yeah, wait, yeah, the whole Marvel Rivals thing. Yep, there we go. I'm done.
Gothic phone with T-Dreads.
Boy.
Come on. A message failed to load.
Look, he was very busy. Yeah. He was very busy.
Yeah, in the side chat, I don't think we have access to the like actual
damn
like things.
I'll just send my sprite in main. Don't worry about it.
You can DM me. I don't mind. You can DM me.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, first level basis. Media font. Wait, I'm chopped. I don't know how to do things. Okay.
But yeah, no, you said you had to drag me in here just to explain why I put that image of Toy Cheek on screen. You're not gonna want to watch my newest
Don't wait until you watch his new video. I mean,
there. Pronouns.
I'm so sorry.
I'm blowing you up with hammers.
There we go.
True.
We got Mois. We got Mois. There we go.
True. Scott Cawthon is woke.
Oh, wait,
Steel Wool is woke. Sorry, what's that?
I mean, it's an indie game company. What do you expect?
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, like the worst part about that theory is that like I made actually good points when I was trying to be a shit ass. I'm like, oh no, this is like an actually like somewhat competent analysis framed through the lens of me being like really dumb on purpose.
There we go. We got the guy. We got him.
Whoa.
Scott Cawthon might just be the greatest writer on earth.
Scott Cawthon, he might just be.
Hey, I don't appreciate the Mangle slander. Mangle low-key a baddie. Don't gotta lie. Don't gotta lie in your video.
I'm not lying. Where is the appeal in that?
There's someone out there.
Oh, I know there's plenty of people out there. I've seen the art. I've been on the internet a long time.
Wait, I need to pull up your stream on my computer.
Be careful. Be careful. Like I said, Chad is chopped. They're evil. Well, you guys have been here, but...
Well, yeah, I was in the chop. I was like half the problem. I don't know.
I was in the chop.
Yeah, you're all chopped.
You are wretched, chopped beasts.
Look at what you've become.
Look at the sigmas you've become.
Look at how elvish you are.
There we go. We got the guys here. We got the fellas here now.
Got the boys.
They put me in Skippity Toilet, Michael.
I mean, no, this is my first time even being on someone else's stream, so...
Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
Welcome to hell. We're the cult.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker.
Welcome to hell.
We're not that bad, Doc. You guys haven't looked in the mirror.
Michael.
Evil. Okay.
Michael.
Oh, I should probably show my screen.
We might be chopped, Father.
I did it. I escaped that wretched chat.
I've now ascended.
I have ascended.
Wait, I need to
I've
find
gone
which...
from chopped to based.
Okay, there we go. Here we are. Now you guys can watch in real time too.
Okay, wait, did you update the audio? Did you change the audio track?
I did. It's it was... Wait, am I showing my screen?
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Because this is the first video that I ever like actually put any effort into.
Understandable.
And so I was like, oh, my audio sounds like ass.
I did have to re-upload my first video because the audio was only coming out of one channel.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to re-upload it because it was actually like doing numbers, but then it immediately got demonetized, so I might try to find the file for it and re-upload it anyway.
I am lucky. I'm lucky I caught that before it popped off.
Yeah.
Wait, how did it get demonetized? Was it the Chica's ass like showing on screen?
No, there was some music that got copyrighted.
Michael.
This is my favorite woke podcast. Yeah, look what they did. Look what the Steel Woke did to FNaF, guys. Look what they've done.
Steel Woke.
Okay, here we go.
Woke theory confirmed.
Much like a kind man.
Am I? It's the English US audio track, right?
English US. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
5 children. Mike's purpleization is a wonderful way to visually represent his parallel to William, since the most visual reference of him we get is moldy yellow rabbit fuck. While Michael started out looking just like his father, the serial killer William Afton. As he rots, he becomes that which William truly is on the inside. A hollow, empty monster of a man, propelled only by the twisted remnants of life flowing through it. And perhaps that undead flesh sack that rots within the spring.
Repugnant. By the way, now that we have like 2 other people in call, dude, this stream is hour-long video, over an hour long. Dude,
put that on 1.25. Put that on 1.25.
You're
We're
right.
gonna be in here forever.
I ain't making any money on this. 0.25.
Put it on 0.25. Let's I'm sure Matt Pat will enjoy analyzing this frame by frame.
Wait. Oh god, I'm getting ads on my own stream.
There's an ad.
No.
I thought your streams would be on the second channel. No, the gaming streams. This isn't gaming. This is brain rot.
This isn't gaming.
This is peak.
This is academic discussion, all right?
This is peak rot. This is peak rot. There you go.
This is cinema. Bodysuit once again.
Yeah, I hope you guys didn't plan on doing anything for Christmas, because we're gonna be here until then.
Yeah,
the spitting image of his father. So does that make purple a
Long as
generational
Cassidy
curse?
doesn't show up.
Maybe, in the specific case of the Afton family. Another thing purple commonly represents is mystery, intrigue, and hidden secrets. Another reason I'm wearing this deep shade of it. But Michael has another color that is heavily associated with him at a younger point in his life. Gray, as well as the character of Foxy, who is red. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize that Michael Afton is the one wearing the Foxy mask in the FNaF 4 Between Night minigames. And
I don't know. I'm pretty sure the crying child is Michael Afton.
I'm pretty sure Foxy Bully's actually
phone guy.
Henry.
Oh wait.
Foxy Bully is William Afton.
Oh wait, that's true.
Therefore, the older brother of the crying child, who I shall be referring to by the community consensus name of Dave Afton. Also, for convenience later, under the
Yeah.
I'm actually slowly being convinced back to crying child being Cassidy.
Really?
I am.
Did you get like hypnotized by dual process?
No, actually it was Gibby's stream where he was like trying to, I was like, okay, but this makes a lot more sense, and also I hate Golden Duo.
Fair.
Because I hate Andrew.
Golden Trio.
Wait a minute. You're telling me you hate Andrew? What about
Kind of
Andrew's
like
in the
Andrew?
games?
Fake fan?
I'm calling T-Dreads. I'm calling T-Dreads.
Despite
oh yeah, you're a FNaF fan? Name 3 vengeful spirits.
Well, you got David, you got other David, you've got Andrew.
You've got David, you've got David, you've got David.
You've got Elsie.
And leave me just scared about like the crying child's name. I like to just say like his name is David, Gregory, Cassidy, Andrew, Norman, Chris. There's another one. I forgot. Garrett.
I actually like
Vincent Jr.
I once called him Nathan because I was just thinking of a name and I was like, let's call him Nathan. Nathan Afton.
His name is canonically Yes.
His name is canonically Vengeful Spirit.
If we're gonna use the names in the files for everything else, why not the crying child? That's all I'm
Talbot
saying.
Files?
He's called Yes in the file.
Collect my Talbot files.
Collect my 8 Talbot files. Interpretation of Midnight Motorist I operate under, Michael Afton is the one sitting on the couch watching TV. What links these 3 instances of Michael together? Sister location Mike, Foxy Bro, and the couch person? Well, Foxy Bro wears a gray shirt. He also speaks in gray text in the 8-bit cutscenes he appears in, and he's never seen without his Foxy mask in all of FNaF 4, likely due to those cutscenes being simplified reimaginings of his brother's memories. Couch person also wears a gray shirt and speaks using gray text, notably in a far less antagonistic tone towards his brother, if he is the runaway in Midnight Motorist. Far less antagonistically than how he speaks during FNaF 4, but again, that's for a separate Midnight Motorist video. I have to get all of these out of the way.
I was about to ask Maury when they think Midnight Motorist takes place, but then I remember they have no concept of time.
I don't know.
Timelines are for suckers.
But as for Sister, here's my official stance on the matter. Midnight Motorist takes place exactly on the day that FNaF 6 released.
Wait.
Guys, I think Midnight Motorist might be an arcade machine.
Fazbear Entertainment making a an arcade machine about abusing your child. to make poke fun at child abuse. Like in the same way, yeah.
I'd play it.
Funnily enough, my only problem with Michael being the couch person is that I can't buy William not backhanding him after that kind of back talk.
See, the thing I'm like, I also think about this very frequently because I think about Midnight Motorist a lot. Because everyone keeps bringing it up and won't just let it die. If people would just ignore it, then I'd be fine. But no,
Yeah.
I have to hear everyone be like, well, Midnight Motorist this and Midnight Motorist that. And I'm like, well, we'll care.
Dude, it's the same way I feel about like the Vengeful Spirit. If no one ever brought up the Vengeful Spirit, I think I'd forget about it actually. I think it'd just leave my mind.
Toyshink believer from the start, and now I'm David Toyshink. So that's that for me.
I think he might be a vengeful spirit, guys.
I think
He's a little bit vengeful. I told Narrowwave that if I saw him in chat today, I'd ban him. Not be for any particular reason, just because I'm feeling a little vengeful after he didn't share his McDonald's.
I'm getting some vengeful vibes from this spirit. It's giving.
After all, the only clothes we see him wearing are those that show he's the purple guy's son. However, in the movie, Mike Schmidt, who is a clear parallel to the Mike Afton of the games, has a nearly all gray.
That aged really well, Maury.
Oh, this video's already aged like milk.
You know, I have some unfortunate news about that, Maury. I don't know if you've seen that movie too. But well, you know,
I still think he's a parallel to games, Mike. And like the things that
Mike
I say,
Duo theory.
Mike Duo.
Mitosis.
I mean, why do you think Michael looks so much like William? He's his clone.
Well,
Yeah,
you
because
know, in the
he's a Fazgoo clone of William.
William Afton asexually reproduced.
I didn't take Garrett, Michael. I took
you. Everyone knows Michael Afton is a Fazgoo clone of William.
Michael Afton is a projection.
True.
No.
There are no Michaels.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
No, as we know, Michael is actually Michael Brooks, who is the spirit possessing gold.
No, that's actually another Fazgoo clone.
Well, it's funny. I saw a theory about Mike Schmidt and Michael Afton being different characters, like right before the second movie came out. Or I think it was right before that Freddie Carter interview came out where he said that he was Michael.
Oh,
and when I watched that video for the first time, I'm like, that's ridiculous. And then they came out, and I was losing my mind.
I think I released this before we even had like the Freddie Carter trailer.
Yeah.
Like this was like when I wrote and like made this theory, we only had that one theory where like that one trailer. Sorry. Ugh.
I made this before Freddie Carter was born.
I had this written before FNaF came out.
Before I knew that I just look like Freddie Carter. Apparently,
this Freddie is a prophecy of sorts. It's not actually.
In the third movie, the third
found
movie,
this written on a cave.
The twist of the third movie is going to be that Mike Schmidt is still an Afton, along with the other Michael Afton.
A wardrobe.
By the way, hello, Paul. Yeah, we're watching Chroma Theory.
Mike wears gray. That's just his thing. Now, it's pretty difficult to tie that into specific visual narrative elements because gray is just kind of everywhere. You don't expect me to be like, oh, you see how all the animatronic endoskeletons are gray? And the walls are gray? And the spirits are gray? Wait a minute. I can be like that. Pale grays, like what Mike wears, is often the color associated with spirits in this franchise. If a spirit is not shown to be possessing a specific animatronic or object, it is depicted as a pale, gray, crying child. With exception of the vengeful spirit over here, but that is a separate topic I will not be getting into in this video. But speaking of potentially vengeful spirits, what do we see in the survival
Gregory!
Mike, the character most heavily associated with pale grays communing with the spirits of two dead kids, assumedly Dave and Cassidy, his brother, and his unwilling roommate inside Frederick, both of which just happen to have repeatedly been depicted as—
What happened?
Imagine saying that Dave and Cassidy are two separate people. Nah. Nah.
No.
I mean, I like that Gibby stream did blow my mind because I'd never even considered that the Dave could literally be talking about David.
Yeah.
Like, I have been thinking for a while that, like, the Mimic was planned for, like, a lot longer than we think it was.
I'm beginning to think that, too. That at least Scott had Edwin, David, and the Mimic planned since FNaF 6.
Yeah.
I don't want to disagree because I think there's some maybe that's always the thing is like how far does Scott plan? It's like is he a mastermind story? No.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying he planned all of it.
No.
He had some ideas.
He had some ideas. But then you do look at like FNaF 6 and I know I kind of I said like during the Withered Circle segment like I'm not sure like I feel like FNaF 6 was supposed to tie a lot of like things together because if you take Scott Cawthon's word at face value, but then to be fair there was that one lawsuit in FNaF 6 that's like it kind of references the idea of like the sinkhole with guests falling through the floor, so that feels like
sinkholes.
Yeah,
we sink it in holes.
But I mean, as a wise man once said, it was difficult to put the pieces together.
True.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, something went so wrong.
Scott Cawthon actually wrote Jackie's box, guys.
Unfortunately, something went so wrong.
The something that it was security breach.
I mean, I'm even almost inclined to say at this point, like even like the chip in Circus Baby, that stupid chip.
John FNaF Core, yeah, I know you're.
Yeah, John FNaF infected me with his illness, but. I am almost inclined to say
Fate Fiona.
that chip was meant to be connected to the Mimic from the beginning, and maybe that's insane.
No, Scott didn't.
But
even
like,
know what the Mimic meant until
I don't. I mean, I think it was something he put in there. It's like it's a Scott con, right? Where it's like you put all these weird details in, and then tie it back to something later. I think he had some idea of some version of the Mimic in his head, and he put that in there.
That's fine.
So, just in case I go with that idea, I'll have this.
I honestly think it was probably like the Circus Baby program. Like it's the idea that like there's
the Mimic Circus.
Well, if we take a John FNaF at face value, it's actually the Charlie program.
Okay.
There's a robot Charlies in the games.
It's really funny that John basically he posted like basically the same theory I did a couple weeks ago.
What was your? Okay, we'll watch your.
I mean, it was about
24 hours theory.
A lot of it was about the baby chip, which is what John's newest theory is about. But he went into a lot more detail about it that I'm totally gonna steal some of. I'm gonna steal some of the evidence he used. I'm not gonna lie for my next video.
I'm committing theft.
We love content theft here.
Well, I'm framing it very differently. The video's about hand unit mostly.
Are you gonna? Oh, and that is hand unit the Mimic.
Kind of. It's sort of hand unit is gonna be my segue into the idea of personality chips.
Ooh.
Because hand unit, he's able to switch between different personalities, right? And he literally, you literally put the baby AI chip into him.
Oh no. Oh my god, Charlie is baby and Elizabeth.
Charlie is baby.
Okay, wait, we gotta
Dave
lock
just
in.
got the luxury of being shown alive as well. Odd, isn't it? How the guy who wears gray is the one who talks to gray spirits. And he thinks this means gray is our ghost color, and Mike is that much more of an 80s horror protagonist. Also, it adds some nice duality to his
sound a lot like
that he shares the
gay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Guys, we gotta ban meatloafers and Maury Mortimer because I don't like that they're speaking sense.
Only the spirits.
Wait, don't tell me. We're an hour into this section of the stream. Oh my god. Oh Lord.
But also, Afton himself.
Good night, Hamza.
But now the easy part of this video
about to get good.
is over.
Chica's magic
This
rainbow
has fairly
represents
two-dimensional visuals of
Michael
William
because
Mike
Michael
Afton.
is gay.
It's on to Henry fucking Emily.
Henry Emily.
is a very weird character. Before Secret of
I
the
meant to say, I thought you were about to say
no
Vengeful
idea
Spirit.
if he was even
Very
The
vengeful.
backgrounds
all we
in
really
these
had was
videos are super
HRY
cool.
223
fire.
and some odd details that connected the cassette man from Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator to the character of Henry, no last name given from the books, William Afton's business partner. And even now, we only assume his last name is Emily because we decided it wasn't Charlotte's middle name on her grave. We know next to nothing.
Nah, Henry's last name is Cassidy.
His
Well,
name is
you
Henry.
know, FNaF movie 2. FNaF movie 2.
Henry
It does, yeah, it does
Cassidy.
say, it does, this aged well. Because it does say Henry Emily in one of the newspapers, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, I was gonna like look through that once we got the digital release, but I still might do that.
Doc, you look like a pimp from the 80s. Are you confusing me with Maury's avatar? Or are you talking about the staff bot? Because if you're calling
Maury's got his pimp
That's
fit
me.
on.
Maury, you
They
might
call
be
me a
me
pimp
now.
They call me a pimp named Slickback.
Oh no.
About this man. We don't even know what he actually looks
5
like.
pimps at Freddy's.
True.
Oh, come on! Let us address the character encyclopedia-shaped elephant in the room. This thing is utterly useless, and I frankly
This
despise
creature.
it. Not only is Henry's design
Agreed,
hot
okay.
garbage, but it
Yeah.
makes his color blue and orange. It puts him in
I'm
these
still thinking
fuck-ass
about the
overalls.
comment
Like,
that
it's not even
the comment on your
opposite
video
of
that
purple.
said it
As
looks like
someone
a
in his
human
position,
version of a
robotics technician
minion.
and business owner would not dress like this. I'm sorry. Why does he look exactly like William Afton for the graphic novels? Oh my god.
The siblings, trust the siblings.
Okay, yeah, rant over. Anyway, this design is not meant to mimic any in-game material.
Henry's the purple guy's son,
You're chopped.
obviously.
Just a way for me to make this video look good. But let's dissect his interesting relationship with his associations with this series' actual visual design. Henry is assumed to have been the one that actually constructed the original Fredbear in Spring Bonnie, as well as the first Fazbear crew. There was input from Edwin and Fiona Murray, but in the case of Fredbear's Family Diner and many of the Freddy Fazbear's pizza locations we know about, Henry Emily was the lead designer and the one who actually built the dang things. However,
Well, you
much like
know,
William
in
Afton is
FNaF
heavily associated
movie
with the
2, there's a
yellow version of
blueprint
Bonnie,
in Afton's
Henry
house.
is equally associated with the yellow version
Nah, those
of
are for the
Freddy.
toys.
The key difference being Henry didn't do anything more than entertain children with his character, while
Or the
William
wizards.
used
I
this
don't-
to murder children. Thus,
It says, if I recall correctly, the one in his workshop is V3, and it is like the FNaF 1
V3.
Freddy. Yeah, like version 3 of Freddy.
It's kind of just like an ambiguous, nondescript Freddy. It doesn't I don't know. Does it like perfectly match up with any Freddy?
It
No.
looks like FNaF 1 Freddy, I think.
It's chopped Freddy.
He's just kind of doodling. That's Funko Freddy, dude.
Ah,
he's designing the Funko action figures. Actually,
I can't believe William Afton's the Funko CEO.
I can't believe
While
he gave
William
them
Af-
top teeth.
I hate Funko.
Afton's association with the color yellow is almost entirely because he's a deceitful little bastard, and Henry wasn't perfect himself. He
This,
doesn't have
this
the
Maury
evil
fellow has
bubbling
some
under the surface.
strong
Plus,
opinions
a
about
much
an
more
innocent
positive
man.
thing
Colorful
with the color
language
yellow
in this
is
video
its
about
association
color.
with positivity and joy, which definitely tracks onto an artistic mind such as Henry. If you want to apply that back to
An
William, the
autistic
idea that
mind,
purple is the
such as
complementary color
Autistic.
of yellow, he is also often characterized as a creative, artistic visionary in pretty much every continuity, as one of the founding members of Fredbear's Family Diner and Fazbear Entertainment. So, let's say that yellow can be used to represent artistry and creativity as well. But Henry isn't fully free from purple himself. After all, Fredbear has a purple bow tie and a purple hat. It's very minor, but that's the little crack in Henry being this fully joyous and good man that we'd like to make him in contrast to William. His characterization in the books show him to be just as mad as his business partner. In fact, him perverting the natural order to make the Charlie bots was what inspired Afton to do his whole immortality through murder thing in that continuity. He has that little bit of purple madness within him.
Can we turn captions on? That's actually a good idea, my bad.
He's got that purple inside.
the purple inside of him.
There we go. I mean, to be
I
fair,
mean, he's got the purple guy inside of him, though.
Oh no! I was gonna say, like, yeah, you know what? You're chopped with the rest of my chat, but
Afton wishes.
I mean, I was gonna say,
True.
like, Henry did help his like gay lover William Afton take down Edwin Murray. That's,
I am fully a believer of gay Afton theory.
Gay Afton, yeah.
The whole.
It
the whole
actually
Afton-
accompanies Green Afton.
Well, yeah, that's why Michael's gay, because he's William's clone.
Exactly. That we just don't get to see in full force in the games. But what we did get in the games was still very, very interesting. Let's look at what Secret of the Mimic tells us about Henry Emily.
Yeah.
Because while we don't ever see him, what Edwin tells us about him is very, very interesting. By the time that Edwin Murray had taken on the illustrious Fazbear project, it is made clear that Henry is one of the guys in charge of giving Edwin instructions on this project.
Aren't they insane? The look of these new animatronics is Fiona's design, and they're great. Oh, first they approve the art, then they approve the proofs. Now they change their minds. Well, we're so close to final. Why would they change them now? Are they pulling my leg? The new concepts are frankly creepy.
They're pulling something else.
It doesn't matter. I'm not changing a single bit of her work, and they can't make me. Test. Journal entry. I got the change order from Hen last night. None of this makes sense. I'm almost done. Why change it now? It would be so much easier to keep using the spring locks.
My Pookie wants
hire
his
some teams
furry,
to wear the
his
suits
furry
like we
OC to
always
be
do.
spot on.
Edwin is very confused at why Henry specifically would be making these drastic changes to Fiona's designs for the animatronics, which apparently were followed up with his own designs for the FNaF 1 crew. Designs Edwin calls creepy, which I gotta agree with him. As much as we've come to adore Freddy and his friends, everything we believe Henry himself designed, such as the classics, the wizards, the toys, the rock stars, and likely the animatronics for the mediocre melodies and the puppets, which were also likely characters he stole from Edwin, are all objectively creepy as fuck. Wait, look did at I those say jaws.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I changed my mind on that in later videos.
You said Henry built the toys.
Oh
Well,
my
I
lord.
lied.
This guy.
This is why I do plan to like make a full like supercut once I'm done with all these, because like this theory is kind of chopped in some spots.
This theory is kind of chopped.
You heard it here, folks. He hates
Henry
his
is
very
not that
own
much
theory.
of a gooner, dude.
Yeah, no, like I mean, newest video, I do just call William Afton a filthy gooner.
I did just look it up. I didn't know this. Apparently, yeah, Matthew Lillard is bisexual.
Wait, fire.
Oh my god.
That
this
means
I have-
Skeet Aldrich has a chance.
This means I have a chance.
I mean, did you see them in Scream?
Yeah.
Gay
Oh,
ass
did you
movie.
see how much Matthew Lillard was smooching on that man?
I was gonna say something, but then we started talking about how much Afton's a gooner, and now I forgot.
Chopped out.
I don't.
What was I gonna say? Now I am chopped. Oh lord, let me go back a few seconds. Just put it back
What is
another hour.
As much as we've come to adore Freddy and his friends, everything we believe Henry himself designed, such as the classics, the wizards, the toys, the rock stars, and likely the animatronics.
Oh, I remember now. So, because I talked about that. I did a Secret of the Mimic theory a little while ago about the whole like, oh, did Edwin make the classics? Was Henry just like a lying ass son of a bitch?
Henry's a fraud.
But
William's a fraud.
the other aspect of the whole like, oh, did Henry make them or did Edwin? To be fair, at the end of Secret of the Mimic, the place burns down and the place is falling apart. So it's kind of very unlikely that they would have salvaged what the work that Edwin had done. I feel like Henry did probably make the animatronics, like the classics or whatever. But the original plan was like, oh, we're gonna have Edwin do it. But then, when everything went downhill with Edwin, fine, I'll do it myself.
I will say I have thought about. I'm not sure that because like the prototypes have like metal shells.
You talking about like the characters?
The prototypes in
Yeah.
Secret of the Mimic, of the Fazbear animatronics. They have the metal shells, but you look at the wizards, like you look at their outer shells, they don't look like they are made of solid metal.
I think
It looks. They definitely. They definitely aren't plastic in Proto Freddy's. Like they are metal.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, I think parts of them are plastic.
Let me look this up.
But like for the most part, I think.
Well,
yeah, it's a lot of like metal endoskeleton stuff, but it's plastic shells on all of them.
Oh, okay. We're talking about the secret of the mimic animatronics,
I'm looking
right?
this up.
And the R&D department.
There is some like aluminum coating on some stuff, like for like the head shapes.
Yeah.
But...
Let me pull it up on stream.
Oh my god, yeah, okay. I look up prototype Freddy's and it shows the one from Ruin. That's not what I wanted. It is Chica is made of metal.
Yeah, Chica's got metal.
Weirdly enough.
Well, also her head is a very...
Oh, what am I? I'm so dumb.
It's weird. They have parts of them. It almost like even like you look at Freddy's legs. One leg is made of a different material than the other.
I mean, also you look at those prototype Springlock suits, entirely made of metal.
They're kind of ramshackle to get. Yeah, I have been like, there is literally no. It is not possible for that to be the Springtrap suit.
Yeah, no.
That is like a big metal tank.
Looks ugly as hell.
I'm wondering what the Wizards went through that there's just giant chunks of metal taken out of their endoskeletons.
I mean, they were used for like spare parts, so
yeah.
I looking at it myself now. I mean, I think the idea is like, I don't remember if it's ever like specified, but you know, like I think going off of like how animatronics tended to be made in like real life, and a lot of fan projects do this. I know like Baddington did, but it's like a fiberglass case. Like there's different, like it's more like an actual suit.
Yeah.
This does look more like because it's always like, oh, the FNaF animatronic, particularly Scott's designs, tend to be a little bit more stylistic, a lot more less derivative from how like Showbiz or Chuck E. Cheese did it. These, they are like more. It is like casing, and
yeah, I mean also like one of the least realistic parts of like how these would actually be made is the like segmented joints.
Mm-hmm.
It would probably have like a coating of fur over it.
Yeah.
That sort of covered the joints. So like it wouldn't look like he didn't have elbows.
Yeah, you see with Foxy here too, by the way, like Foxy, it's almost like a cage type of thing. Like a
he kind of looks like a Springlock suit.
Yeah, which is kind of we're not getting into that, kidders. We're not doing that.
I mean, this is a complete tangent. Something very weird that was pointed out to me the other day. If we look at the Mimic in Proto Freddy's when he's wearing all the animatronic parts.
So
the Bonnie, the Bonnie head that he has is Bonbon.
Oh,
like it is Bonbon's head shape. It's so weird.
I think Narrow even told me that. I'll look it up real quick again.
I'm also looking it up.
By the way,
Toy Bonnie doesn't have the divot in the middle of his head.
It does. What?
I'm looking at.
By the way, Withered Circle, we did literally the first 2 hours. I spent 2 hours watching your video, Withered Circle. Don't worry.
Withered Circle.
Yeah, Withered Circle and chat. Hi, Withered.
We phased our plot. Don't worry about it.
Proto Mimic. Thoughts? Terrible, absolute. No, I'm kidding. I liked it. I think would tell me what you thought, Dr. Goat. Okay. Wait, I gotta do my Withered Circle impression.
My little Proto Mimic.
He paused it 30. Dude, I paused it probably more than 30 times to like rant. I think I agree with like the main core idea with the there's like all these locations. Leave me alone. I had a lot of thoughts. I agree with the main idea that you're Elvis in my head with a circle, okay? Like it's the location, the MCM, Pizzaplex, FNaF 6. Them, I mean, it's a variation of Fazburger. I think is accurate to say, like a more, I guess, defined version of Fazburger. So like I agree with it to an extent. I think where you lose me a little bit is some of like the particular details. Like, oh, juniors being built like on top of the same grounds that the MCM was on. That one, like, I'm not sure about that one, Chief. I'm not sure about that one. But like, and then like FNaF 3, I'm not sold on that. And I did bring up the fact that like, oh, in other continuities, like the Silver Eyes in the movies or whatever, that's undeniable if you line up the maps. But yeah, that's the thing. Lining up the maps, in my personal opinion, is kind of an iffy
Never
piece.
trust the layout of an 8-bit minigame.
Yeah, I mean that's literally kind of that, because number one, it is like an 8-bit minigame. It's simplified details, yada yada yada. And what you guys, because you showed it in your video, of course, like, oh, here's like the map of Sodom, then here's the map of Midnight Motorist, and like if I really like on first glance, like, sure, okay, that's interesting, but also like, it's like you're resizing an 8-bit minigame to try and fit it onto this like 3D landscape or whatever. And so I don't think, I mean, technically, okay, if I took a picture of, I don't know, like any sort of map, technically speaking, that was vaguely the shape of Midnight Motorist or whatever, and then resized it to like use the map that you guys did for the Sodom thing, I could probably make it fit if I really resized it and whatnot. I, mean, I don't think the two should yeah?
It's kind of just like a straight road with 2 buildings coming off of it, which is not like a super unique layout, right, for a road.
And again, also, I mean, to be fair, because it is like, I think you even said it in your video, like, well, you know, like, oh, look at the Afton House in FNaF 4, the Afton House in
5 roads. I'm looking at the Midnight Motorist.
5 roads. 5 missing kids.
Oh, wait. He's chopped.
Wait, true.
He ran one of the kids over on each of those roads.
I'm driving home from Freddy's. Where's everybody driving on the wrong side of the road? Get out of the way.
The fuck ass. He do got that slight divot type shit.
Yeah, I found like a good image of it, and I'm like, it isn't Toy Bonnie's head, but it's way too big to be Bon Bon.
I'm not saying it is literally Bon Bon's head, but it is the same shape.
It's a unique Bonnie head. That's all I'll say.
And even if you look at the ears are definitely, the ears are pretty similar. I mean, it is nothing. It's very different from like it doesn't. It definitely isn't classic Bonnie. Like it does.
It's
not.
Definitely
Even,
not.
like especially if you compare the ears, they're completely different.
The ears are not like anything we've seen.
Well, you know what?
Not even Bon Bon.
Speaking on the like Bon Bon, it is like, this is like a the factory and whatnot. They did do hand puppets and yada yada yada.
Yup.
It's not.
I mean, that is.
Go ahead.
That is a part of my latest theory, is that William took a lot of design cues from MCM animatronics.
No, I definitely like the whole. Like, I remember, I think I talked about with Narraven about this slightly. Oh, you know, Dolly is very remnant. Oh God! Oh, I'm so.
Yeah, Dolly and Jackie both look a lot like Baby.
Very. It's very fun time animatronic coded in general.
Or there's like, I mean, Helpy is weird because he's very clear, like he's just a tiny fun time Freddy, but then he's also Mr. Helpful.
It's actually, now that you think about it, okay, now you say that, so Dolly maybe vaguely reminiscent of like Ballora. Don't quote me on that, but like Jackie, like very reminiscent of Circus Baby. Helpy, Funtime Freddy. I don't know if there's like a Foxy equivalent, unfortunately. Hello, Caleb.
Foxy Puppet Show.
I guess, yeah, Foxy Puppet Show, but like I'm like more of a like a direct, because like fun time oriented, you know? Because again, like
I also talked about how we learned like Secret of the Mimics is the first time we learned basically anything about Chica's party world.
Yeah.
And I tie that into the theory that, you know, Funtime Chica was at Chica's party world.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Chica's party.
Right, like I think
You know who
it almost feels like that is
Party
part
World
of the
up
reason they included that. I don't know. To
I
tie it
just-
back
I
to
just
sister
realized that
location.
We're about to get to the point where I talk about Chica's party world.
Chica's party world. Oh yeah.
We need the lock in. Oh my lord.
Oh yeah, we're watching a video.
Right. Comics for the mediocre maladies and the puppets, which were also likely characters he stole from Edwin, are all objectively creepy as fuck. Look at those jaws, the segmented joints, and lifeless eyes. Edwin has made some creepy shit, but Henry is equally guilty. This is why we let Fiona design things.
Woman in STEM.
Did you notice something else in one of those two tapes? A tiny detail.
Girl power.
Edwin referred to Henry as Hen. It's not treated as important.
Can I just? This is just a pet peeve of mine. Why are you shortening Henry down to Hen? Like I think it's just.
I talk about it. I talk about it.
Oh,
In the game, nothing more than a nickname
I
Edwin
thought
gave
that
to his
was
friend.
like a pretty common nickname for Henry. I don't know.
But it's still like I think it's like maybe not counterintuitive, but it's like it's 5 letters. It's different calling like William Bill because like that's your because William's very professional.
I'm about to talk about it.
I have heard Hen before. It is a very like it is like a very familiar nickname, I feel like.
I'm about to talk about it, chat.
Okay, well now we have to stop watching the entire video and talk about Chica's secret party instead.
Chica's ain't no party like a Chica party.
But what makes it stick out is besides a text log where Edwin talks about warning Hen about the new spring locks and their
anything
odd
about
behaviors.
that, anything but
That is
finishing the
only
video.
time Henry is mentioned by
Someone in
name
chat said it's
in
like
the
a pet
entire
name.
series.
Oh my lord.
Both with that same nickname, Hen. And what's even fucking weirder is that Hen is a strange nickname for someone named Henry. Normally, the nickname for someone named Henry would be Hank, or even Harry, just like how William can be shortened to Bill, or John can be Jack. It's a weird quirk of the English language, but hen, that's the word for a female chicken. Wait.
Henry
chicken!
Henry's pregnant!
Just you wait.
Chica's the baby.
Female chicken? We only learned about Chica's party world in Secret of the Mimic, the same game that calls Henry Hen. And we hear about the same thing about Fiona's designs being made into creepy physical versions when Milton tells Edwin about the suits for Chica's party world. And we know Chica's party world was out of business by 1975. The profit chart on the blackboard roughly mirrors the MCM net earnings graph. But while MCM was still floating above the red in 1975, Chica's party world experienced a similar spike and dip to MCM. But they crashed. What does that sound like? The work of one William Afton. He did the same thing to Henry that he did to Edwin, and it would seem like he gave Henry a similar offer, a lead engineer, or something similar. After all, Henry is the only Fazbear guy we ever hear in connection to the Fazbear Project. William wounded Edwin badly, but it was a... Nah.
Okay, I will say that's actually in terms of I never thought about William doing the same thing that he did to Edwin to Henry prior. Like that's interesting, and it makes sense with the whole because that's always a thing. Like, oh, a wound first inflicted upon me. People think that it's referring to Charlie or whatever, but then it literally being like, oh, bro ruined my company and like absorbed all of my assets and then made me his business partner. Oh, like that's actually pretty fire. That's pretty fire.
I have thought about the wound first inflicted on me line quite a bit, and I've sort of, and I don't know if I necessarily believe this interpretation, but I've thought about what if it's not even referring to like a specific like thing, like a specific act that has occurred multiple times that William has done, right? But it's specifically he's saying like you wounded me and then I let that bleed out. I let everything like all of this happen afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to be like a specific thing that William did multiple times. I've thought about that.
Yeah, I just thought, I was like, because this theory started from that idea of the fact that, like, Henry was the one who owned Chica's Party World. Because I know that was a theory back when, like, we didn't know what Chica's Party World was, but then as soon as we got Secret of the Mimic, everyone was like, oh, of course, Henry was the leak, and if you think anything else, you're stupid. And I'm like,
Henry is an onion.
I have a theory. I like the theory that phone guy was actually the leak because Ralph.
Yeah, no, I'm a Ralph leaker truther.
Yeah. W. Ralph.
I was the leak.
Yeah, because I feel like everyone has like immediately jumped off of the idea that Henry could have been the owner of Chica's Party World, but I'm like, it puts him at that place.
That's something. Isn't that something that Map had deposited a while ago in like his ultimate? I mean, it was probably before that, but I remember it being.
It was his ultimate guide.
It's just well, I think what people like. I think what Map had and probably a few others kind of maybe misinterpreted is the idea that Henry's company was actually doing better than Williams, and then like you know it feeds into like Williams' spite and pride and whatever. Like, oh, this fucker's doing better than me. When in reality, it's probably more like William had the more successful company, or at the very least better business tactics, and then he like.
Meatloafers, you and I have talked about what we think about like the history of Fazbear and how that started. Like, there's a definite possibility that like MCM splintered off of Fazbear Entertainment initially, and then it was reabsorbed.
When I have even more recently, I have thought about the idea that, I mean, what if, like, there's a possibility that like all like Fazbear, all of these different companies are all under the Afton Robotics umbrella.
I like to think
like that is the corporation that is at the top.
I like to think
Robotics is an LLC. So
yeah,
true.
I personally like to think that Afton Robotics became a thing when he scooped up the MCM, because I feel like because again, like, the whole idea that he took the house, of course, and he might have turned the facility into his own, and again the idea that there's actually a lot more levels to the sister location than we might think, or that the game kind of implies. So I think he turned that into his like some sort of factory or whatever.
So, I think After Robotics, like, I don't know enough about capitalism.
Oh, believe me, I do.
That's also like when you get I love this sub level of theorizing. You have to learn fucking capitalism and like business economics.
Learn business.
I actually I had to explain inflation in a theory I did recently because of the whole like the FNaF.
After Robotics is just how William got money from investors so he could experiment on children.
Yeah, it doesn't show it on the business graph.
So when if I recall correctly, when it comes to like how sister locations work, so I don't remember off the top of my head, but a good example is like, again, just an example, McDonald's can be the sister location to Taco Bell, and they're owned by the same parent company, let's say. Not an actual, maybe not accurate, but they can be. Two very different restaurants, but owned by the same company. So that's how you could have like Circus Babies and then Freddy Fazbear's, of course.
Yeah, because how it would probably be phrased is that Taco Bell is the sister company to McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's specifically the sister location.
Yeah, well, because it's a sister company, but I believe a sister location.
Because I don't think
would be because this is because I work at a Jimmy John's and we have various locations within. What?
Triangulating your position right now.
Yeah, which Jimmy John?
And
works at the
way
best
that we like operate is that there's multiple locations within our franchise. So like, if we need to get like some onions or something, we'll send someone over to the sister location over like 10 miles down the road, and then we'll get some onions. But it's all like separate Jimmy John's locations operating within the same franchise.
Yeah. franchise locations. Ta-da!
And I think, yeah, I think
Freddy
like,
Fazbear's is a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Also, is a franchise business.
Like, I don't think like Circus Baby's Pizza World, Circus Baby's Entertainment Rentals were the name of companies. Those are just the names of locations owned by Afton Robotics.
No, because yeah, actually, I do off the top of my head know all of the business names that are ever mentioned in Five Nights at Freddy's. Because this is like this is like when you're like, I know.
This is my hell.
I had
So,
a kind of
we have-
crackpot theory earlier when I was watching Withered Circles video. In, I believe, particularly the Steel Wool games, there's a company that keeps popping up a lot called Film Co., which is very oddly close to William Co. It's very
Film with
crackpot.
Ennard.
Yeah.
Then who's Phil?
Yeah, but
who's this Phil guy?
There's nothing to substantiate that. But like, what if like his like what he got like started with? No, because it's always been like the carnival thing is probably what he started with or something. But like maybe like his robotics was like electronic stuff or whatever. But very
William
crackpot.
invented the Cleanovac.
Dude, I mean, to be fair, Edwin invented recycling, so maybe William Afton
invented recycling.
Yeah, so
yeah, William just like invented.
he
invented some really. He invented television. True.
He invented
William invented the idea of robots.
This is another thing. There are 2 Fazbear Entertainments.
Yeah, isn't one an LLC?
What?
Isn't one an LLC?
Yeah, security breach.
Yes, there is Fazbear Entertainment Incorporated, and then there is after the FNaF 6 pizzeria burns down, and Dread Hand Unit says Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity. Then it is refounded as Fazbear Entertainment LLC, which is how you get Help Wanted. That is the corporate. That is the business.
Okay. Thank you for saying that, because you're totally right. And I had that in the back of my head when I was watching Nero Raven's theory that he recently came out with, because he deposited that Help Wanted might actually happen before FNaF 6. And
nope, impossible.
Yeah, thank you.
That is just blatantly impossible, because it was created by a separate company.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is a different kind of corporate entity entirely.
Yeah. Okay.
Because an incorporated entity is something where you get like all of the franchising stuff that like happened. But with the LLC, the only location that we know Fazbear Entertainment LLC ever opened was Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex. And in the games, it can be assumed that there was only one of them, which was built for the express purpose of bringing William Afton back to life. And or making another David.
Another David?
Probably both.
Another one?
It's almost as if I'm writing a theory.
500 Davids.
But we also have a few other companies which their business type is not explicitly stated. We have Murray Co., which is the company that founded Murray's Costume Manor.
Well, it's a company.
Yes.
It's a co.
Murray Co. Company.
It's its official designation. Murray Co. Company.
Yeah, well, because we don't know like what suffix it would have.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's also, I believe it's Chica's Restaurants, which is the company that owns Chica's Party World. And then there's also Afton Robotics, which is the company that made Chica's, not Chica's Party World, Circus Baby's Pizza World and Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals.
Side note, just a side note, because like talking about like the whole suffix thing, and funnily enough, I only know this because I mentioned it earlier. The whole Film Co. It's also called Co. And then Murray Co. I think it's probably just like company or corporate. Maybe.
I'm pretty
him
sure.
Company.
Yeah.
Edwin is alive, and he's the founder of Film Co.
Way fire.
I'm gonna assume MCM is a.
The reason that it is probably called Philium Co. is because it is an analog to the real-world company Philco, which is a company that makes which is a company that makes radios and televisions.
That makes sense.
So that's the reason that you see a lot of video and audio equipment branded Philium Co. Because it is probably just Philco with William.
Philip DeFranco.
Hello, Freddy Fazbear. I love doing FNaF movie.
I feel like I do feel like if MCM wasn't an LLC, Edwin would probably be in jail, or paying like millions in fines. People died in that factory.
Do you think Edwin's alive or dead after Sodom?
I'm agnostic on that.
Schrodinger's Edwin. Schrodinger's Edwin. He is neither alive nor dead until it is revealed.
This
for
is
certain.
Wait,
Hear me
that's
out.
True.
Wait, that's true.
Wait.
Oh yeah,
we were watching a video.
You almost so done. Was so good.
It's gonna get fucking wild. I have watched theorist after theorist
I have to go for one
make the assumption,
okay.
an evidence-backed assumption, that Henry was an MCM employee that got poached by William Afton to work for Fazbear. And I think it's honestly a fine interpretation. It lines up really well with the story, but it always left some things open that I think are filled by this interpretation. Why would Henry be given such a high position after being poached as an administrator from Murray's Costume Manor? If he'd been the owner of Chica's Party World, it would make a lot more sense that he'd be given an important position overseeing the Fazbear project. After all, Edwin was offered the position of a lead engineer by Afton, and it sounds a hell of a lot like what Henry was stated to be doing. Plus, I honestly think it makes zero sense for Henry to have been an admin. He's a creator in his heart of hearts. After all, William was always the businessman. Henry was the visionary with his head in the clouds. But wait, there's more! Fiona Murray was stated to be the one who designed the Chica mascot suit. We see her blueprints, and Milton congratulates her in this message about the client loving her chicken designs. But key detail: the physical suit doesn't look like Fiona's art. This can mean one of two things. Edwin fucked up his wife's designs, or Fiona's designs didn't end up being used for the final, instead turning out as the creepy physical suits we see in-game. And who do we know that makes creepy looking mascot suits? Henry fucking Emily. There it is. The purple in his character messing things up. Compared to William, he's a great guy, but he's selfish. He makes things about himself. He fucked up Fiona's brilliant art because he had to be the one to do it himself. And what happened to Chica's Party World? Their sales were through the roof after Fiona's art came in, and that commercial was absolutely adorable. But due to his own meddling, his restaurant company immediately took a nosedive right into William's loving arms. He made changes to the Fazbear project, not because he and William were twirling their evil mustaches together while they preyed on Edwin's downfall.
Well, William might have. Maybe Henry, maybe not so much. But William, he can't help himself.
I think I'm actually about to say that.
William sure was, but he could just Henry ruin Edwin's project all by himself.
Alright, I'm back.
Because he knew that.
Why'd you do that?
I always come back.
I always come back.
Henry was a control freak who wanted to make sure his vision came to fruition. Hell, take what he says in FNaF 6. Even though he blames himself for the events of the series, he still turns the focus to himself. Prisons of my making, a wound first inflicted on me. It's all me with Henry.
Henry's the
which
real
is where
victim
I'd like to bring in another color.
Yeah, no, Henry's
Henry's
literally like, he literally goes on a tirade about like, oh, William did all of these things to little old me. I'm just a little birthday boy, Henry Emily. Oh, I have to be the one to fix everything.
Bro comes in at the end of the story. Like, after
It's
being
been like
gone for, yeah.
It's been like 50 years.
Has
dude.
not been in the games at all up until that point. He's like, oh, I gotta make this about me, chat.
Michael, I know you've been on this mission to like save all of these spirits, and like I didn't even intend you to be here, bro. Like, this is just like all part of my master plan. What?
It's like cool you're here. You can die if you want to.
You're
No,
a footnote
he
in my
literally says-
story, Michael Afton.
He doesn't even know. He's like, I think you're gonna want to die, bro.
Well, he literally has he literally has no idea what Michael has been through.
He probably doesn't even see Michael Afton. He probably is just like, oh, it's Michael.
Oh,
What's
Michael. What the fuck?
He finally looked at like the paperwork.
What are you
like,
doing
when he
here,
hired
dude?
them. He didn't even look at the name when the Michael signed up. Like, oh, he just took it and ran. They like finally
Dude, you
looked at
look
the
like
paper.
shit.
Like, oh, that guy.
Oh my God, it's Michael. Oh, he looks awful.
Oh,
What-
dude,
what happened to you?
Get some skin lotion, bro.
You get entered inside of you, dog.
Purple raisin man.
Section of the Chroma key. Green. Much like the other two colors so far, its association with Henry is, but it's there, if you look. In the security puppet minigame, the puppet is depicted with green eyes, corresponding to Charlie's bright
that's
green
true.
wristband.
Wait, crackpot theory. The green guy in
Yeah?
Midnight Motorist is Charlie.
I mean,
you know you can't be here. You just killed me,
the
bro.
green guy in Midnight Motorist is the mimic.
Wait, he's cooking.
We know that Henry made this puppet specifically for the purpose of protecting his daughter. Reminds me of another visually green program.
Yeah,
made
but
to
not
care for
any of the
childless
other
creator.
children, just his daughter.
I think it's time we get onto the.
To be fair, that is like it's a kind of a point in the idea that low-key... Shut up, me. The point for like the whole idea that Henry low-key kind of selfish. Like, I want to protect my own child. Yeah.
If I had to characterize William, like all of the adults in this series with one word, Henry would be selfish. Edwin would probably be neglectful. Fiona would probably be perfect.
You can use that for all of them.
And William is innocent. William's just misunderstood.
Fiona would probably be Angel.
Fiona is beautiful, Fatty Supreme, beautiful, gorgeous.
Fatty, that's 2 words.
Shit. Main event. Stabs you. It's time to talk about Fiona.
Oh,
Fiona
here we
Murray.
go.
Oh,
if you thought the last section was crazy, buckle the fuck up. Much like Henry, I believe Fiona carries similar color associations of green.
I didn't find a place to mention it in the script, but I do hold the belief that Henry and Fiona are at least cousins, if not siblings. It is mostly due to their similarities in color I mention here, but the topic might warrant its own video if I feel strongly enough about it.
I am working the theory into Chroma Key Theory Part 3, because it's all about
a trilogy.
It is all about. Well, there's going to be 4 parts to this.
There are going to be 14 parts.
Wait till you get to the part about God, David. And purple. But this time, Steel Wool actually managed to give us visual proof. First, let's look at every image we are provided in Secret of the Mimic of what the real Fiona Murray looked like. I found 4 images throughout MCM that show us the human Fiona, and in those photos, she is wearing the following outfits: a purple blouse, a green dress with a green party mask, a yellow sweater and a green skirt, and her wedding dress. She is also represented as the blonde woman in all of the MCM commercials, and when taking those into account, 70s era sexist undertones aside, she is never seen without a pearl necklace in any image depicting her. Also, this is kind of a side note and somewhat unimportant, but it looks as though she has blue eyes in all of these images. However, when I went into the color picker on Adobe Photoshop, it was coming up as more of a greenish shade, especially when compared to Edwin's sky blue eyes. Hell, even compared to the background on the image with her in the purple blouse, her eyes look more of a sea green than an ocean blue. But on the note of green, before we analyze the meaning of those colors, let us discuss our favorite robot
green guy in
M1, or F10, N4, or just Fiona. She has too many names. Now, Fiona Bot. Ooh, I like that.
Fiona Bot. Sorry, I know what you're referring to. You're talking about like the Mixis machine, but when I heard Fiona Bot, I'm like, you're telling me, oh, the fourth clause
Fiona
of 4
Bot.
Fionas.
This really is the steps. This really is the step for wives.
Oh,
I kind of just exclusively refer to as F10, N4 or F10, because
It's
F10, F10.
Whoa. I say M1 or F10N4.
Fiona Bot is associated with the Mimic as a whole, and the only time we see it inhabiting the Mimic's body, it shares M2's glowing orange eyes, which I will be talking about later. But across M1's confirmed and speculated appearances throughout all of Steel Wool's games, we notice two characters that Fiona Bot is largely represented by. Sun and Nightmarion. It doesn't make any sense. The puppet.
Oh, John, summoning John for that.
That was the whole Green Eyes connection with the security puppet and Henry. Unless, because of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, it was confirmed
because the
that
puppet is
was possessed
Fiona.
by Henry's daughter, plain and simple. And through context clues and parallels, we can assume that.
I mean, I don't disagree with that.
You're not allowed to say that word.
I mean, I do think that
Oh, sorry. Did I say parallels?
Well,
Yeah, we gotta cancel.
I do think this is
Don't
one of
worry,
my
I see it
theories
like
that
15 more times.
one of my theories is that the puppet has the mimic inside of him.
Dog.
And the puppet's programming is, I get, derived from M1.
The mimic inside of you.
And that's like because the puppet is almost this like parental figure.
Yeah.
It's
To be fair,
interesting.
I know John FNaF has talked about it in length. He's big proponent of the idea that Nightmarion, in some fashion, either literally or symbolically, does tie back to the mimic. I lean towards like a more symbolic sort of thing.
Yeah. No, I'm on the same page.
So like the idea that the puppet, because you're right, the puppet is often, unless you're the FNaF movie too, but the puppet is like a caretaker or protector of some form, and Fiona and F10, 27, M4, whatever, very much kind of like the same concept in a way.
Yeah, like M1 and the puppet were created for essentially the same purpose. Babysit my kid.
Yeah.
We're getting mother puppet theory.
Daughter's name was Charlotte.
Spirit mother.
Puppet
Spirit?
Mother is mother.
Puppet Jesus. Puppet Jesus.
And I did propose the idea, and I mean this is basically fan fiction, that
well
the puppet was also trained on Henry's personality.
So that's why the FNaF movie 2 puppet is such a menace.
So
Fair, okay. Where do you get I guess you did say it's borderline fan fiction, but the mimic was there all along.
Unless Scott suddenly decided that Henry's kid was named Cassidy all along, at which point I will genuinely consider if Andrew from the books is the vengeful spirit from Ultimate Custom Night, but not today. Anyway, the theorist community took that information, and upon seeing the increasing role of the character of Nightmarion, or as it's referred to in Steel Wool's games, simply Nightmare, made us all jump to the conclusion that Charlie was somehow the game's equivalent of the storyteller tree. After all, look at all of those puppet wires snaking around the Pizzaplex, just like roots. But what Secret of the Mimic adds to the equation is not only a direct parallel to the storyteller in Edwin's automated studio technology that he was planning to sell to TV studios, but also a digital consciousness that was actually connected to the building through various black wires. M1, F10, and 4. The main focal points of these strange puppet wires are in these recreations of rooms from Help Wanted throughout the Pizzaplex, all of which contain some kind of sun or moon memorabilia. A direct connection between Nightmarion and the character of Eclipse. Bingo. But I hear you asking, what does this have to do with the color green? Eclipse is yellow and blue, and Nightmarion is black and white. And to that I say, very astute observation. Now allow me to do some color magic on you fools. When I take this yellow square and this blue square and overlay them over each other, it becomes green. And when I do the same with black and white, it becomes gray. Crazy shit, I know. And we already know
Hey, he got entered inside of him.
means ghosts. Now, green can be easily interpreted as representative of the M1 program. After all, every computer in MCM is green, which not all old computers were just green. Many had monochromatic displays, but as often as they were green, they had blue.
I'm so chopped. I'm a big Fallout fan, and that's
okay. Wait, no, I need to talk about this because in my video, in my first video, I talked about the screens being green, and it's really funny that you included this because someone in the comments was like immediately like, well, maybe the screens are just green because that's the color that screens are.
Yeah, I'm like, it was very intentional. Like, I know it's like it's the stereotypical
computer color, but like
it's mostly just because of Fallout.
Yeah.
It's not really even the color that most computers would have been back then.
Yeah, no.
Most of
like
I think
there were...
most computers back then I think were white.
Yeah. Like this one, the one on screen right now.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Yeah, it was like they were often green, blue, or orange. Because you know, white is just technically the combination of red, blue, and green. So it would usually like lean towards one of those three.
Well, and it's funny. Of course, they said that, and then immediately someone else commented, but they could also be blue and orange, which you literally say in your video.
I literally say it in my video.
I can't believe... Now I'm like smacking myself because I didn't include that.
Yeah.
It's okay. There's always next time.
It was very intentional to make them green.
Green. Hey, you know what color hand unit screen is? Green.
You know what color Andrew is?
Green.
Oh well, actually, if you look at the face in the the death scenes with the mediocre melodies, that's more of a...
Fiona is the vengeful spirit,
yeah.
Displays. Keep that in mind for a bit from now.
Hudson Toy Shank.
We see the green sun character surrounding the F10 Info console at the end of the game. And despite the fact that Moon.exe contained orange elements, it still chose to represent sun and...
Well, to wait, maybe
the lowest quality photo I've ever seen.
Oh my!
Yeah, I don't know why this happened.
I know I know you brought up that Edwin has like an orange shirt, I believe, in one of the pictures, and
yes,
it mimics eyes are orange. Ooh, ooh.
Oh yeah.
We'll probably
Just
get
wait.
there.
Yeah. Edwin's next. Then one as a green version of Sun, the old witch from the cabin. Because Fiona...
Is Andrew's alligator mask ever described as green? That's actually a good question, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
If you really fight, it's actually just like a purple alligator.
Actually, the alligator mask came out of nowhere. It was actually like no mask at all. People...
Yeah, it wasn't even like a character. He just like found it at some Halloween store.
His name isn't even actually Andrew. He's actually called Cassidy.
The only time that we ever hear... or are like given a description of what Andrew looks like, it is in the Man in Room 1280, which is where you get the black curly hair and a green alligator mask.
God, I wish Scott never wrote that story.
It's such like it's a decent story, and like it has some really fun imagery. I think if I recall correctly, it's called Hades Hospital, and they have like not gargoyles. They have like Cerberus out front. Yeah, yes. It's such a like in concept. It's great. It's just a shame Andrew's the vengeful spirit.
Well, I almost don't even think it was supposed to be UCN.
Yeah, I remember it, like in the early days. I think it.
Like, I think he might have done that on accident. Because the similarities are. I mean, there are some, but they're very surface level. If you actually compare the two side by side, very different.
Just commented on my video saying Mangle's hot. We love to see it.
That was me.
I sent my army.
Okay, well, I also did that.
One with the Mimic program and thus technology as a whole. You can take that black and white making gray to represent, say, the metal of the machinery that M1 runs on. But that raises another question. Fiona the human is also seen frequently wearing green. And she's possessing M1, so why haven't you...
What an image. What a...
Yeah, this is a beautiful image. I mean...
Sorry, I'm screenshotting that.
Plan on using this image to...
Where did you make the purple guy Wojak?
No, I found it.
I'm stealing that from you.
I need to...
Yeah, no, this is how I plan on representing any viewer ever in the future.
Purple guy Wojak.
Purple guy. Connected this to her living form yet. That would be because Fiona Murray doesn't possess the Mimic, or the Mimic program, in the slightest. The real Fiona was a multifaceted person, which I can use the color theory my previous analysis has provided to assign her mainly the yellow traits of liveliness and creativity that she shares with Henry. However, she's also shown wearing purple, which can show her injury at the hands of MCM and specifically Edwin. I would try to connect her to some evil that she's done, but really the living character of Fiona hasn't really done all that wrong.
Off the top of my head, too, I think you could say purple kind of represents corruption as well. Not necessarily that, oh, you're evil, but you've been damaged by evil, which you could apply to
She
Michael
is a
as well.
CEO.
You're right. So she, like, ruined healthcare.
Well, she does run a she is at the head of a company. She might be, there's a little bit of darkness inside of her, right?
And she got darkness inside.
She is a capitalist. I'm really proud of how much you managed to hold back about Fiona in this video, Maury.
This is before I had the bit. This is before I came to God and realized that she's
came to God, Fiona.
No,
Mistress Fiona.
Oh, I call her far worse than that.
I mean, after all, this picture is meant to accompany this picture of Edwin, which is also his only depiction wearing purple. And I'll get to that when I talk about him. But Fiona,
she's looking at Edwin, and he's not looking at her.
Oh, that's so fire.
Ugly.
If I may, wait, someone has a question in chat. If I may ask, if Fiona is possessing M1, why does the game make a consistent point of showing that Fiona calls him Ed while M1 calls him Edwin? Well, I feel like you said that she isn't possessing M1, right?
Yeah, she isn't possessing.
No, yeah.
She ain't.
That's the idea. That's like, she isn't.
Like,
she's dead.
My name
actually,
is
like,
Edwin.
stuff like that is like very distinct evidence for her not
I
possessing.
made the mimic.
Yeah.
was a multifaceted person with wants, dreams, desires, and boundless creative and artistic potential. M1 is not that.
I mean,
what Edwin believes is his wife returned from the dead.
You can see it coming out a little bit.
I'm like,
boundless creative potential.
I like this. You know what he reminds me of here? You remember who was it? I forget the movie now. It's that one animated movie, not Monsters Inc., but the like bunch of monsters that the government
Monsters vs. Aliens. He looks like the president for Monsters
Oh
vs. Aliens.
Oh my god, that's so true. I actually mentioned it in the part 2 video, but I based this redesign off of Bill Gates. I based William Afton off of like Dave Miller and somewhat Walt Disney, and then I made Henry Jim Henson.
That's so funny.
But yeah, no, that is just the president from Monsters vs. Aliens.
Is simply a combination of the mimic program
Bye-bye,
doing what it was created to do, and Edwin's deluded agony imbuing this machine with his memories of Fiona, his need for a caretaker, a mother for David. Not a wife and a mother, but a simulation of the concept of a woman. It's like the fucking Stepford Wives.
Sorry, I just realized what that was.
What was that picture from?
The Soft Machine album.
The Soft Machine.
Yeah, go back. You'll see that I put it's Soft
Machine.
Oh.
Simulation
of
the concept.
Oh my, whoa,
it's
lordy
like the fucking
lord.
Stepford Wives, but with less obvious murder. Think about
Happy
how
to
when Henry
say
was
I
making
did
the Charlie
watch the
robots and books,
Stepford Wives
it didn't have a
in
shred
order
of
to
Charlie's
create
actual
FNaF
spirit.
Theories.
Instead, the Charlie robots were brought to life by Henry's agony and grief, convincing himself that he was able to bring back his daughter through machinery. That is M1.
To be fair, I know people like, why the hell does Henry look like William in the Silver Eyes? Really weird. I don't hate this design for William. Yeah. I mean, I've never really vibed with William's design in like the Silver Eyes, but I like this concept for Henry.
Well,
I think this is cool.
Pinky Pill's just, you know, she's sort of like Vivzy Pop. She can only draw twinks.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Wait, to a T. But swap Henry and Charlie for Edwin and Fiona. It even includes a later iteration of that robot killing its creator. In the sense that
Suicide
M2
Bot
and Book Circus Baby also share strong parallels.
I don't think I could say
I
that
won't
on
be getting into
stream.
here. It doesn't really tie into Chroma Key theory that much. Anyway, to conclude this mini ramble, M1 is Edwin's idea
green
of what Fiona should be. Something that takes care of David, makes dinner, and who knows what else.
I'm actually planning to remake that design. Not the Fiona one. I do actually kind of like the way I drew Fiona, but I am gonna make a specific F10N4 design that like leans more into sun.
I thought you meant to say
Fiona.
you're gonna redo an Edwin design and make him look more like the president from Monsters vs. Aliens.
I mean,
yeah, make him look more like...
Maybe I should. Maybe I should. M1 exists to execute a singular function. Care for David. Just like
Bring
her
me a beer.
singular color.
Effective
Green.
subject.
No, we're getting to you later, Orange. But how does green factor into this? What does green mean? Green is a color of endless nuance and variation, but for the purposes of chroma key theory, I want to make two categories: the natural green and the unnatural green. Fiona Murray and the M1 program. Green is one of the most abundant colors in nature, besides maybe brown.
Green.
Leaves, grass, flowers, plants, and animals alike. Humans do not contain this much green inherently, only sometimes having green eyes.
Maybe you.
Oftentimes getting green things stuck between our teeth.
No, speak for
But
yourself.
humans will also frequently use green clothes and
I'm
earthy
very
terms to
green.
signify a connection
I'm a
to
lizard
nature.
man.
It is also the color of rot, mold, and decay. All natural processes. Remind you of any particular...
No.
Fucking image.
I
dude.
love it. I've used this image so many times in my videos. I love this.
rabbit-shaped creature? Green in plant life comes from the chlorophyll they produce, which allows them to absorb sunlight.
Springtrap is
Green
Fiona.
is also
Fiona
frequently
trapped.
used to represent inherently unnatural or evil
Oh
concepts like nuclear waste.
Hold on.
What happened?
So that specifically that mention of Springtrap is my basis for actually making a solid argument for Green Afton in part 2 of part 2 of Chroma Key Theory.
So you're telling me we have to make this stream even longer and watch part 2?
No, we can watch part 2 later.
Okay, good.
Yeah. No, we gotta watch. We gotta make this stream longer and watch one of my videos.
Oh my god! I'm never going to bed. You have no idea. So, like when I was doing
Michael.
when I was doing the charity event for Narrow Raven, I knew I wasn't doing anything for like day 1, but I was still like up just in like support the event, of course, and whatnot. But when it came to day 2, because that stream had so many like issues throughout it and whatnot, but even they handled it very well. Like the
Rest in
times
peace,
they had to
Narrow
like
Raven.
reschedule some stuff, and it was all like the PC issues, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
And
Arrow Raven died live on stream. It was crazy.
I only had like I think 2, because my sleep schedule, I'm borderline insomnia. I have like a really crappy sleep schedule, so I only got like maybe 2 hours of sleep each night. And when it came to like the last day, I'm up.
Wow.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play Forgotten Pizzeria on Narrow Raven stream. I can't wait. They say we're actually moving that to the end of the day, and I'm like, oh my god! And I got like, I only got like 2 hours. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be so done for. They
It would have
even
been.
did- Go ahead.
Would have been even funnier if you forgot about Forgotten Pizza.
I'm gonna forget your existence, and you're going in the Death Note.
Full radiation. Green is basically the color of every poison, evil spell, or Disney villain. But it also has a strong correlation with my favorite evil in the world, money.
Fiona. Oh.
It shows up frequently in
Money.
technology, still today being the main color used for circuit boards. Now let's apply this concept to our 2 Fionas. One, a natural human who creates organic art and makes things with her bare
Money
hands,
is
like
natural.
puppets.
I don't know what you're
The other,
talking about.
a cold, calculating machine who would like to think it cares about its son, but has really only been programmed to be a bear, the simile of humanity. And while I have unnatural green representing evil on the brain, I'd like to briefly touch on another robotic facsimile of humanity, that of William Afton. I don't want to give my whole spiel on Glitchtrap here, since that, like
Mr.
Midnight Motorist,
Aftermath.
deserves its own video. But it cannot be ignored how prevalent the dual nature of the colors green and purple are in FNaF, especially throughout the Pizzaplex. I mean, hell, all of those things that I said about the unnatural green being representative of evil spells and Disney villains and just the concept of the unnatural in general, that fulfills to a T what I was describing about the color purple in
What's that
relation
guy
to
from
William
the
Afton.
hotel? It's me, Alistair from Hasbin Hotel.
You got it.
I am the mimic.
I did a poll a little while ago because I was thinking like another kind of genre of video I could do where Springtrap and Michael watch like Murder Drones or Hasbin Hotel, and I was like, I hate Hasbin Hotel. I'm gonna suffer more than more than William after Michael ever did, just having to binge watch Hazbin Hotel, and I have to start from season 1 and watch. I'm so cooked.
There is a lot of relation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I respect
You know that, I don't know if you could tell by my profile picture on Discord.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. It's, yeah. To be fair, I think some of the songs are decent, just, like, not my kind of show.
Okay, you know that clip from Smiling Friends where it's the inspector and he's just got done inspecting the building and he's like,
oh yeah,
oh no, yeah, it was complete garbage, but I had a good time, so you passed. That's how I feel about Hazbin Hotel.
That's fair. That's fair enough.
The FNaF 2 movie.
Literally, that was the meme I saw like on Twitter. It was like, so I'm getting the company taken away, right? Oh no, you passed.
Between that, especially in the specific instance that is the Springtrap virus. But again, I'll be doing that in its own video, should this one receive enough support. But what does that say about our dear boy who programmed N1? What does it say about...
No!
Fiona was, compared to the nuances of Edwin Murray, a bit simple. And that is because his relationship with Thunder is all about his relationships. Fiona really only had an established relationship with Edwin Murray. However lame that is for women in storytelling. But to lay the foundation, Edwin's main colors are blue, orange, and purple. With a tiny bit of green in there, but that is literally only due to his creator status of the machinery he made. But blue should be the obvious one. It's what he wears in his family portrait, which is where I got the yellow and green for Fiona. And it's the main color of Moon, which is basically Edwin's spring Bonnie with how much he associates with the character. Fiona is the sun to Edwin's moon. Fairly surface level stuff. Plus, the same voice actor in Secret of the Mimic voices Edwin Murray and whatever that weird fucking moon creature is in the base.
He also voices Ultron in Marvel Rivals. So you know.
He does!
No, I'm blue dabba dee dabba die references in this segment. It's a little disappointing.
No, unfortunately, I had too many Jackie's Box ones, so... God. That gave me nightmares for a solid week. But think about every single other character we've discussed so far.
Jackie's Box will haunt. Jackie's Box will haunt this fandom for all of eternity.
The only character whose main and most obvious color is blue is...
It's such a shame, like, that song popped off more than the actual game did. It's such a shame.
Bonnie. And Bonnie is also frequently associated with purple, and he always wears bow ties. Is Edwin Bonnie? No, obviously not.
Yeah!
But let's go deeper into Edwin's association with purple. Edwin is shown with a purple bow tie in this image of him, likely to parallel Fiona's purple blouse, but it again raises the same question. Why put Edwin in purple in the first place? It would have made so much more sense to put him in a blue bow tie.
Because he's evil.
I believe this is less of a connection to Fiona than it is to William. After all, Edwin and William share many traits. This somewhat mad inventor archetype they both fulfill. The way they both likely work with Remnant. Their strange and dangerous developments in animatronic technology, and...
What do you, if you have an answer, like, what do you mean by Edwin works with the Remnant? Because if
the molten metal powering the costume matter.
Okay.
Sorry, did you have a question?
Yeah. So, like, you said, oh, they both, like, work with Remnant. Obviously, William does. What do you mean by, like, Edwin works with Remnant?
So I actually mentioned this a little bit later in the video.
Oh, okay.
There is a reason why Maury's Edwin sprite is wearing so much orange.
Yeah, and there's also a reason that I structured this in a specific way, so that you'd keep watching to learn the answer. There are other strange and dangerous developments in futuristic technology and AI. The list goes on and on. Am I suggesting that William stole his...
Oh, wow, wait, we got a dono.
Whoa.
The bite of anything was planned because death equals money. Thank you.
He wanted the death insurance money.
By the way, thank you, number 9s and a large soda. Thank you so much for the dono. That is so fire. You know, just because
you donated... should not have insurance fraud.
You know, just because you donated that, I'm going to believe what you said. It's canon now.
That's in my I'm putting that in my personal headcanons now.
Entire thing.
I know that is the theory that, like, especially I forget where I heard it.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah, but the idea that especially because the FNAF 4 minigame layout is like the sister location rooms or whatever. Oh, was sister location sorry, was it the crying child in the experiment chambers? Ooh.
Edwin? No. If I were saying that, I would have put the
This is okay. This is a complete tangent, but
we've been going on so many of them at this point.
That is what is so frustrating to me about a BV toy shank, because there is so much evidence there. It would be perfect. Bite Victim toy shank would work perfectly if we didn't have we have to sort of bend over backwards to come up with some explanation for why Bite Victim was killed by William. That's the big issue, I think, with the theory.
It just doesn't really
stops me
make
from
sense.
believing it completely.
Yeah, I think it's like on one, because like you said, there's like on one hand that there's a lot of stuff for it, like him being named Dave, like maybe he was trying to recreate what happened to David with his own kid, yada yada yada. But it's just like because of the circumstances of the crying child's death, it's just so weird. Also, because someone asked,
I always come back.
There you go.
And the fact he's specifically called the one you should not have killed, and up to that point we had no reason to believe that William killed Bite Victim. That idea would not exist without BV Toy Shank.
Well, UCN, it's Michael Afton actually, and not William Afton.
True.
when you hear what you think is William in the OMC minigame screaming Mike and Henry, it's actually Mike screaming out to Freddy Carter.
See, Scrap Trap is William, but Springtrap is Michael.
That's why you can't really deny Golden. Well, we can deny Golden Duo all the live long day.
It was me.
Oh my god!
Vengeful Spirit in my head. Vengeful Spirit has to be a Golden Freddy, one of the Golden Freddy spirits.
Yeah, By the way, I'm number 9 again. Thank you for the dono.
Or at least associated with Golden Freddy.
I never come back.
There we go.
I never come.
I never come back. I'm abandoning my children.
I'm going to get the milk.
What's the problem with BV Toy Shank? It could because there's a lot of problems with BV Toy Shank, which is, why would he? Hey Doc, if he stole his mom's, wait, what? If he, I hope not. But why would the one you should not have killed, even though William didn't kill BV? And BV revival. I heard a cursed theory. It was in the FNaF Theories Discord. I don't know when it started or where, but it's called CCDSI, and it's this idea that the crying child BV, it plays into BV revival. That William did actually revive the crying child, but then decided to kill him in 1987 again.
That's insane. That's actually insane.
I'm gonna look. It's so kind of chopped, but
wait, that's true.
Bonnie association heavily onto Edwin, but Edwin and William share enough similarities that it draws questions to it. But besides the character of Moon, what other associations does Edwin hold? Interestingly enough, Edwin seems to share many smaller associations with a metric fuck-ton of other characters who later integrated themselves, or should I say, were integrated, into the Fazbear brand. But let's run down the list. Foxy the Pirate, Roxanne Wolf, Orville Elephant, Mr. Hippo, Montgomery Gator, Happy Frog, fucking Helpy, and Chica the goddamn chicken, though that was more of a Fiona and Henry thing, according to this theory. Not to mention advanced spring-lock technology and all of the other characters Edwin made that William or Henry didn't decide to steal, which on that note, anyone think that spring-lock suit in Night 4 of Sister Location could possibly be based on the Jest cereal mascot? Just throwing
evil
shit out there.
Just
all of this to say, Edwin is an incredibly symbolic...
That cereal mascot, that's William Afton, bro. That's him.
He's William Afton.
Dude, the FNAF, the sister location springlock suit might as well be, Timbuktu.
Well, and there's people arguing about whether or not it is literally supposed to be a rabbit, but either way, those look like rabbit ears, you know?
Yeah.
Whether or not they literally are.
Showing the aftermath of William being... Sorry, okay, let me read this. I've never heard of this. Have you heard the idea that William was drunk while killing BB and that Midnight Motorist is showing the aftermath of William being unaware of what he had done?
Yeah, I heard, I think I literally heard that earlier today. Yeah, the theory, yeah. William killed bite victim, got super drunk, and then forgot that he did it.
FNaF 4 was actually a dream in William Athens, man.
Undeniably canon, guys.
The jester looks so similar to Glitchtrap. Actually, now that you think, oh yeah,
It
yeah.
does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's purple and yellow.
More of a red to me. Is it purple?
Well,
there
okay.
are-
Well,
it's
says
supposed to
parts of
be-
it are
it's-
red, parts of it are purple.
It's supposed to be the magenta and lime green, like from the Mimic Epilogues and Tales of the Pizzaplex.
Okay.
That is not lime green.
It's the lighting. It's the lighting. And there's also multiple variants of the suit in different colors.
Okay, that's weird. So that's yeah. and Speaking of like, because I know some of the suits have multiple variants, so that's like, not to dish your theory, of course, but like the game itself, like if it's trying to convey an idea through colors, of course, which I think very clearly your video shows that it is something that the lore has. It's weird that they have multiple variants.
Well, the mascot suits are not as specifically tied to specific characters as much as they are Edwin.
Holy hell.
Which, honestly, Edwin is very much tied to, like, almost every color except yellow.
That's
Except
interesting.
yellow.
By the
Edwin
way,
Plant Piss.
by the way, thank you, number 9 in a large soda again for the $2.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, thank you so much. I caused the bite of 87 because yes, and more money. Why, thank you.
Because yes.
Wow, I mean, what a wonderful
Well,
reason.
yes is the name of the crying child.
Wait. Fair enough.
That's true.
Mangle! We solved it. By the way, this looks like bendy up here. I just noticed it. Very bendy shaped.
I honestly, I would say that the Springlock suit is like a version of Jackie if Ennard wasn't Jackie.
My issue was saying like, oh, the Springlock suit. Are you talking about the one in Sister Location, right?
Yeah.
My issue was saying that, oh, it's this character from like a future game, barring like maybe like what was it, Funtime Chica. Is like it's not an answer you could realistically come to in the confines of Sister Location.
I mean,
which is where like the whole like David being the mound and whatnot. That was,
I don't think Scott came up with an answer within the bounds of Sister. I mean, honestly, if we're gonna do like the most common sense, like obvious solution, that's just Yendo's exoskeleton.
But, I mean,
we are presented with an endoskeleton minus the shell, and then we are presented an empty shell. Put the pieces together.
But
and
some
no,
could say it was difficult to put the pieces together.
No, to your credit, I kind of. One of the things that's always been like, oh, Molten MCI, whatever. He dismantled the classics, and I mean, you know, it depends if you count Golden Freddy as one of the animatronics he might have like dismantled or whatever. For like the hypothetical, of course, let's say that he did. Okay, so like 5 souls, he melted them down. But Sister Location, we only see like the 4 animatronics. But then we know Elizabeth is haunting, of course, Circus Baby.
Bon.
But yeah, 12:42 a.m. Yeah, no, me too.
Would Bon count as a 5th? I don't know.
SpongeBob. Oh my god. Okay, I will say, just in case, you do not have to keep sending me money. I'm very grateful, but you know, especially if it is your mom's credit card, you do not spend all of her money, please.
It is interesting because there are more fun times than are in Sister Location. Like, is the MCI in Music Man?
So like, what I was saying is that, like, let's say, since this is this suit that we're in, it would be like an animatronic, of course, or whatever. Could it be like, oh, this is like where Cassidy ended up, or whatever? Like, we are inside like the Golden Freddy of Griffin, of like whatever she's in at the moment.
Cassidy's in Yendo.
I mean, yeah, the whole Yendo thing, because you were saying like, oh, is it like Yendo being like whatever would have been in this suit, and then oh wait,
I
Yendo's
guess
kind of Golden Freddy.
Yendo
coded or
might be a
whatever.
projection.
I mean, there is
So this
theory
I don't know if
that,
this
like,
can be Yendo's shell.
there is the theory that Golden Freddy doesn't have a singular appearance and like matches its appearance to
talking
whatever
about.
the suit is. Because like there's classic Golden Freddy and withered Golden Freddy, which are kind of assumed to be the same spirit.
It matches the appearance of the other MCI.
Exactly.
That may.
I really like that theory.
No, thank you.
I do think Yendo is Golden Freddy.
I will
Also,
also.
I like how we spent like 10 minutes lingering on this shit post
on this stupid Springlock suit. We will never stop talking about this stupid Springlock suit. And there is no answer. Scott Cawthon has no idea what this suit is.
Keep going. Let's get to actual theorizing.
I will say I
What
kind
the
of do
theory's about.
subscribe to the theory that like Golden Freddy sort of fall. Subscribe to the Doctors in YouTube channel.
Subscribe to the Doctors in YouTube channel.
I'll add. I should add Meatloafers to the description too. I'll do that later.
Yes.
But I do that. He kind of just follows wherever the MCI are, so that's why I don't think William actually like dismantled Golden Freddy in Follow Me. I think it was just the 4, and then Golden Freddy just like, hey, I gotta hitch a ride with you guys.
Just throwing shit out there. All of this to say, Edwin is an incredibly symbolically dense character. But let's return to the colors.
He's also dense.
What does that shit mean? The color of water and the sky, a natural air element to Green's earth element. The two pair extremely well.
Dude,
Keep
my
that in
brain
mind.
fell asleep.
Now,
Oh,
to read
Lord.
the Gemini AI search result for blue meaning color theory, as Edwin Murray would have intended.
Sorry, I need to read this. This is
The
a
Gemini AI.
Okay. My actual expression upon remembering I'd written this joke into the script legitimately if you unironically use genitive A. Oh, yeah. Like and subscribe for the engagement, but never talk to me. Disclaimer, I wrote this text. I only used the Gemini to spit the text back at me for the bit official Mori policy. Don't use AI. It makes my skin crawl. Understandable. I'm going to take a shit.
I was actually originally going to like get a Gemini AI search result, but I just didn't want to open Gemini AI for the actual purpose of using it. So I just
can't do it.
I got a Google search result and then just made like it sound better and put some ideas that I like found into it, wrote this paragraph of text, and then just said, "Hey Gemini, say this thing to me," so that I could use it for this next bit.
By the way, hey Doc, do you believe in the paranormal activity? I believe in FNaF.
Search result for blue meaning color theory.
I
as
believe
Edwin Murray would have
there's
intended.
paranormal activity in FNaF.
In color theory, blue symbolizes calm, trust, and stability, reflecting the peaceful
Yes,
nature of the
yes.
sky and the sea. It can also evoke sadness or coldness, depending on the shade and context. Lighter blues,
Freddy
like sky blue,
Frostbear.
are associated with freedom and serenity, while
Edwin
dark
is
blues,
Freddy
like navy,
Frostbear.
convey authority, seriousness, and wisdom. Obviously, some things stand out more than others when thinking about our third favorite neglectful father. Sadness, coldness, authority, seriousness, and wisdom definitely remind me of the portrait that audio logs paint of our dear Edwin. Now, orange,
Sad
color
boy.
of no characters besides...
Out of curiosity, does Edwin... It's not Edwin Sr., but, what was it? Wait, what's his name, Edwin? I forget his name.
Edwin Sr., yeah.
Yeah, does he have, like, a particular colored, like, tie or anything?
What is it? I'm looking up Edwin Sr.
Yeah.
And what does Edwin Sr.'s color theory mean?
It's orange.
Orange.
He does.
Yeah,
He has an orange tie.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a blue suit jacket with an orange tie, so it's more blue and orange.
He has a remnant tie.
Because, like, when I thought of like authority, I just thought of like, because when I think Edwin, I don't think authority necessarily, but when I thought of like a father,
Oh yeah, he's a little cuck.
yeah.
Well, he's also
He's submissive.
he does try to assert his authority as a business owner, but he fails.
Yeah.
Attention, traders.
Yeah, I mean, Doc, how do you stay up so late? Here is 3 a.m. I have a kind of chopped sleep schedule in general. I usually don't go to bed until like at 7 a.m. I'm kind of on like that FNaF grind.
Like 6
Or
or
to
7 a.m.
Yeah, unironically, yeah. 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 It's such an agony when I look at my phone. It says 6:07 a.m. and I'm like, oh.
Agony!
I'm gonna make a shadow doc.
Then I see
Orange is incredibly important to Edwin's character.
Yeah, bro, you gotta
I
go
think
to
it would be better explored through the character of. Let's talk
Yeah!
about Remnant, sweet metal soul juice.
Holy pig.
Remnant has been depicted
Holy
in multiple
pig.
forms, but if we do the franchise the service of ignoring how FNaF AR depicted it, it has been relatively consistent throughout the various books. Metal infused with soul. But when it is being transferred to a new source, or superheated in general for whatever purpose, it is a glowing orange molten liquid.
That's interesting.
Now, what do we see all over?
Sorry, wait a minute. Like, good lord. But I just realized, so yeah, orange and those pipes in the MCM underground that have all that malt. Oh my lord, Edwin killed a bunch of kids.
well, really doesn't just come from kids. It
No.
comes from any dead person.
Yeah, so I
It can
mean,
be anyone's soul. It's probably from all the people that died in MCM.
Well, there is also the theory that it is from, like, he took everything from the Fall Fest fire and melted it down.
I also do like that idea a lot.
Which I think that would
Well,
even
that
work
was-
better, because those people, you know, assuming Afton did start the fire, they were killed.
Yeah, and also it's because Edwin invented recycling, so.
He invented recycling.
Actually, I think I mentioned this as soon as I think I was about to mention all of this.
Funnily enough, like, to me, Edwin inventing recycling is actually, like, it's, you know, it's funny. It seems like a throwaway line. That's, like, the most important line in this entire arc. Like, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Mimic. I have a fun fact for you, by the way. Did you know the Mimic actually has high heels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Nurse Dolly.
Yeah.
He slays, dude.
Glowing, orange, liquid, whatever the fuck. Now, could it be lava? Sure. Could it just be a strange glowing orange chemical Edwin developed?
Yeah, I mean, to
Yes,
be
but that
fair,
would be incredibly narratively unsatisfying.
molten metal.
We do see
is
Edwin
just
having this
orange.
whole recycling system, which turns metal objects into.
And to be fair, in like the Dolly section, when she, you know, it's like very molten slag sorta, and she crawls out and whatnot. It acts like molten liquid wood in a way.
Well, is it only called remnant when it's a liquid?
Yes.
Because it was solid metal at some point.
Yeah, I think I guess it is like described as haunted metal.
Well, I guess it's so yeah, the remnants attached to the metal, and then when it melts, they combine into one
I mean,
substance.
it is only like, yeah, it's only alluded to when it is in its transferable form. Even in the books, though, like, yeah, it is very much like it's most active when it is heated.
They those letters in MCM suggesting they can't still bring your child to work day, lest another incident occur. Well, that could be referring to David's death.
Yeah, probably.
Edwin would probably just feel bad if everyone had their kids there. He's like, his son just died. Everyone's bringing their kid to work. Like, hey, hey, Edwin, say hi to my son. Is it okay if he plays with your kid's old ball?
Can you go on the playground that your
Yeah,
child...
can he go
William
on the
Afton like
playground?
brings his kids there, like, hey, do you mind if they
Dude, that's the playground for the FNaF 4 video game.
Melted molten orange goo. And I know I'm nowhere near.
Sorry, what?
Hold on. You mentioned the playground from FNaF 4. I literally talked with someone yesterday about this. It is actually not the playground from FNaF 4 because that one is a swing and a seesaw.
They added some stuff.
Well, there's no slide. There's no slide. But
slide.
what it is a slide is something that you only need one person to play with. But seesaws and swing sets need two. And it's basically like the idea that like, oh, the little girl there is actually Bite Victim's sister. But yeah.
Oh,
Remnant,
would that like imply the idea that that playground is actually part of like the Afton house or whatever?
Yes, yeah. It's like what
Okay.
Afton did to David's playset.
Okay.
The first theorist to believe that
That's
Edwin
interesting.
inventing recycling results in either the discovery of remnant, usually just.
Wait, sorry, as another thing, doesn't the girl at the playground have a pink shirt?
Yes, she's dressed almost identically to Elizabeth Afton.
Wait. This is so funny.
She does not in the invention.
Why
because
is
I don't
Tiny
believe for
Toy
a fucking
Chica
second
missing
that
her
Edwin
beak?
invented remnant. That was an accidental discovery at best. But the mimic, M2, the endoskeleton I haven't even mentioned really thus far. One of its defining characteristics is its glowing orange spiral eyes. This has fascinated me since I played the game for the first time because I stated in the Fiona section that I do not believe the M1 program is haunted in the slightest.
Yeah.
However, I never spoke about M2, or the physical endoskeleton itself. Let's draw a parallel to the Charlie bots from the books.
Oh,
While the
no.
spirit of Charlotte Emily never even came close to attaching itself to any of those robo-kids, she still had the spark of life given to her by the Ella doll, which contained so much of Henry's grief, his agony trapped within it. His pain and love for his child gave this inanimate robot something that mimicked a soul. Now back to the mimic. Replace Henry with Edwin and Charlie with Fiona. And David. Edwin was wrecked emotionally twice by Fiona and...
When I think of the Ella doll, I think of Tiger, the white tiger plush.
It's exactly what I... Yeah, exactly.
Well, and
David's...
It is possible, right? The mimic endoskeleton, like parts of it were created using the remnant metal that Edwin has at his disposal.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's almost like the fun times where it's just like we're just mixing a bunch of different remnant together. In this one animatronic. I don't know.
He built this endoskeleton initially with no driving agony behind it, thusly giving it an existence not defined by being a specific person, merely to embody the character of whatever suit it was in. However, once Fiona died, Edwin began to spiral into grief-stricken madness. And in that, he somehow develops the program that becomes M1, F10, N4. Again, completely by accident. Edwin does not know what the fuck he's doing. We never see
Stupid
what
dumb
the mimic
idiot,
looks
man.
like fully before Fiona Bot comes to be the dominant personality in control of it. And when it does, its eyes glow a bright orange. I think that is drawing a deliberate connection to the idea of remnant. Now, a quick counter-argument to that. The eyes resemble the coil of light bulbs, which glow in a similar bright orange or white fashion when heated by the travel of electrons through them. However, counter argument. In the secret ending of the game, we gain the
It also
glitch
turns
formation
green.
M1. And when we insert the glitched data diver into the mimic, its eyes flash green and then change to blue. Also, in the only instance we see of Fiona being in control, her eyes are not fully orange, having large spots in the middle to represent dilated pupils. And again, really scientific for a second, coiled filaments don't fucking do that. The orange coloration of the mimic's eyes is a deliberate choice that can't be explained by the physical makeup of the mimic. Plus, the mimic in Ruin lacks these coiled eyes, having what are likely LED bulbs, and its eyes still glow a bright orange. I fully believe that is remnant fueling the mimic. Once fueled by Edwin's guilt, and after David's death, potentially David's agony attaches to the mimic, depending on how he died, creating even more remnant inside this bitch. And remember what I said about old computer screens? While they were very
Okay,
commonly
I'm actually
green, they
so sad that we're gonna have to that we're gonna have to deal with the Ruin design for the mimic in his future appearances. We're never gonna see Secret of the Mimic again.
I don't think it's gonna be like the Ruin Megan. It'll probably be like a kind of a play on the idea, but it's some sort of redesign, I imagine.
Because, dude, the Secret of the Mimic design is just so much better.
It is so peak.
I have a theory that the idea. So you mentioned like, oh, it being powered by remnant, the whole orange eye thing, and it being affected by like David's agony, Edwin's agony, whatever. In going back to the Funtime animatronics, they of course have the children's souls inside of them, and Circus Baby of course has Elizabeth, and it's kind of implied, especially particularly in Sister Location. FFPS is a little bit of a different story, but it's that the programming does influence them or whatever.
Mhm.
Like Circus Baby is kind of, she's confused about what happened on the day that she killed Elizabeth, because she's like, oh, you know, I couldn't move, I was not myself, yada yada yada, that sort of thing.
That green mimic chip is.
It's baby.
As
It's
weird
the baby.
as much as I'm like I'm not sure about it, and I kind of lean towards otherwise. With the whole idea of like, oh, machines being possessed by souls, but not being able to sort of have control because of its programming. Mimic being possessed by David because, I mean, of course, obviously, but also like, not really being in control necessarily because of the Mimic's programming and what it's
Shatter
meant to do.
David.
Well, wait until I talk about God.
It's just
Yeah.
something that came to mind because, I can kind of see it. I don't subscribe to that concept fully because I feel like the idea is like more so,
Which concept?
The idea that David actually possesses the Mimic.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't believe that at all.
No, it's just something I was throwing out there just because of the idea again of like
David is a tulpa. Spoilers.
Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten to Tulpa David yet.
Also
yeah, keep going.
Tulpa David?
Blue or orange, like Edwin and the fucking Mimic. We even
Whoa.
see orange elements in Moon.exe with collectibles, which could be argued to have that orange hue because of the strong emotional attachments David and the other Murrays had to those objects. Thus, Remnant. But let's flash back to a minute ago. What other colors do the Mimic's eyes flash in the storybook ending? And when we insert the glitched data diver into the Mimic, its eyes flash green and then change to blue. Oh my god.
Green.
Talbot David.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and all other configurations of being, I'm standing up for this recording. Let's talk about God David. Remember all those times I talked about blue and green? Well, this is where I go into depth on that. To those who haven't heard of the theory, it was primarily put forward by theorist Talbot David Reeds, aka T-Treads, along with the Unwithered Truth, Withered Circle, Fazbear Entertainment, and others.
The Avengers.
What is up, chat? This is Editing Mori here to tell you guys that I have linked every single creator who I've referenced in this video in the description. I forgot to write it into the script, but yeah. T-Dreads, Fazbear Entertainment, Unwithered Truth, Gibby's Horror Homestead, She's Always Nervous, Dual Process Theory, everybody is in the description, along with specifically the videos for God David by T-Dreads and Fazbear Entertainment's sort of follow-up sequel video to that, Gibby's Fate Fiona video, and She's Always Nervous's Remnant Plex. Those are very important. Just go subscribe to every single creator who I have down in the description. Subscribe to FNaF Theorists in general, man. Anyway, Editing Mori.
This is too nice. I'm going to have to dislike the video. By the way, hello, Willow.
Let it play for 1 second.
Back to the theory. But that's enough glazing. Let's analyze God David from the perspective of Chroma key theory. How do the colors and visual symbols involved with David, the Crying Child, and Gregory synergize and connect to the other characters in this series? The God David theory builds on the Another David theory, which states that Gregory from Security Breach is meant to be a recreation of David Murray. Whether it's through robot kids, fate, or weird brain shenanigans, that's the basis. God David postulates that not only are David and Gregory connected, but the Crying Child, or Dave Afton, thanks to High Control,
5x8
is
sticky
also
notes.
Wait a minute, you know what this gives? The fourth closet.
Yeah, where's the fourth David guy?
It's Michael.
It's Michael. Part of this mix. It also plays on the many narrative tropes of digital consciousness transference and recreating humans through technology that Scott Cawthon is very, very fond of. I'm here to delve even deeper into the visual aspects of God David in order to make some connections with the ideas discussed previously in this video. We all remember this fuck-ass graphic from MatPat's Gregbot video illustrating the direct visual similarities in the Crying Child and Gregory's visual appearances, and T-Dreads made some connections to the idea, adding David Murray into the mix. Dark shirt with 2 light stripes, brown hair, band-aid on the knee, whatnot. But let's think about the various characters, symbols, and objects people like William Afton, Fiona, and Edwin Murray have been strongly associated with. What do our 3 boys have in that regard?
God Converse.
Close companionship with a mascot character. David with the White Tiger, Dave Afton with Fredbear, and Gregory with Glamrock Freddy.
Catch me wearing the God stripes with the God Band-Aid.
Oh, wait a minute, we got another dono. I love money. I have to head out now, Doctor, before I sleep. I was curious how you felt about Blighted Springtrap. Good night and happy holidays. Thank you so much for the 5 dono, Danny Otts. Awesome. I I love one of my favorite skins for Springtrap, and generally in the game, but I'm also biased because Springtrap FNaF. But he's so cool. I love him. Thank
What's
you for
with
the
people and robot kids all of a sudden? So there's this guy called the Mimic, and he's a robot kid.
To be fair, like robot kids have been around for years. It was popular.
Robot, I mean, like robot. There is a canon robot kid at this point.
Yeah. Like,
one, technically 4, but there's one set of canon robot kids.
Oh well, yeah. There's also the fourth closet.
That's what I'm talking about.
Robot, yeah, I don't. That is one thing. When Gregbot came out, there were a bunch of people talking about like, there's just no precedent for it. A realistic human robot. There's an entire novel trilogy about this, guys.
I have a funny story about that, and I love telling this. So a little while ago, I had my because my grandma was interested in like what I'm interested in, and I was like,
a big FNaF.
Well, I'll get to that in a minute. But I told her like, oh, FNaF, yada yada yada, and she was like, oh, because she likes to read, of course, and she likes mystery stories, and I gave her the Silver Eyes to read, and she actually really did. She enjoyed the Silver Eyes a lot, but after she was done reading the Silver Eyes, we were in the car, and she was like, you know, Doc, Mr. Darkchild, I think this Charlie character's a robot. And bear in mind, she had no, you know, prior context to FNaF at all. She knew nothing about, you know, the rest of the series, or that it was even based off video games. Like, she had, of course, I didn't tell her, like, anything about the future books or whatever. She only had read the Silver Eyes, and she was able to deduce that, hey, Charlie might be a robot. And, you know, I was very interested in, like, why she might have come to that, and I didn't finish it, but I did reread to, like, up to the halfway point, the Silver Eyes, and upon, like, a reread, there are, like, little things in the book that sort of, you know, clues or hints or whatever to the idea that Charlie's weird and might be a robot. Like, she's able, like, I think John makes, like, a few remarks or whatever, wow, you're really you're stronger than you look. Oh, I do a lot of push-ups. That's like the
John FNaF.
Yeah. Sit-ups.
Yeah.
Guys, maybe Scott isn't a bad writer. We're just bad readers.
Yeah, okay, like, maybe we lack media literacy, you know? Like, maybe
Guys,
that's what it's down to, because my grandma was able to come to it.
Dude, it'd be so funny. The idea of, like someone who's, like, they have, like, they're, like, an English professor, and they've analyzed media for like years as like a career, and they go into FNaF and they just like immediately solve it in like a week. Like that would be...
Maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. Maybe we're like brain rotted to the point that
guys,
you know, we can't.
Guys, what if we're just stupid?
Yeah.
Have we considered this?
Maybe Scott Cawthon really is better than Tolkien. You know, like
stupid theory.
Associated with them. David has his tiger plush and the ball. Dave Afton has his 5 plushies, especially his Fredbear one. Gregory has Glamrock Freddy's head at the end of the Princess Quest ending, his backpack, the Faz watch, and the Faz talker in Ruin. And the color blue. David has one blue eye, and yes, he does have heterochromia. The picture is just really bad quality. Again, color picker to the rescue. Dave Afton has his blue shorts, and Gregory has his blue shirt. There it is. Blue, Edwin's main color, and what I believe is the beginning of our web of connections in these 3. Edwin is the father of David, and the one who created the Mimic, along with the M1 program, which God David posits is the one to have made Gregory into this recreation of David Murray, hence the strong association with blue. And Fiona in general is associated with the color of green. That's how you get the iconic imagery of one green eye, one blue eye in David and the White Tiger. But Maury, I hear you asking. It's the second question of this video. Don't push your luck. Why don't Gregory and the crying child share this same blue and green color scheme? And to that I say, look at Sun. I spent the entire Fiona section explaining why Sun is green. But when we were introduced to Sun, what color was he? Orange, along with some yellow and red, which, no fucking surprise, combines to make orange. And what other colors have I associated Fiona with the most? Yellow and orange. When you factor in the color orange to God David, just the color orange, you get a litany of connections between David and Gregory. David has his white tiger, which through his green and blue eyes directly represents both his nature as the child of Edwin and the living Fiona, and his recreation by Edwin as spurred on by the unliving F10N4. The crying
Not to
child
be
has
confused with the
Fredbear,
living
which represents his
tombstone.
Do you think White Tiger is the mimic or like something else?
Hell no. That's David.
I think that's David's ghost.
White Tiger is a
okay.
projection.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
literally, it is a David production.
Huh, I see. What do you think David haunts then?
Nothing. I think he haunts the building.
Okay. Very shadow victim coded.
He's
as
just
an
there.
Afton, both in the character of Fredbear and the colors yellow.
What?
Like, he's just a wandering spirit.
Yeah.
Okay. My only issue with like wandering spirit or something is that does that kind of imply every spirit like every person that dies in FNaF just becomes a wandering spirit or whatever?
I think, I mean, I don't know if it's, I think there are particular kinds of deaths that make it like more, like if you're killed, that's like you're gonna be a ghost, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
To quote the Silver Eyes, the spirit follows the flesh. If nothing is done to your body post-mortem, your spirit will just haunt the location. The reason that the MCI spirits aren't wandering spirits is because their bodies were attached to the animatronics. David's body wasn't explicitly shown or implied to be attached to anything. In fact, I think it's buried in like the rubble in the moon basement, because I think the moon fell on him.
Whoa.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's a Murray.
That's a Murray. Oh, I'm making that into a parody.
Wait, that's so fire.
I'm making that.
Wait, that's so. Guys, subscribe to more. You have multiple to watch.
I mean, as long as I get credit, you know. I mean,
But I actually don't really talk about David's ghost because I'm going to talk about that in the Tulpa David theory. But let's get into the basis of Tulpa David because
into purple.
Building that up.
Okay.
Notably, while he has blue shorts connecting him to Edwin and thus the Mimic program, he lacks any orange or green anywhere in his appearance in FNAF 4. This is important, as while it isn't the biggest conclusion that I've come to this video by a long shot, I do believe this shows us that Fiona never really had any direct involvement with recreating Dave Murray into Dave Afton. I think it goes to show that endeavor was an Afton project specifically, since his David became enamored with Fredbear as opposed to anything created by Edwin or Fiona, unless you count his Foxy and Chica plushies, but even then that was a Fazbear acquired brand by the time of 1983. And Gregory. He has no green anywhere in his color scheme, but his visual design is chock full of blue and orange. His whole thing is Glamrock Freddy, who's an orange and blue animatronic. His backpack is Glamrock Freddy, his Fazwatch is Glamrock Freddy, hell, even the Faz Talker the Mimic uses to imitate Gregory is themed after Glamrock Freddy. He still has that connection all the way back to Edwin, but the orange is incredibly interesting. Now, this may be the stretch of all stretches, but the specific use of orange in Gregory's visual design might be less of a representation of Fiona Bot trying to make another David, but if Fiona is still in control of the Pizzaplex, and she's always nervous as Remnantplex theory holds true, this might not have been a conscious effort from Fiona as much as it was the Pizzaplex itself. Fucking Shining Overlook Hotel style.
Yeah, there's some aspects of FNAF that are very
plot.
When I was watching literally when the Withered Circle theory, it's like very Overlook Hotel from The Shining.
That's one of the biggest things that I'm going over in the next part, like in part 3 of this, is how like I think the field is bullshit, and we should connect it more to The Shining, because the field is like an actual pseudoscientific belief that I do not want to have like actual people believing. Which I only learned about after making this video because I mentioned the field a bit later. But I'm like, I think we should lean more into The Shining and the works of Stephen King because those have more tangible, visible influences on FNAF as a whole. Like even like books like It and Pet Sematary have very big influences on FNAF.
I could, yeah, no, I see. Like just looking at like the floor plan, very
No,
know?
yeah, that's there. I mean, there's like, yeah, the carpet in MCM is just directly a reference to the shit.
Yeah. Well,
I think I actually use the shining carpet pattern as the background for the thumbnails of Chroma Key Theory. I just made it purple.
What was I gonna say? So I have thought about this one for a while. So I think I would. Would you say M2 is Glitchtrap?
No.
Okay.
Glitchtrap's his own guy.
Yeah.
So
is specifically another iteration of the M1 program.
that's okay. Thank you. Because when I look at Glitchtrap and I see the green with, of course, the purple, and I think, oh well, that's a digital, a digital manifestation. Whereas M2, of course, is the physical mimic. I think, M1 being like Fiona maybe affected, not Fiona, so M1 infected by Afton's agony or something of the like.
Well, that's the thing, right? Every single version of the Mimic program is an iteration from M1. That's the original version of the program, and every other Mimic is derived from that original program, right?
Yeah.
So they're all represented by green.
I mean,
I'm not saying too much on that because I'm actively writing the theory where I discuss that. So I'm like, I don't want to show my hand too early.
Wait. That's true.
Running on the Mimic program, developing its own sort of proto-consciousness, choosing Gregory and infecting him with this new M3 strain of the Mimic program in order to carry out Fiona's underlying desire to recreate David. It's more convoluted and it might just be easier to say Fiona did it herself, and it doesn't really change anything. I'm just putting the idea out there. But
where?
Yes, it is.
Oh, you're on the side, yeah.
Like from FNaF 4?
Oh my god.
Dream theory is real.
No, wait. To be fair, you know what that plays into? It actually plays into Withered Circle's Fazplot theory about the prototype FNaF 1 area in Sodom being like the sister location, private room area too, because of the whole FNaF 4 experiment chamber thing.
Why is there an alarm clock? That's really random. So she knows what time it is?
It's because in the security office, there's a clock that advances the time every time you complete a section of the game, and it goes all the way up to 4 a.m. At which point you do the parachute exe ending, you go down into Proto Freddy's, and then you find the FNaF console. So it's like, oh, it's 5 a.m. now.
They have to show us that it does in fact go from 12 to 6 like every other game.
Yes. Okay. So that's it.
Oh, and I never even noticed the camera before.
You never saw the camera?
That's how she see us.
Yeah, it actually in the game it tracks you based on your position in the room.
Hey, I'm a little stupid. Okay, I don't notice these.
Never Raven did point it out to me that there's no cameras in the actual MCM facility. Well, none that we visit. There's motion sensors instead. Yeah. So that's why that the dispatch even says that the motion sensors picked up like movement in a certain area.
I would agree with that, but there are parts of the game where we see security camera like footage.
Yeah, like in Edwin's, like when you go to Edwin's office, he has like a room, I believe, or whatever, and it's like
or like with the Captain Springlock suit, there's cameras showing you where each piece is.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, they might not have actually physically put cameras in the facility, but I don't know.
No, I guess that's a good point. Actually, a good point because
every part of the facility.
They could be hidden cameras.
Yeah, I guess you could argue that like the cameras that do exist are just like not part of the facility systems and not part of like whatever Edwin has set up in his house. No, because that doesn't make sense because like you said, the Springlock area thing shows you on screens or whatever. So weird. Okay.
I don't know, the fact she knows you are not Edwin when you meet her kind of implies that she has seen you.
Yeah.
I mean, also, like, when do you think dispatch? Oh, thank you to everyone who subscribed. But I mean, do you think? Well, no. Do you think the mimic when at the beginning of the game when he's in the car, Arnold? Do you think the one that like contacts the dispatch that contacts Arnold in the car at the beginning of the game, is that the mimic or actual dispatch?
We hear the moment when M1 takes over. Like there's like static and stuff.
Yeah.
And then she starts talking exactly like Hand Unit. Isn't that interesting, guys?
But, okay, so, tulpas, otherwise known as thought forms. The idea in certain folklores that if you think hard enough about something, it can manifest itself into reality. Normally, in spiritual traditions, tulpas exist as a sort of way to manifest imaginary people. However,
I mean, yeah, that's all the field
Fiona
really is
a
manifestation.
constantly thinking entity. It has been shown time and time again in this franchise. Robots and humans can be essentially indistinguishable, especially if they're haunted by a soul or agony or whatever. Fiona, M1 Fiona, has Remnant. A fuck ton of it by the time of security breach. She obviously has a
look
very
at all those
powerful
Davids.
artificial mind. And
the
here's
David
why.
Army.
Fiona Bot thought so hard about recreating
Oh,
David.
hello, J-Man
Her
Top.
only son,
Thank you for
that
stopping
those
by.
thoughts started to manifest into reality. What if the thought
swear
of
we're
David
almost
started
done.
to manifest in the heads of others? Someone like
J-Top.
William Afton. And then here's where the tulpa weirdness comes in. Okay, Pizzaplex, Gregory. Fiona's thoughts have been building up so much in her Fiona wires of doom that this latent idea of recreate David has permeated the building itself. The whole system wants to make a new David. Again, The Shining, the Overlook Hotel, the building itself is alive. And that's what you see in the glam rock.
As a side note, and this only came to mind because I actually kind of watched a lot of videos on The Shining recently. There's a very interesting kind of thought process in The Shining story itself, where the main character, I don't know if you guys are like familiar with The Shining in depth, but
I have watched it.
Jack has actually been the caretaker of the Shining Hotel forever, and I don't remember the exact idea, but it's like the tragedy that is happening there, the horror is actually kind of a repeat of things that have already happened.
Oh shit. That's FNaF, dude.
A narrative repetition. You know? Yeah. And so this idea that like they're using Jack Nicholson. God, Jack. How are you still streaming, Doc? With great intelligence.
You know, I am Scott Cawthon's strongest soldier, fighting tooth and nail to convince people that the narrative repetition is in fact intentional and not just Scott being.
No, I believe that. I mean, I think there was like a point to it, and I think in a way the repetition is him clarifying things from the past, of course, but questioning your.
It's also like Edwin invented recycling, guys.
Obviously, Edwin is recycling these narrative tropes.
What do AIs do? They take things that already exist and repeat. They just regurgitate the same things over and over again. The entire Mimic arc is just commentary on AI when you really get down into it.
Which is really funny because, I mean, AI has been around for, like, years, of course, but when Help Wanted came out, it didn't have... it was around, but, like, in most recent years, it's been, like...
Were just, like, just becoming a thing.
Sorry, say again?
Like, large language models, or whatever LLMs are, whatever, like, ChatGPT is.
Yeah.
I don't think that existed until, like, 2021 or 2022.
I guess large language module. I mean, like AI chatbots have existed since since as long as computers have existed, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, large language models.
Daisy Bell.
You are a little quiet, Maury. Just so you know.
It's probably because it's late. To be fair.
Exactly, because it's like my mother was like, "You gotta be quiet because you're."
True.
Yeah, we should finish up because I've kept you guys captive for a while. My bad.
We should finish up, yeah.
Endo training McNeely and Help Wanted too. That's why all those kids have gone missing, and the entire time it failed, over and over and over, iteration after iteration, until one fateful day, this kid who's very gifted with technology, at least if we can take loose inspiration from the Tales of the Pizza Block story, GGY, Greg, was an incredibly talented hacker. Hell, it says that in the Patient 46 tapes. This kid in a striped shirt walks into the Pizzaplex, and that's it. It works. This thought form, Tulpa of David, manifests in Gregory's head once he plays through the Balloon World arcade machine. It's a mechanically constructed Tulpa invading this kid's head. Fucking You're the Band style. Now, obviously, it's not the real David. Just like M1 isn't the real Fiona, but Fiona has gotten what she wants. She has made another David. That's why the therapy tapes for
the song is
46
such a banger.
are so strange. That's why the entire Pizzaplex seems to turn Gregory into enemy number one once he returns to normal, caused by Glamrock Freddy's going into safe mode. In Fate Fiona, amazing theory by Gibby's Horror Homestead, the rival theory to God David in heavy quotation marks, suggests that F10N4, the M1 program, is using the 0-point field, which is a concept introduced in the story Fetch from Fazbear Frights, in order to influence the events of the series to go the way they do, which is why there's so many repeating motifs throughout the narrative. But what if it's fucking ghost mind magic? David has existed as a thought form within the F10N4 console for decades. It started with an almost successful experiment through the mind of William Afton, but the thought forms in his head, all these ideas that weren't his, drove him to madness. And that's why the crying child has so little connection to Fiona. It's not Fiona consciously making this effort, it's Fiona's thoughts made real, filtered into the mind of William Afton.
I don't like the idea that, oh, it's, you know, part of some of what Afton did was, you know, influenced by this other force. I feel like that kind of takes away from him as a villain.
It's not him, it's specifically him turning the crying child into David.
Yes, yeah.
Like, Fiona didn't, like, make him kill those kids.
David Afton is alive. Even if William Afton didn't discover the F10N4 console, those thoughts would still be close enough, orbiting in the air, to permeate into his mind through thought osmosis. Maybe that's what made him
Thoughtmosis.
The insane desire to make a new David in his brain pushed him past just being a shitty businessman into a mad scientist, a serial killer. No, this under this interpretation, William Afton would have been driven to have similar intentions to Fiona, meaning he cared about his kids.
He will care!
Will care is canon. God, it's all the fucking field, isn't it? No, it all makes sense now. It's
so it all leads to. That's
Fiona,
what this
her
video's
thoughts, some
all
kind of
been about.
Toba David. No, that doesn't work. Water giving me thoughts. It's maybe Fiona Tobamancy. Ugh, what a mouthful. David's ghost is something.
I can't believe you made an hour-long video just
being a victim to all this meddling by Edwin.
Yeah, I gotta kill you, dude. You made me watch an hour video just to say Wilker's canon. Dude, you're done for.
Yeah, we're gonna have to springlot this guy.
I'm coming to your house, Maury.
There you go.
What, to my house?
I'm turning your house into my MCM.
Father,
you said you're
I'm coming.
And Fiona, he almost takes this holy position, being the divine goal so many characters wish to achieve, a divine victim, like a god victim. No, we already have that. Chroma key theory featuring Tulpa David. There we go. But what does this all mean? What have I been ranting on about for all of this time? What is my grand conclusion to this mountain of visual evidence? I believe there are a few conclusions I've come to in this video. Cue the graphic. Henry was the founder and owner of Chica's Party World before being ruined by William Afton and joining him at Fazbear Entertainment, where he would be the creative genius behind much of Fazbear's grand inventions.
Are you okay, Doc? Oh yeah, I'm
stealing
fine.
from Edwin, of course. Remnant is everywhere. Fiona is everywhere, but we.
I think I got a wave of fatigue from Wilker, but otherwise I'm fine.
Already knew that. God David can be bolstered by associating the three Davids, David Murray, David Afton, and Gregory Security with their respective environments to figure out how each one came into being. And even if Tulpa David theory doesn't make any sense, it still provides a more sound explanation to how it could have happened. Hell, I convinced myself over the course of recording this. And finally, purple is a nearly ever-present color.
Delusion is taken
and while
over.
it is most strongly associated with William Afton, it is associated with William, Henry, Edwin, and Fiona alike. We should be paying more attention to that in crafting future theories. When looking at the color yellow, it may in fact be associated with William. In fact, William is one of the simplest characters in the series, visual design-wise. He isn't really associated with the color green at all, besides... fuck.
And there we go. I think that's it, is it?
Holy
Yeah, that's
pig.
pretty much it. And then I just say,
Now
like,
let's
oh,
watch part 2.
Oh no, God! Nearly 5 hours
Oh
of
my God,
FNaF
dude.
Theory. Oh my lord! Holy guacamole! Okay.
Holy God! Oh my God, David!
Oh my God, David. Okay. So, right off the bat, thank you to Maury and I forgot your
Meatloafers.
Very sorry. I've been away too. It's been so long.
It's very late.
Yeah. But thank you to those two for joining to watch the glorious Chroma key theory, of course. I enjoyed both of those theories, both Withered Circles and Maury's. Again, you can find Maury and Withered Circle in the description. I will also be adding Meatloafers as well after the stream. I think, generally speaking, I had some critiques about Withered Circle. Not critique, but like, I'm not sure about that. But in terms of like the Chroma key theory, I think it's just very interesting kind of like thought exercise, honestly. And like a lot of it's like, yeah, no, I feel like kind of true mostly. Will care's a bit of a strong one. I don't know about that.
Will care's a very strong word, Maury. You can't just go around evoking that willy-nilly.
Like that's a strong political opinion.
You're gonna get killed for that, man.
Who was the plankton with 2 eyes, Doc? That's Meatloafers. That's Meatloafers.
Who is the plankton with 2 eyes?
Thank you to everyone who joined stream,
That's
of course.
me.
Yeah, that's Meatloafers. Thank you to everyone else who joined stream. I hope you enjoyed me and us sitting here ranting about FNaF for literally 5 hours. Good lord, I have no life. Yeah, I know it's late. I'm on that FNaF
it's
time zone.
12:30 for me.
It's 1:30 a.m. for me, and I imagine it's
Let's go to 6 a.m.
We need
like
to
FNaF.
no. I need to let y'all go. But again, thank you for everyone who's watched. Thank you to you guys for joining. I hope you have a good day or a good night, whichever it is for you. I will see you all next time, and remember,
Go to sleep.
I always come back.
Bye-bye.